Ding, detecting host's learning status, assessed as an attention seeker, now offering 2 options. Option 1, become the national top scorer, achieving an impressive score of 750 points. Option 2, directly receive 75 billion in cash. Activate this option, and all it takes is 3 Doge coins. I jolted up from the pile of books, my hand uncontrollably commenting 3 Doge emojis. Was there even a need to think? Any fool would choose the 75 billion in cash. Immediately after, that cold voice spoke again, helplessly. Early the next morning, I rushed to Kyoto Art University. Along the way, I couldn't help but wonder, was this lousy system just messing with me? The moment I arrived at the school gate, "Hey, you there, come help me with this suitcase," a slightly mocking female voice called out. I turned to look and saw a woman with looks around a 7 out of 10, wearing skinny jeans and a simple white t-shirt, her high ponytail swaying lightly with each step, her figure exuding a mature, seductive charm, especially those full, perky hips. Her name was Wang Ruolin, and her body was practically every man's fantasy. "Stop staring. I'm talking to you, hurry up and come help." Her tone clearly belonged to the kind of girl with an inflated sense of self-importance, always assuming any man who looked at her had ulterior motives. With a net worth of 75 billion now, why would I carry your bags? I sneered inwardly and replied bluntly, "Sorry, I'm busy right now, can't help." Wang Ruolin clearly didn't expect me to refuse. Her eyebrows shot up in anger as she snapped, "How dare you act like this? Keep staring and I'll gouge your eyes out." My temper flared instantly. I knew girls like her were spoiled and unreasonable, but this level of audacity caught me off guard. Just as I was about to retort, she suddenly shrieked, "Someone help! This pervert won't stop staring at me, how shameless." Her shout immediately drew a crowd of onlookers, some already pulling out their phones to record. "Ugh, look at your shabby appearance. You must be a new student here to register too." Some guys just have no exposure to the world, they can't even move their feet when they see a pretty girl. Just as I was at a loss for words, a ding sounded in my mind, the system notification. The system detected that the host had arrived at Kyoto Art University and rewarded a brand new Maybach S680 worth 12 million yuan, which would be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner shortly. Hearing this, I instantly straightened my back and confidently said, "Classmate, I'm someone who's about to drive a Maybach S680, why would I care to look at you?" The people around burst into laughter. "Stop bragging, some people just love to talk big. Do you even know what a Maybach looks like? No shame at all." Faced with their mockery, I felt nothing but disdain. Once I complete the system's tasks, a mere Maybach worth tens of millions would be child's play. I'm sitting on 75 billion yuan and could easily buy this entire art university. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, a voice as serene as an orchid in a secluded valley rang out, "Everyone, we're all fellow students here. There's no need for such unpleasantness. I saw everything just now, this junior isn't the kind of person you're making him out to be. Let's just drop it. Escalating things won't do anyone any good, and it could harm the school's reputation." Following the voice, everyone turned to see a woman in a white dress walking gracefully toward them. She was Su Tang, the department belle of the fine arts program, known not only for her ethereal beauty but also for her exceptionally affluent background. The moment Su Tang spoke, the girls noticeably toned down their hostility, their attitudes softening considerably. At that moment, a deep and resonant car horn shattered the brief calm. A brand new Maybach S680 slowly rolled into view, its commanding presence instantly overshadowing the luxury cars around it. After coming to a smooth stop, a man in a crisp suit stepped out of the driver's seat, adjusting his tie with elegance. He scanned the crowd with a smile before asking, "May I ask which one of you is Mr. Zhang Bin?" His words sent a ripple of excitement through the surrounding girls, who began glancing around eagerly, their eyes alight with anticipation, as if the mysterious Mr. Zhang might be their Prince Charming. Wang Ruolin, in particular, deliberately straightened her posture and arched her back, flaunting her enviable figure in an attempt to catch his attention. I stepped forward calmly and said, "Hello, I'm Zhang Bin, and this Maybach S680 is mine." After carefully checking my ID, the driver immediately bowed respectfully and announced loudly, "Mr. Zhang, congratulations on becoming the esteemed owner of this Maybach." In an instant, the surroundings fell into dead silence, with everyone wide-eyed and filled with disbelief. The girls watched helplessly as the driver handed me the Maybach key with utmost reverence. "Mr. Zhang, here is the key, along with my business card inside. As our esteemed owner, we will provide you with 24/7 all-around attentive service." "All right, thank you," I replied, suppressing my inner excitement while maintaining a composed demeanor as I took the key. It must be said that the presence of this Maybach S680 is truly formidable. It instantly became the center of attention at the entrance of Kyoto Art University. "Congratulations, host, on successfully claiming the Maybach S680 reward. Now issuing the system's first task, appropriately discipline the version T0 Little Fairy." Hearing the system's directive, I couldn't help but smirk slightly. Disciplining these girls who don't know their place, isn't this exactly what I've been hoping for? It's actually real. So handsome. The same girls who had been mocking me moments ago did a complete 180, swarming around me with flattery and attempts to get close. Wang Wolin, in particular, wore a coquettish smile and feigned dizziness as she leaned toward me. I sneered inwardly, subtly taking a step back. Although Wang Wolin was indeed quite a stunner, and judging by her demeanor, she was practically throwing herself at me. I wasn't about to fall for it so easily. Mr. Zhang, Wang Wolin cooed, pulling a business card from her designer bag and handing it to me. Here's my card. If you ever need to buy property in the capital, be sure to call me. I'll provide you with the best service possible. Sure, I replied casually, taking the card while thinking to myself, so she's a real estate agent. Fine, I'll consider it. But first, you need to explain to everyone what really happened just now. Wang Wolin's expression faltered slightly, but when her eyes flicked to the imposing, luxurious Maybach beside us, she gritted her teeth and forced a smile. Little brother, I must have been out of my mind earlier. Someone as handsome and gentlemanly as you could never be a bad guy. It was all a misunderstanding on my part. She then proceeded to recount exactly how she had falsely accused me, occasionally batting her eyelashes in what she must have thought was a seductive manner, as if that would win my forgiveness and make me see her in a new light. After finishing her story, Wang Wolin gazed at me expectantly, fantasizing about latching onto a wealthy man like me and becoming the lady of the Maybach. I sneered inwardly, already planning to visit her sales office and teach this gold digger a lesson. Classmates, you all heard her confession just now. She falsely accused me out of nowhere. Do I look like the kind of person who would bully a girl? The moment I said this, the female students immediately turned their criticism toward Wang Wolin. How awful. How dare she slander our dear brother Zhang like that? And you call yourself the top salesperson at Blue Water Orchid Court? I bet your methods aren't exactly honorable. Congratulations, host, for successfully turning the tables. Your mission completion rating is an impressive 90%, rewarding you with a luxury mansion worth 50 million yuan in Kyoto's Blue Water Orchid Court. Note, the system has already disbursed a 12 million yuan luxury car and this 50 million yuan mansion, totaling 62 million yuan in rewards. Please proceed to claim the property promptly and designate which sales agent will receive credit for this transaction. Zhang Bing smiled from ear to ear, not expecting this to complete the system mission. And you get a $50 million mansion. That's awesome. What a thought. Just now Wang Wolin is exactly the sales of Aqua Orchid. He was in a good mood, ignoring everyone, and got on the card directly, feeling the luxurious interior. Zhang Bing's heart was soothed. It's the second ID card of your life, Maybach. There's no place it can't go. And that's true. He drove this S680 into the campus directly in a big way, and even the security guards at the entrance immediately came out from inside the security room when they saw him. He personally released himself and gave himself a polite greeting. Along the way, many of the fairies inside the campus were looking straight ahead, and among them there were quite a few beauties with body looks in the sixes. Cool, so damn cool. Zhang Bing held the steering wheel with one hand and exclaimed. The feeling was indescribable. After circling around the campus, he stepped on the gas and navigated straight to Aqua Orchid. Chapter 3, So this is what it's like to see a house. Kyoto, Aqua Landing Sales Office. This property was not the top of the line in Kyoto, but an ordinary person could not afford a toilet in their lifetime. Zhang Bing followed the system's prompts and soon arrived at the sales office. Looking at the poster presentation posted in the center of the hall, he glanced at the staff style at a glance, and really see Wang Wolin. The walls were plastered with Renee Wang in a professional makeup that any man would never be able to resist looking at. Although he is young, but he is not stupid. Usually this kind of mansion, luxury car female sales crown, more or less will play the ball. He himself has a $50 million worth of mansion given by the system. According to the commission, salesman can earn at least $500,000, $500,000. For the vast majority would require years of hard struggle without food or drink. Anyway, the system said that you can specify who the mansion performance belongs to. Thinking of this, Zhang Bing directly walked towards the front desk. A large group of uniformed black silk beauties all standing together at the front desk, and a leader-like middle-aged man is having a meeting. He took a general look and didn't see Wang Wolin among them. Then after thinking about it, after all, Wang Wolin is a pinnacle. Pinnacle has a high status and usually has privileges. Listen up everyone, a mysterious tycoon has ordered a $50 million mansion here in our building. The mansion has been paid for and will be here today for the paperwork, but the performance attribution is still up in the air, so it's up to all of you to decide who gets it. After the leader's announcement, the ladies on the sales floor were all elated. That's a lot of performance. And if the performance goes to whoever it goes to, they get hundreds of thousands of dollars in commission. Soon, these sales ladies were busy. waiting for the mysterious tycoon that the leader had just mentioned to come over to do the formalities. Zhang Bing watched from the sidelines. Rows and rows of bright beauties. This posture and temperament is completely not inferior to the female college students of the art school. He was quite happy in his heart. Wasn't this mysterious rich man talking about himself? That is to say, with so many beautiful sales ladies, one can just pick one at random and give her the performance just like an emperor chooses his consort. Just as he was pondering, Wang Rolin walked down from upstairs on her high heels, twisting her delicate figure. Once Wang Rolin appeared on the scene, all the other sales ladies were suppressed. Many of the guests who were originally looking at the room with other ladies had their eyes drawn to it, took the initiative to run and talk to Renee Wang, expressing an interest in purchasing a home. Almost every man's eyes were focused on Wang Rolin's chest, hips, and long legs. Wang Rolin seemed to have long been accustomed to this and was completely unconcerned, putting on a cold attitude to these guests who gathered around. He didn't even pay attention to them. It's obvious that if you can be a pin-up, you should have the eyesight to see what's going on, and you have a first-rate ability to see what's going on. She was well aware that most of these customers weren't considered rich and might not actually end up buying. Even when you buy a house, most often the down payment is pathetically low. Wang Rolin saw Zhang Bing at a glance and was ecstatic as she quickly walked over and said charmingly, "Senior, why didn't you tell me that you're here? What happened before? It was my fault. Don't take it personally, schoolmate." She had seen with her own eyes that Zhang Bing owned a latest model Maybach S680. Usually those who can drive this kind of luxury car have families that are definitely not poor. Although Zhang Bing had made her lose face in public, since Zhang Bing had personally come to the sales office to find himself, it meant that he had a chance. Zhang Bing laughed while stealing a glance at Wang Rolin's figure and said, "Sister, the house was bought a long time ago. I'm here to do the formalities." Upon hearing this, Wang Rolin's eyes immediately flashed with a hint of disappointment, but she quickly recovered, obviously still wanting to hang on to Zhang Bing, the big fish. And right at this moment, a middle-aged balding man saw Wang Rolin and immediately pushed aside the sales lady who was talking to him for a long time and walked directly over. Wang, I want to buy a house worth $15 million. Do you have time to accompany me to see the house? Yeah, Wang Rolin agreed on the spot. With her years of experience, she could tell at a glance that this bald man had strength and needed to be defended. So she turned to look at Zhang Bing with an apologetic face and explained, "Schoolmate, why don't you wait while I accompany Mr. Li to finish looking at the house first?" Zhang Bing naturally understood the calculations in Wang Rolin's mind, which he had already understood on his way here. A $50 million mansion gifted by the system and paid for in full is also rare in Bishop's Landing. Compared to this Li total $15 million to be staged, with their own completely not a grade. "Senior sister, are you sure you've thought this through?" Zhang Bing asked in a cold voice, who knew that Li Guoqing was instantly offended and shot a glance at Zhang Bing. "Kid, you're young, but you're pretty good at pretending, aren't you? Are you threatening MS, Wang?" Zhang Bing didn't bother to take care of the bald man, but looked at Wang Rolin in a very calm tone and said carelessly, "Sister, since you're going to accompany this person to look at the house, hey, then my $50 million worth of mansion will have to look for another sales lady. Ha ha ha, not too old to be blowing water." Zhang Bing's words immediately caused Li Guoqing and the other sales ladies to scoff. Wang Rolin was also a bit speechless, although she knew that Zhang Bing drove a Maybach. The last set of $50 million mansions in the entire Aqua Orchid residence had already been booked by the mysterious Tycoon's payment. Just now the manager had a meeting to remind everyone that the mysterious Tycoon would come today to do the formalities and designate to whom the performance would be allocated. "Kid, Li Guoqing is the general manager of Tianlong Hotel. What bragging ratio of people have seen, like your age, so able to blow or the first time to see Sky Dragon Hotel?" The Sky Dragon Hotel is a famous top-class hotel in Kyoto, but what's that in front of you? He is the man who sits on $75 billion. As for Wang Rolin, when she heard about it, she was just hesitant about who to accompany to look at the property, but now that she learned that the bald man turned out to be the general manager of the Tianlong Hotel, her attitude became even more resolute. "Mr. Li, so you're the general manager of Tianlong Hotel. Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Mr. Li, let's go see the house now." Wang Rolin winks and immediately makes the obvious choice. "Schoolmate, sorry, can you wait first? I have to go and accompany Mr. Li to look at the house first." Well, Wang Rolin is more realistic and gold-digging than one would think. Zhang Bing smiled and completely stopped pretending. "Senior sister, in that case, I won't trouble you. It looks like my $50 million mansion performance that I paid for and booked a long time ago will have to be allocated to someone else." Just after Zhang Bing finished speaking, all the sales ladies in the sales office were all dumbfounded. The brain was racing, then the eyes were glowing. They had just finished the meeting and learned about the mysterious Tycoon from the leader. and they didn't expect that Zhang Bing in front of them was the mysterious tycoon that the leader was talking about. At once, the sales ladies all gathered around, deliberately propping up their chests and deliberately displaying their proud career lines in a swarm. Brother, me, brother, I'll walk you right to your room. Oh, look at the room. Wang Ruolin was also taken aback and immediately threw away the bald man Li Guoqing's hand and turned to hold Zhang Bing's hand, and even deliberately rubbed her plump figure against it. The other hand pulled Zhang Bing's hand towards her waist, and deliberately pretended to accidentally let Zhang Bing's hand touch her plump buttocks. I'm afraid that Zhang Bing will be snatched away by other people, not the performance and commission, but also the future. Young, driving a Maybach, but also cannot move all the money to get 50 million mansion. This strength is absolutely far above the Tianlong Hotel Li Guoqing. Hokage, you're so annoying. So the mysterious rich man the leader was talking about is you. Schoolboy, I'll accompany you to see the house right away. Wang Ruolin's face turned red, and she intentionally raised the pitch of the word viewing. Chapter 4, The Beautiful Pinup. Wang Ruolin, didn't you just say that you were going to accompany Mr. Li to look at properties? Yes, brother Zhang will be fine with us. A group of salesgirls quit, after learning that Zhang Bing was the mysterious tycoon that the manager said, and was so young, they couldn't wait to jump up and evening their thighs immediately. Poof! Wang Ruolin snorted coldly and held Zhang Bing's arm tightly, declaring her sovereignty. Brother, please help me. Okay, I'll go with you to see the house. Zhang Bing was full of cold smiles, wanting this kind of feeling. The other salesgirls were also good, but there was still a big gap between them and the 7-point Wang Ruolin, especially today. Wang Ruolin's professional makeup, plus black silk, was too much for her liking. Okay, seeing as we're alumni, the performance is yours. Zhang Bing didn't talk nonsense and directly took out his ID card and handed it to Wang Ruolin. Wang Ruolin immediately arranged for someone to take the admission and then print the information. Then holding Zhang Bing's hand, she walked out and said daintily, Senior, are you satisfied with my makeup today? If not, I'll immediately go and change it to your favorite. Zhang Bing couldn't hold back in his heart and said in his heart, this luxury sales really plays with flowers. So he deliberately asked, it's satisfactory. What other styles are there? Wang Ruolin said with a flirtatious look in her eyes. Lowly, royal sister, white collar, as long as you like, I have it all. It looks like the future days of the gods are about to begin. Zhang Bing sighed in his heart. Soon, the duo arrived at the secluded mansion. The mansion is finally furnished and turnkey. Once inside, Wang Ruolin bent down to pour water for Zhang Bing, deliberately pouting her plump buttocks at Zhang Bing, half a wraparound skirt that simply couldn't wrap around that plump figure at all. Zhang Bing's eyes went straight behind his back. Moreover, Wang Ruolin deliberately poured a cup of water halfway and twisted it around. After several minutes, Wang Ruolin held a cup of water and looked at Zhang Bing with flair, handing the water to Zhang Bing. Oops! Suddenly, Wang Ruolin was careless and spilled water on Zhang Bing's pants. Schoolboy, sorry, just now I bent over for a long time. My legs are numb, let me help you wipe them. Saying that, without waiting for Zhang Bing to say anything, she directly squatted down and knelt in front of Zhang Bing's legs, tenderly rubbing around with her hands. Zhang Bing had long ago lost some of his grip. Sister, is this the viewing? Right. Schoolmate, don't move. I'll help you wipe off the water first. Wang Ruolin ruffled her hair, and her white shirt was undone at some point, exposing her scenery. Are you still satisfied, schoolboy? If you like it, Schoolmarm will accompany you to look at houses every day, okay? 2 hours later, the viewing was over. Wang Ruolin cleaned up and smiled as she took Zhang Bing's arm. The two of them left the mansion together and returned to the sales office. By this time other staff members had already checked in for the delivery. All the sales ladies looked at Wang Ruolin with jealousy and envy. Wang Ruolin's looks, body are better than theirs, and her tactics are much better than theirs. That's why she's the pin-up. Schoolmate, I still have some things to do. Let's get in touch again in the evening. Oh, Wang Ruolin said with a smile. Zhang Bing nodded his head and said that he must look at the house more often before turning back. So he held his head high and walked out quickly as well, wounding his Maybach S680, kicked the gas, and left in style. Humph, Wang Ruolin, you're shameless. That's right, eat the meat yourself and don't even give us a mouthful of soup. Wang Ruolin faced the resentment of her colleagues and said without any concern, this world is very realistic. Whoever is smart in their tactics can survive. Zhang Bing is my man. I advise you all to die of that heart. What's so great about you? Wang Ruolin, don't get complacent too early. Just now when Mr. Li left, he let out some harsh words. Wang Ruolin laughed, not caring at all. What a middle-aged man like Li Guoqing wanted. She couldn't be clearer. Back to take the initiative to give some sweet taste. The other party is not going to fall under their own pomegranate skirt. On the other side, Zhang Bing was still reminiscing about the viewing he had just done inside, that it was still the luxury sales in the big cities that could play. He went straight back to the University of the Arts, intending to familiarize himself with the school dormitory first, and just then, a familiar figure appeared at the fork in the road ahead. It was none other than the 8-point goddess Lin Hanhua, Lin's senior sister, who had helped herself at the school gate not long ago. Zhang Bing immediately switched to lean over when he saw this, and then rolled down the window. "School sister," Zhang Bing politely shouted out. Lin Hanhua looked at Zhang Bing, and her eyes were not shocked by the Maybach like the others. She nodded slightly and responded just as politely. "So it's yours, Hokage?" "Yes, senior sister. The sun is so big. Get in the car." "Where are you going?" "I'll give you a ride," Zhang Bing said with a smile. Lin Hanhua froze and seemed to hesitate. And just then the system's voice rang out in Zhang Bing's head, giving himself a task. "May I have the attention of the host for the latest mission?" The latest mission. The system rewards the Sky Dragon Hotel with 80% of its shares. Assist the host in pursuing Lin Hanhua, the flower of the art department of the University of the Arts. Asterisk. Zhang Bing was almost stunned by the system's largesse. "I didn't realize that Lin Hanhua was the flower of the art department." "Ah, the same department as myself. What's more, he didn't expect to directly reward himself with 80% of the shares of the Kyoto Sky Dragon Hotel, which was worth at least 2 billion according to his understanding. Even in Kyoto, 2 billion is definitely super rich. Moreover, wasn't the very arrogant bald man Li Guoqing that he had just encountered in the Aqua Orchid Court the general manager of the Tianlong Hotel? Alright, I'll take this mission." Zhang Bing did not hesitate and directly took the mission. "Senior sister, don't be polite. You helped me before. It's only right for me to see you off." "It's nothing, get in the car." When Zhang Bing saw that Lin Hanhua didn't agree, he immediately stopped, then ran down and opened the backseat door to sincerely extend an invitation. Lin Hanhua looked up at the blazing sun in the sky, and finally nodded her head, or got into the car, and said softly, "Senior, thank you, just send me to the girls' dormitory." In the meantime, a handsome-looking man was sitting there smoking a cigar on the basketball court of the Medical Arts University. Several junior-looking students hurried over. Young Wang, it's not good. Just now, someone just saw a freshman driving a Maybach S680 to send Lin Hanhua to the dormitory entrance. When the young man heard this, he directly exploded and stood up with a brush. "Grass, who dares to steal a woman from me?" Wang Chang, women's dormitory entrance. The brand new and luxurious Maybach S680 straddled there attracted the attention of many young students. The women at these art colleges are not from bad families and are particularly gold-digging. Seeing this kind of seat that usually only the rich and powerful drive, they all came together to talk about it, with all kinds of envy in their eyes. Lin Hanhua was very polite and had just thanked Zhang Bing, intending to go back to the dormitory first. At that moment, a couple of male students soon hurried over. Leading the way was none other than Wang Chang, the famous rich kid from the University of the Arts, and a few of his little followers. "Hanhua, who is this man?" Chapter 5, The Gang. Wang Chang came up and questioned Lin Hanhua with a very unpleasant attitude. Lin Hanhua's expression was calm as she said, "Wang Chang, his name is Zhang Bing. He's my boyfriend." Boyfriend? Upon hearing this, Wang Chang was instantly enraged. His eyes filled with disbelief. Even Zhang Bing was surprised, but he quickly understood. Obviously Lin Hanhua had said this on purpose, and should be using herself as a front to try to get rid of the other party. Wang Chang clenched his fists and instantly hated Zhang Bing. "Zhang Bing, right? Seeing that you're also a freshman who just reported here, you dare to steal a woman from me. Do you know who I am?" "Humph." Zhang Bing snorted coldly. Originally he had a very good feeling in his heart towards Lin Hanhua for stepping in to help him out at that time. Now that he had accepted the system quest, and Lin Hanhua scored at least 8 out of 10, he could be called a goddess. Who wouldn't be impressed by a beauty with this score? "This student, just now you also heard that Hanhua is my girlfriend. Please keep your mouth in respect. Kid, do you not want to be in school anymore? You dare to talk to young Wan like that?" A few of Wang Chang's followers immediately jumped out and shouted accusations. Wang Chang is even more angry face. He chased Lin Hanhua quite a lot of time. The two and still high school classmates. Both families are also considered to be the right family. The parents also approved. It was Lin Hanhua who had never been a fan of him. Unexpectedly, Zhang Bing suddenly killed out. "Zhang Bing, you've got guts. Do you think you're great just because you drive a Maybach S680? Wang Chang clenched his fists and glared fiercely at Zhang Bing. Then he said loudly to a few followers around him, "Immediately, go and bring my car here at once." Lin Hanhua shook her head. The more Wang Chang was like this, the more she resented it. "Wang Chang, don't be so childish, okay? Hanhua, shut up." Wang Chang was quite upset in his heart and blurted out, "Aren't you just looking at the Maybach S680 he's driving? What's the big deal? If you like it, I can give it to you anytime." Look at his this virtue, is a hick. The car is probably rented to the school to pretend to be more than. Hanwha, you better wipe the face of the eyes. Do not be cheated. Childish. Lin Hanwha had long been tired of Wang Chang and said angrily, what does it matter to you if it's rented or not? Even if it's rented, I still like it. These words caused Wang Chang to almost explode in place, clenching his fists fiercely. In front of the 8 points goddess, Zhang Bing was not willing to show weakness, and said in a cold voice, you said that this Maybach of mine is rented. What evidence do you have? What are you going to do if it's not a rental? Wang Chang looked disdainfully yet hatefully at Zhang Bing, dressed in ordinary, freshman clothes. It doesn't look like you can afford to drive a Maybach S680 in any way. Like this kind of higher art colleges and universities, beautiful women like clouds, often unknown people bear the pain to spend money to rent a luxury car to cheat the gun. Therefore, he decided that Zhang Bing must be one of them. You wait for me. Wang Chang didn't respond positively to Zhang Bing, but instead let out harsh words. By this time, there were more and more students gathered around. Many people know Wang Chang. His family has power and influence. The top Tianlong Hotel in Kyoto is owned by his family, and many girls are racking their brains to seduce him every day. Soon, a red-faced Ferrari drove by in a very flirty manner. The car quickly stopped and one of Wang Chang's radicals walked down. Wow, so handsome. This is young Wang's ride. Love it. The red Ferrari sports car is really flirty. A different style from the luxurious and comfortable luxury cars like Maybach. It caused a group of fairies to squeal. Wang Chang snorted coldly, looked at Zhang Bing, and mocked. Kid, the Maybach S680 that you went through all the trouble of not eating or drinking and rented from somewhere is indeed good, but for a luxury car of this grade, this young man can change one in a day without any pressure? And you, this swollen-faced redneck is as far as it goes. Remember, this young man will let you know what it means to be big and bold in front of Hanwha and so many classmates today. Zhang Bing smiled, secretly saying that this Wang Chang really didn't know how to die. Dare to show off your wealth in front of yourself? One is worth $75 billion, enough to top the entire Dragon Forbes. However, he knew that in order to pursue a literary goddess like Lin Hanwha, the more rustic the practice of showing off wealth, the more money was spent. Not only would it not gain favor, but it would also invite the other party's favor. Lin Hanwha is by no means the style of Wang Rolin, who only needs to smash money to absolutely take the beautiful bus only. Well, kid, do you know the strength of this young man now? You touch this rented Maybach, I guess you'll be too scared to sleep at night with the astronomical repair bills, right? With just a few dimes in your pocket. How dare you pretend to be in front of this young man and dare to hit on my maiden? Dirtbag. Just then, a school leader saw so many people gathered around and rushed over. What's going on? What are they all gathered here for? The visitor was Qin Ming, the vice president of the University of the Arts. Principal Qin, it's like this. This freshman Zhang Bing rented a Maybach to pretend he wants to compete with Wang Xiao for strength. Wang Xiao is teaching him to behave. Turtle, wimpy, ha, how dare you touch Xiao Wang with that little strength of yours? We advise you to hurry up and return the car. A Maybach S680 can cost thousands of dollars to rent for a day. Ha ha ha. Hearing Zhang Bing's words, quite a few boys and girls followed and scoffed. Who the hell told you I rented the Maybach? Zhang Bing snorted coldly, then looked at Qin Ming and said, Dean Qin, can this Maybach be directly donated to the school and discounted as a scholarship to be given to the elder sisters and brothers and siblings who have family difficulties? When these words came out, Qin Ming and Lin Hanwha immediately brightened up, revealing a look of surprise. Of course you can, but only if the owner agrees. Qin Ming said, that's fine. Zhang Bing didn't talk nonsense and directly took out the car key that he hadn't even touched the heat yet and handed it to Qin Ming, saying, Dean Qin, the car is mine. And I'm now donating this car to the school foundation in front of so many students to help every schoolchild from a difficult family. As for the specifics, please. Seeing this, even the most rebellious T0 fairies were dumbfounded. Wang Chang's group of people also revealed unbelievable expressions. Wow, brother is so handsome. Brother is fantastic. Not only is he handsome and highly qualified, but he has such a kind heart. At once, many of the female students adored, lovingly led the applause. Lin Hanwha also looked at Zhang Bing very appreciatively. Mr. Zhang, on behalf of the poor students in our school, I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Qin Ming was also very complimentary of Zhang Bing and took the initiative to go over and shake hands with him. Principal Qin, you're welcome. It's just a luxury car. It's nothing, as long as it can help others. Zhang Bing said in a low-key and humble manner. Qin Ming nodded his head repeatedly. Often art colleges have a serious culture of worshipping gold. He had rarely seen a student as humble and connotative as Zhang Bing, and at this moment, Wang Chang and the others were completely dumbfounded, their faces more ugly than pig liver color, especially when he saw that Lin Hanwha's eyes had changed when she looked at Zhang Bing. His sixth sense as a man made him realize that it was bad. Zhang Bing right, You have the guts to compare your strength with this young man. Do you know about the Tianlong Hotel? That's this young master's home. Oh, I'm so scared. So the Sky Dragon Hotel is yours. Zhang Bing couldn't help but sneer. Lin Hanyue couldn't stand to watch either and stood out sarcastically. Wang Chang, there are people outside of people. Don't think that you're being arrogant just because your family has a few dollars. I didn't realize that the Sky Dragon Hotel was actually owned by Wang Chang's family, and he had just received a special reward from the system and would receive 80% of the shares of the Sky Dragon Hotel. Lin Hanyue. Wang Chang gritted his teeth and directly threatened. Just you wait. I'll inform my father later. You Lins don't want to cooperate with our Wang family's Tianlong Hotel anymore. Don't come begging for me when the time comes. Ha! Wang Chang, I didn't expect you to be even more classless than I thought. Threatening me with this. Lin Hanyue was very angry, but also somewhat helpless. Lin's and Wang's families work together a lot, and Wang's family is a bit more powerful, and the Tianlong Hotel under the Wang family was very influential, contributing at least half of Lin's side of the revenue. If the partnership was really cancelled, it would be a big blow to Lin. Ha! Wang Chang knew that Lin Hanyue was filial, and in his heart, he was afraid. Hanyue, don't you like Zhang Bing? Why don't you ask him to help you Lins find a way out? Ha ha ha. Is that so? Zhang Bing looked at the complacent Wang Chang and said in a cold voice, Wang Chang, as far as I know your Wang family's Tianlong Hotel is afraid that it will soon change ownership. I advise you not to be complacent too early. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ha ha ha, you want to laugh me to death. Wang Chang let out a loud laugh. The Sky Dragon Hotel is the Wang family's most central property, and it's doing very well, so how could it change ownership? Zhang Bing, you wait for me. I'll remember you. And Lin Hanyue, this young master is waiting for you to come and beg me to admit your mistake. This time this young master will definitely not be polite to you. Dropping these words, Wang Chang waved his hand, and then took a few followers with him and left. Chapter 6, The Trouble with Flowers. After Wang Chang left with his followers, Ding Qin also immediately blew away all the onlookers. Zhang Bing then accompanied Lin Hanyue to leave the school and stopped a car at the school entrance, intending to send Lin Hanyue back first. In response, Lin Hanyue didn't refuse. The two of them sat together in the back row, and Zhang Bing looked at the literary goddess in front of him, although she revealed a sweet atmosphere. But that figure was only better than Wang Roland, and never worse. Zhang Bing, I'm sorry, it looks like Wang Chang won't let up and has caused trouble for you. Lin Hanyue was the first to break the silence and said in a low voice. Zhang Bing snickered in his heart. A Wang Chang, he hadn't put it on his mind yet. What his brain was thinking about now was how to quickly chase this innocent goddess into his hands, and seeing what random rewards the system would give out this time was the most important. As for Wang Chang, the family's Tianlong Hotel now has 80% of the shares as his own. In other words, Wang Chang's dad would have to honestly call out General Manager Zhang when he saw himself in the future. Senior sister, there's no need to be polite, Zhang Bing asked very calmly. From what I heard just now, it seems like your family doesn't dare to offend the Wang Chang family. Lin Hanyue nodded, then sighed. There was more than a hint of gloom and concern between his brows, so he opened up the conversation as well, telling all the things related to the coming and going of the two families. It's true that a large portion of our Lin family's business relies on Wang Chang's family's Tianlong Hotel. Wang Chang and I have also known each other since childhood. My family actually hate Wang Chang this person, but for the sake of the family, hey, it's kind of default that we are a pair. Lin Hanyue spoke while her tone was filled with helplessness. Zhang Chang pinched his fist. The corner of his mouth showed a hint of disdain, secretly muttering in his heart, not just a low-quality rich second generation. What class? Snatch a woman from me. Wait until I collect the shares of the Tianlong Hotel first to see how arrogant you still are. Then, he mused. Senior sister, this matter I think you don't need to worry too much. The boat will naturally straighten out. I should be able to help you. Hearing Zhang Bing say this, a quick flash of brightness flashed through Lin Hanyue's eyes, but it quickly dimmed. Zhang Bing, thank you. I don't think you can help in this matter. Lin Hanyue's voice was lowered, perhaps because of the lack of cold air in the back seat. Lin Hanyue naturally unzipped her jacket, then tied up her hair, and inside she wore a glimpse of a small white camisole undershirt. At once, the snow-white skin and concave and convex figure made Zhang Bing secretly wonder in his heart. I didn't realize that Lin Hanyue's body was far more perfect and seductive than it looked. Oops. Just as Zhang Bing took a peek, the car lurched violently and Lin Hanyue squealed softly. Then his body tilted to the side and leaned over with his entire body, his full chest pressing against Zhang Bing's arm in its entirety. At once, Zhang Bing felt unusually soft, and there was that faint womanly fragrance. Senior sister, are you alright? Zhang Bing hurriedly helped Lin Hanyue. Nope. Lin Hanyue was obviously a little embarrassed as well, a blush surfacing on her fair face. Immediately placing his jacket on his chest, he didn't dare to look directly into Zhang Bing's eyes. Seeing this, Zhang Bing laughed in his heart. With his experience, the physical contact just now, although it was an accidental and careless touch, judging from Lin Hanyue's reaction, there was absolutely no problem in taking down this innocent schoolgirl. It was at this time that the two arrived at their destination. Lin Hanyue got out of the car as if she was fleeing, and after gently thanking her, she trotted into the upscale neighborhood. Looking at Lin Hanyue's steep and full back, Zhang Bing squeezed his fists and said to himself, 5 days, Zhang Bing, will definitely take it within 5 days. After sending Lin Hanyue home, he looked at the time and then planned to get up and go to the Tianlong Hotel to collect the system rewards first. Meanwhile, the Sky Dragon Hotel. As one of the most luxurious hotels in Kyoto, it is a one-stop store for accommodations, leisure, and entertainment, with everything to eat and play inside, so you can only imagine what you can't do. All the people who come here to play are rich and famous and throw away a lot of money, but I heard that all the beauties in it are model level and very outstanding in all aspects. Zhang Bing took a taxi directly to the hotel, looking at the gilded, manifestly grand entrance in front of them, and the luxury cars parked all around them. Zhang Bing snickered in his heart. Such a luxurious place would be his own in the future. He did not go directly to find the owner behind the hotel, Wang Chang's own father, but thought to make a private visit before he did so. The 8th floor is a private club. Zhang Bing looked at the floor index and instantly realized what the entire 8th floor was for. So without hesitation, he decided to go to the 8th floor first. Once on the 8th floor, what met his eyes was extreme luxury, and the smell of money was in the air. Unsurprisingly, the 8th floor is really engaged in that kind of service. A front desk welcome girl immediately came over with a smile and greeted politely, saying, "This gentleman, do you have a reservation?" Zhang Bing hid his face eye on this welcoming lady and was surprised for a while in his heart. I didn't realize that any random welcoming lady here had this body and looks and temperament. Zhang Tingting. Zhang Bing caught a glimpse of the work tag in front of the welcoming lady. "Hello sir, if you don't have a reservation, you can't come here to play." Zhang Tingting still explained with a polite smile. Zhang Bing coughed dryly and said in his heart, he is the boss of the entire Tianlong Hotel, and he still can't come to play? But he didn't want to make things difficult for a welcoming lady. Besides, Zhang Tingting was at least 1 meter 6'8" in height, especially those long black silk legs, which were simply longer than the average person's life. Sexy but not revealing makeup, front and back figure. Out of 10 points, at least 8 points, can be compared with Lin Hanyue. "Can I make an appointment now?" Zhang Bing asked. Zhang Tingting smiled slightly and shook her head no. "Can't you even charge money?" Zhang Bing continued to ask. He was also well aware that generally this kind of private and high-class clubhouse definitely adopted a membership system, and there were definitely a variety of customized services inside. As long as the money is paid, what type of guest wants, what kind of pattern they want, the inside is absolutely tailor-made. Just thinking that Zhang Tingting in front of him, such a perfect octogenarian, was actually doing this as well, Zhang Bing felt a pang of regret in his heart. At least he didn't have this kind of stranglehold on Wang Ruolin. Yes, but our members here start with $1 million for the first charge to open a card. "Sir, do you need to run a card now?" Zhang Tingting asked. "$1 million. Zhang Bing secretly muttered in his heart. It seems that this Tianlong Hotel is extremely profitable. Although the system gave himself $95 billion, but the successive rewards arrived, and now he could not take out $1,000 on himself. After thinking about it, Zhang Bing calmly said, "Ms. Zhang, I would like to ask, if I fill up a membership now, can I order any of the people here?" You can." Zhang Tingting nodded her head and explained. "All the staff engaged in massage and bathing services on the entire 8th floor can be ordered by you, sir, as long as they are free. And let us know in advance what you want in terms of staff dress, body looks, accents, preferences, and we'll accommodate it." Nope. Zhang Bing waved his hand, looked at Zhang Tingting, and asked, "Ms. Zhang, what I mean is, can I choose you to serve me by filling up a membership now?" Chapter 7 is too much to read. Zhang Tingting was slightly startled, but she quickly recovered. She smiled and refused. "Sir, I'm sorry, I just started working here. That's not what I do." Hearing this, Zhang Bing actually felt a little happy in his heart. "Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood." Zhang Bing explained awkwardly. "Sir, it's fine." Zhang Tingting always kept a smile on her face and asked, "Then, sir, do you want to charge money for a membership?" Zhang Bing was instantly a bit embarrassed. He couldn't get $1 million to charge for a membership right now. What's more, today he is here to receive 80% of the shares of the Tianlong Hotel. The whole hotel is his own, but also charging money to do what membership? But in front of a beautiful woman like Zhang Tingting, one must not lose face. And just then, suddenly a beautiful woman in a 3-pointed, very revealing, but at least 6-pointed, dress was seen walking over. "Zhang Tingting, Mr. Li wants you to go to room 88 immediately. Zhang Tingting instantly became very uncomfortable with her entire body and said in a low voice, Sister Fun, I'm not going. I'm just here to be a welcoming guest, nothing else. The exposed woman was probably around 30 years old, and although she looked a bit tacky, she also had an exceptionally hot body. At first glance, it's the one who's the foreman here, and has been working in the Wind and Moon place for at least 5 years. Xiao Zhang, don't say I didn't remind you. It was Mr. Li himself who named you. If you offend Mr. Li, do you still want this job? Think about it. You can make at least $20,000 a month coming here to welcome guests. And for what? Wang Fan had the tone of a person who had been there before and educated Zhang Tingting in front of Zhang Bing. Sister Fun, Zhang Tingting bit her lip and lowered her head, obviously extremely reluctant. Xiao Zhang, don't think so much. Serving Mr. Li alone is better than us specializing in this. And Mr. Li is the general manager of the Tianlong Hotel. In the future, with him covering you, what you want isn't all a matter of words? Your father's illness. Come to Kyoto for hospitalization and surgery. Mr. Li made a casual phone call and arranged it for you. Wang Fan continued to persuade, and with some words, Zhang Tingting's color was extremely complicated. At this time, Zhang Bing was a bit surprised in his heart and sort of heard everything out. He didn't realize that this Mr. Li was the bald man, Li Guoqing, who had previously been punched in the face by himself at the Aqua Orchid sales office. Obviously, Li was trying to subvert Zhang Tingting by taking advantage of his position. Zhang Tingting is not doing this. She came here as a greeter to make money. Family reasons. Damn. Dare to subvert my beautiful workers. Zhang Bing secretly cursed in his heart. Fortunately, he came today. Otherwise look at this situation, Zhang Tingting most likely to be forced. Miserable by Li Guoqing, kind of bald man spoiled. Sister Fun, please tell Mr. Li that I won't go to room 888. Hey, Xiao Zhang, why is this little girl of yours so stubborn? Be open-minded. This world is very realistic. Do you know how many yellow-bloomed girls in our hotel take the initiative to try to curry favor with Mr. Li? But Mr. Li still doesn't see it. Well, don't think so much. Listen to my sister's advice. As long as you go today, in the future in Kyoto to keep you eat fragrant and drink spicy. Wang Fan said while urging Zhang Tingting to grab over to the room. Sister Fun, right? At this time, Zhang Bing couldn't bear it. He spoke. People don't want to. Why do you have to instigate others to go? While I'm not averse to this, it's not very nice to force a good man into prostitution, is it? Who are you? Wang Fan looked at Zhang Bing. Seeing that Zhang Bing was young and obviously still a student, he actually lectured himself. Little brother, seeing as you're still in school, get out of here. What happens here has nothing to do with you. Seeing this, Zhang Tingting hurriedly explained. Sister Fun, he's a guest here and is planning to fill up money to open a membership. As soon as Wang Fan heard this, she became even more curious. How do you see Zhang Bing does not look like a rich second generation who can shell out $1 million to fill up the membership? Okay, little brother. Society is complicated. Get out of here. Go back to your books and stay out of it. Saying that, Wang Fan took Zhang Tingting's hand and was about to bring her to the private room where Li Guoqing was. Sister Fun, let go of me. I'm not going. I'd rather not have this job. Zhang Tingting struggled very angrily in her haste and made up her mind. Wang Fan was no longer the gentle and fine-tuned voice she was just now at this time. Her face changed and she threatened. Zhang Tingting, is it for your face? I'm telling you, you have to go even if you go today, and you have to go even if you don't. If you offend Mr. Li, not only will you not be able to get your salary, believe it or not, you won't be able to stay in Kyoto either. Ha! Zhang Bing couldn't listen anymore at this time completely and laughed coldly. What a big mouth. Not just a general manager of the Tianlong Hotel district. You're not just a pimp. Such a big mouth. So that people can't stay in Kyoto? Wang Fan's face sank, completely ignoring the fact that most of her body was exposed. What did you say, little brother? Do you know where this is? I know. Zhang Bing's expression tightened and turned unusually serious as he said, believe it or not, I'll make you lose your job later? You? Wang Fan couldn't help but snicker. She was not only the foreman of the 8th floor, but also one of Li's many mistresses. It can be said that every woman who comes to work here basically has an incestuous relationship with Li. Zhang Tingting had just arrived and was targeted by Li. Today is just free. So Li Guoqing gave this task to Wang Fan. You dare to come to our place and cause trouble. It seems you don't want to leave here properly today. Zhang Bing snorted coldly, not putting it in his eyes at all. As he pulled Zhang Tingting, who was at a loss for words, he said loudly, I'd like to see what you guys can do to me just by yourselves today. Just then, the elevator doors on the 8th floor opened, only to see a beautiful woman wearing sunglasses, dressed very sexy, carrying a designer bag walk down. Schoolmate, Why are you here too? The beautiful woman was none other than Wang Roland. Wang Roland had just stepped out of the elevator when she caught a glimpse of Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing was also a bit surprised, not expecting to run into Wang Roland here. Senior sister, I came here to inspect a little something. Zhang Bing casually found a reason, pondering in his heart, could it be that Wang Roland, apart from working part-time at Aqua Orchid Residence to sell luxury apartments, usually came to the 8th floor of Tianlong Hotel to work part-time? In that case, then one is really riding the bus. Wang Roland took off her sunglasses and revealed her foxiness, obviously not believing Zhang Bing's words, especially when he saw Zhang Bing grabbing Zhang Tingting's hand. Zhang Tingting's height and looks, and her body definitely did not lose out, and was even sexier than her. Wang Roland's eyes revealed a hint of jealousy that belonged to a woman. Schoolboy, you guys and sister won this? Zhang Bing snorted coldly and did not say anything. On the contrary, Wang Fan obviously knew Wang Roland, and her attitude towards Wang Roland was still respectful. As the head pimp here, Wang Fan's ability to read people's words and colors is absolutely first class. She could tell from the way Wang Roland looked at Zhang Bing that Wang Roland was eager to flatter and please Zhang Bing. The person who could make a young beauty like Wang Roland, who was extremely realistic and gold-digging, bow down and curry favor with him, could really be a rich second generation with a great deal of influence. So she immediately changed her face and said with a smile, "Ms. Wang, this little brother is your friend? We had a bit of a misunderstanding just now. Since he's your friend, it's fine." Chapter 8, Hello, Mr. Zhang. Wang Roland nodded thoughtfully and said, "Mr. Zhang is my schoolmate and my VIP client at Aqua Orchid." As soon as these words left his mouth, Wang Fan's heart was in awe. Aqua Orchid Residence, that is a well-known mansion. VIP customers are at least qualified to take the full payment for a mansion that starts at $50 million. Oh, Mr. Zhang, just now it was my sister who looked away. Sorry, don't take it personally. Wang Fan immediately changed her face. Even looking at Zhang Bing's eyes revealed ambiguity. Zhang Bing's heart burst with disgust. To this kind of pimp, actually wanting to eat his own boy's chicken, he really did not have any interest, especially since the other man's attire was so revealing that the loss of that haziness made him cringe. Alright, too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Go tell your Li Guoqing to stop hitting on Zhang Tingting. Wang Fan laughed awkwardly, then leaned over to Wang Roland's ear and whispered for a moment. Wang Roland was thoughtful, then said, "Schoolmate, I happen to be here to talk to Mr. Li about something. Why don't I help you communicate about your general manager Li's side later?" Zhang Bing didn't refuse and said, "That's fine, but tell Li Guoqing to get his ass down to the meeting in 10 minutes. After saying this, Zhang Bing pulled Zhang Tingting's hand and walked towards the elevator. Zhang Tingting did not refuse, instead feeling a solid sense of security. After descending to the 8th floor, Zhang Bing brought Zhang Tingting to the lobby of Tianlong Hotel. Due to the brighter lighting in the hall, he fixed his eyes on Zhang Tingting and realized that Zhang Tingting could only be described as having an angelic face and a devilish body. This kind of YouTuber, going to work in a place like that, sooner or later, something is going to happen. Ms. Zhang, don't go to work there in the future. With your looks and figure, wouldn't you be shooting yourself in the foot? Zhang Tingting nodded, her eyes full of aggression and helplessness. Zhang Bing was also clear in his heart, having heard Wang Fan mention a bit of it upstairs just now. Don't worry, come to me if you need anything. You'll get every penny of your paycheck, and no one will be able to touch you, but you'll have to wait first. Brother Bing, thank you. Zhang Tingting raised her head and looked at Zhang Bing, although the two of them were of average age. This cry of Brother Bing was gentle and sweet. Zhang Bing's heart was like an electric shock, and he had a primal urge. You're welcome, wait for me in the lobby first, I'll go up and take care of something. After saying that, Zhang Bing went up the elevator once again, and this time, he came directly to the president's office. And at this moment, the president's office of the Sky Dragon Hotel, Wang Chang's dad, Wang Ba, and Lin Hanyue's father, Lin Jin, had long since arrived, and they had been notified a long time ago. Someone has bought out 80% of the shares of the Sky Dragon Hotel through means, and someone will come today to complete the delivery. Mr. Wang I don't know what big brother cannot move before, directly buy away 80% of the shares. You actually agreed? Lin Jin asked with all curiosity. Their Lin family also occupied a little bit of shares in Tianlong Hotel, which was still exchanged by the Lin family at a great cost, and in fact, the Wang family was the one who occupied the absolute shares. Wang Ba's face was obscure and did not explain anything. It's a done deal. No point in talking too much. Just wait for the boss behind the scenes to sign off on it. Lin Jin smiled awkwardly, guessing from Wang Ba's reaction. With such a powerful big brother, Wang Ba definitely couldn't afford to offend and didn't dare to offend, so he could only obediently submit. Lin Jin, I heard that your daughter Lin Hanyue recently met a rich second generation at school, and made my son lose face. Is there such a thing? Lin Jun's heart tightened, so he had to rush to explain. Mr. Wang, no matter, Manhwa has no relationship with that what rich second generation. Humph. Wang Ba snorted coldly, rather warningly, and said, that would be best. Later on, after the boss behind the scenes has finished signing and confirming, you have your daughter come here immediately, or else Wang Chang's side won't be happy. Understand what I mean? Understood. Understood. I'll call now to make arrangements. Lin Jun was very uncomfortable in his heart, but the Lin family couldn't afford to offend the Wang family. If they lost the support of the Wang family's industry, the Lin family would fall apart, so they had to sacrifice their own daughter. Lin Hanyue. Just at this time, Zhang Bing, alone in the elevator, had arrived at the door of the president's office. Without any hesitation, he just pushed the door open and walked in. Inside, Wang Ba and Lin Jun and a few staff members were startled and fixed their eyes to find that it was just a young lad. What are you? Is this a place where you can come? Wang Ba had a displeased look on his face and was immediately about to order someone to notify the security guards to kick Zhang Bing out. Zhang Bing snorted coldly and shot a glance at Wang Ba. Seeing that his looks were somewhat similar to Wang Chang, he quickly guessed it. This man must be Wang Chang's real father. With a disdainful look on his face, Zhang Bing walked in and sat directly on the sofa with his butt, crossed his legs, took out his ID card, and lightly said, introduce myself, my name is Zhang Bing. Today I'm here to receive 80% of the shares of Tianlong Hotel. Upon hearing this, Wang Ba, Lin Jun and the others were immediately energized and their backs straightened. Before that, they received information about the mysterious Tycoon, including his youth, name, and so on. Mr. Zhang, so it's you. Zhang Bing smiled faintly, waved his hand, and said, no need to nag, do the formalities immediately. Alright, Mr. Zhang, please wait a moment. Wang Ba was respectful and personally went to get the transfer agreement that had been prepared long ago, walking over to Zhang Bing and bending over. Mr. Zhang, the agreement has long been prepared, just waiting for your signature. Zhang Bing didn't talk nonsense and took the agreement and signed his name with a brush. From this moment on, he himself was the biggest shareholder of the Tianlong Hotel. Drop. Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving 80% of the shares of the Sky Dragon Hotel, valued at $4 billion. Just after signing, a system beep immediately sounded in his head. I didn't realize that 80% of the shares of the Sky Dragon Hotel were actually worth $4 billion, which was really good. Mr. Zhang, please give your instructions. Wang Ba, Lin Jun and a few small shareholders stood respectfully in a row, waiting for Zhang Bing to lecture. Zhang Bing thought briefly and said, immediately have the hotel's general manager, Li Guoqing, roll up and meet me right away. Once they heard Zhang Bing's tone, Wang Ba, Lin Jun and the others guessed that it must be Li Guoqing who had offended him. However, Zhang Bing himself had given the word, so they didn't dare to disobey. So Wang Ba retreated to the side and directly took out his cell phone to make a call to Li Guoqing. Mr. Zhang, is it possible that Li Guoqing has offended you? Wang Ba asked cautiously after the call. Zhang Bing laughed coldly in his heart. Li Guoqing could not talk about offending himself, but Li wanted to use his position to subvert a beautiful employee of Zhang Tingting's caliber, and as the newly appointed boss, he definitely had to take charge. Offended can't be talked about. You'll know when Li comes. Chapter 9, Thunderbolts. At this moment, Li was relaxing inside the private room of the clubhouse on the 8th floor. It was intended to use his power to bully the new stunning beauty Zhang Tingting into submission, a person in a position like his. Basically, the vast majority of beautiful women were tired of playing, but like Zhang Tingting, this kind of original, extremely seductive, and with a hint of naivety and ignorance of the stunning beauty, really saw less. He just didn't expect that halfway through, Zhang Bing killed him and interrupted his plot. Li was about to throw a fit, but luckily Roland Wang showed up just in time. Wang Roland had come all the way here to make amends and maintain relations for the last time at the sales office. After all, last time, he did let the Li Guoqing lose face in public. How to say that Li Guoqing is also the manager of Tianlong Hotel? After Wang Roland's various pacification inside the private room, Li Guoqing only calmed down some of his anger, but his heart was still thinking about Zhang Tingting. But men, when they're done, they're basically in sage mode. Beauty Wang, I'll give you face this time and let that kid surnamed Zhang off the hook for now. You'd better tell him to wipe his eyes brightly next time. Alright, Mr. Li, you were so great just now. Wang Roland's face was flushed and she quickly put on her sexy wraparound skirt and pouted. He's just a kaiju with money in his family. He doesn't know any better. How can he compare to a successful man like you? Li Guoqing laughed, ruthlessly pinched Wang Roland's full, chubby buttocks, and said, you're a great little goblin, even better than us professionals. Well, not to talk to you. There should be something urgent over at Mr. Wang's side that calls for me to come over. Sky Dragon Hotel, President's office. Li put on his pants and hurried up. As soon as he walked in, he saw Wang Ba, Lin Jin, and a few minor shareholders all there. And there was a young man sitting in the boss's chair with his legs crossed, and everyone stood respectfully behind the young man. Li fixed his eyes and his eyes were filled with shock. Kid, why you? Unbridled. Li Guoqing, your dog eyes are blind. This is the new big boss of Tianlong Hotel, Mr. Zhang Bingzhang. As soon as Li finished speaking, Wang Ba angrily rebuked. Mr. Wang, he's the new big boss of our hotel? Li Guoqing was in complete disbelief. Just now when he was on the 8th floor, he wanted to go out and call someone to clean up Zhang Bing. In the end, it was only after being pestered by Wang Roland that the anger subsided a bit. Not to mention the last time he was mocked by Zhang Bing in public at the Aqua Orchid sales office. Li Guoqing, what? You don't want to work anymore? Is this the attitude you have towards Mr. Zhang? Lin Jin followed suit and reprimanded with a stern face. At this time, Li finally reacted from his incomparable surprise, and he inwardly sucked in cool air. How also did not expect. Zhang Bing is actually the mysterious tycoon behind, directly through various means to buy away 80% of the shares of Tianlong Hotel. Zhang, hello Mr. Zhang. Li Guoqing, who was a Jianghu veteran anyhow, immediately changed his face and nodded his head to greet Zhang Bing. Humph. Zhang Bing snorted disdainfully before standing up. Li Guoqing, right? I don't really have any conflict with you, but you dared to use your position to bully Zhang Tingting, so you know what to do? Yes. Li Guoqing nodded frantically and smiled. Mr. Zhang, please order. Zhang Bing didn't make any nonsense and said, you, now immediately go to the finance to settle the bill and get out of Tianlong Hotel right away. Understand what I mean? Li was dumbfounded. Wang Ba, Lin Jin and a few other minority shareholders were also shocked. After all, Li was trained and promoted by Wang Jin, and his business ability is still okay. Zhang Bing came up and directly tried to finish off Li, which was obviously too unexpected. Mr. Zhang, please give me another chance. Li Guoqing panicked. The position of general manager of Tianlong Hotel was a flavorful bun. He was not willing to let it go. This is not negotiable. Settle and roll immediately. Zhang Bing scolded rather domineeringly. Hearing this, Wang Bai immediately made a wink to Lin Jin and a few other small shareholders, and together they pleaded for Li Guoqing. After all, Li was his man, and occupying this important position would benefit him in the future. Mr. Zhang, you have just taken over the hotel. Li Guoqing has served for many years and still has the ability. Why don't you take the heat off? Yes, Mr. Zhang, if you like the one called Zhang Tingting, we'll arrange it right here, and you'll be satisfied. Zhang Bing looked at Wang Ba and sneered in his heart. Up until now, Wang Ba didn't know that his precious son Wang Chang had long been at loggerheads with him over Lin Hanhua. Wang Ba, did you not hear what I said clearly? Wang Ba's heart trembled, and the words on his lips were swallowed back. Li Guoqing is immediately fired, as well as the Tianlong Hotel. I want a big reshuffle. Anyone who has any opinions, just keep them. The majority shareholder has the right of veto, not to mention that Zhang Bing solely owns 80% of the shares, basically saying one thing and no one can oppose it. Soon after Li Guoqing was unwillingly blasted out, Zhang Bing knocked Wang Ba some more, and then intentionally or unintentionally made all sorts of hints to Lin Jin. This confused Lin Jin himself, and anyone with eyes could hear that Zhang Bing was deliberately supporting Lin Jin, and it was clearly stated that from now on the suppliers of Tianlong Hotel were completely handed over to Lin Jin for exclusive cooperation. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, thank you. Lin Jin was ecstatic, so that he would never have to be bullied by Wang Ba again. Wang Ba's face was blue, but he didn't dare to say anything. After explaining all this, Zhang Bing said that he would reassign someone to be the general manager of the hotel when the time came, and then he swaggered out. And at this time, inside a presidential suite of the hotel, Wang Chang had arrived half an hour ago, and he was waiting with great joy for Lin Hanhua to take the initiative to come and apologize to him. Today, he had already decided that no matter if it was by coercion or enticement, or if it was by drugging, he was going to do Lin Hanhua in. He didn't know yet that the Sky Dragon Hotel had changed hands. Now it was completely Zhang Bing's call, and Zhang Bing had already made strong arrangements. So the Lin family basically didn't need to flatter their Wang family and be threatened by the Wang family anymore. Lin Hanhua. Lin Hanhua. Today this young man must do you. Look at your usual pretense of being an innocent jade girl. Saying that, Wang Chang pulled out a blue bottle with a bad smile on his face. On the other hand, after Zhang Bing went downstairs, he directly went to find Zhang Tingting. Brother Bing. Seeing Zhang Bing coming down, Zhang Tingting immediately stood up and sweetly shouted. Zhang Bing smiled and said, your business is done. Li Guoqing has been fired. If there's a need, you can stay in the hotel as an administrative position. Don't go to the 8th floor as a welcoming guest anymore. As for the paycheck, you'll be satisfied. Zhang Tingting looked at Zhang Bing with disbelief and surprise. Although she didn't know what exactly Zhang Bing's identity was, she guessed that it was definitely Zhang Bing's energy that did all this. Bing, thank you. Really, a small matter. Zhang Bing laughed. It was at this time that Zhang Tingting's cell phone rang. She spoke to Zhang Bing and walked to one side to answer the phone. In less than a minute, Zhang Tingting hung up her cell phone with a look of horror and worry. Bing, I need to make a trip to Kyoto Hospital first. My dad's condition has gotten worse. Go on, don't delay, and get back in touch, Zhang Bing reminded. Zhang Tingting nodded, and then quickly walked out with her bag. Witnessing Zhang Tingting's departure, Zhang Bing's heart burst with a little excitement, while at the same time, he was also calculating. Now Li Guoqing rolled out. This hotel is at least their own industry. Must arrange a reliable own people to take over. Thinking about it, all of a sudden he slapped his thigh and said, there, Wang Wolin, that's her. Chapter 10, Operation Save the Flower. Wang Wolin's side personally came to the 8th floor of Tianlong Hotel, and after letting Li Guoqing vent his anger, he didn't leave at the first time. Li's status was considered a high-class connection for her as a socialite. Of course she wouldn't let this go, so she was still thinking that when Li's side was empty, she would be able to bring some help to herself. At the same time, Wang Wolin was also trying to use this to take credit with Zhang Bing. On this side, Zhang Bing took the initiative to call over. Wang Wolin was doubly delighted, and immediately the two of them met on the 8th floor. Zhang Bing was tickled in his heart and knew what Wang Wolin meant. The 8th floor is a clubhouse. If you deliberately ask yourself to go there to talk about something, there must be some meat there. But thinking about the fact that he guessed that he had mostly played with Li just now, he had little interest for the time being. After all, he wasn't that hungry himself. Senior sister, the 8th floor there is not the place to talk about things. Come down and find a quiet place. I have something important to tell you, Zhang Bing said calmly. Senior, don't say that. Do you think senior sister is dirty? Wang Wolin on the other end of the phone hit the nail on the head. This made Zhang Bing a little embarrassed, and he suddenly thought of letting Wang Wolin come to Tianlong Hotel as the general manager. The main thing is that this woman's social skills really stand out. She comes and goes and has a first-rate knack for reading people. Schoolmate, I'm waiting for you at Supreme Baofeng O. Don't worry, schoolmate won't eat you, Wang Wolin's side said and then hung up the phone. Zhang Bing sighed and decided to go to the 8th floor to talk anyway. The 8th floor supreme private room. The light inside is full of ambiguity. It was also the first time for Zhang Bing to go deeper, and seeing the sexy dressed beauties passing by from time to time, his heart was a little tickled. These beauties are definitely all goddesses when they casually take one of them out. To have a figure with a figure, height with a height. It is said to have at least one book on education to be able to, but also proficient in Chinese, English. Proficiency in an additional foreign language increases the performance commission by 10 points. Damn, don't say that Wang Ba and Li Guoqing still have some business sense and can play. Zhang Bing cursed in his heart. He came straight to the Supreme Baofeng and walked in. Wang Wolin was wearing a small white halter top and a half wrap-around skirt on the lower half of her body, with her hair draped over it. At a glance, Zhang Bing felt that Wang Wolin had a dusty atmosphere and was very charming, so it was a bit of a pity not to be in this business. Schoolmate, seeing Zhang Bing coming, Wang Wolin came over with a smile and very actively wrapped her arms around his neck. Do you see that you dislike your schoolmate? Sister is not what you think of the bus. I am a weak woman who wants to live a good life. Naturally, to be dipped by those men a little cheap, but not as exaggerated as you think. Well, Zhang Bing obviously didn't believe it. The last time he looked at the house, Wang Wolin's skillful maneuver, a set of movements in a flowing stream, that wasn't a pretense. Schoolmate, I'm telling the truth. I'm still a virgin. Wang Wolin wrapped her arms around Zhang Bing's neck and said in a flavorful manner, virginity. Zhang Bing didn't believe it 10,000 times, not to mention that he was here to talk about business. Senior Wang, stop. I do have something important to talk to you about. Wang Wolin smiled, then sat her butt on Zhang Bing's lap and asked in a low voice, what's so important about schoolmate? Li Guoqing has rolled out. In the future, you come to take his place, responsible for managing the daily business of Tianlong Hotel. The original treatment remains unchanged at the same time. As long as you do a good job, I can give you a little bit of shares. As soon as these words were uttered, Wang Wolin's entire body jumped up, her eyes glowing before a wave of skepticism flowed through her. Hokage, are you telling the truth? The Tianlong Hotel is owned by the family of Wang Chang, the rich second generation of our school. Do you mean what you say? Zhang Bing snorted coldly and said, it was indeed Wang Chang's family's before, but now it's already mine. Understand? Really? Wang Wolin's heart's beating wildly. She felt like she was about to get lucky. 1,000 times true. Zhang Bing didn't bother to talk nonsense and directly said, I chose to let you be the general manager because of your family's sociability. In addition, the Wang family still has some shares in the hotel. I want you to use the fastest speed, sensible and reasonable to completely clean out the Wang family. But the Lin family can't be moved. Know what I mean? Understood. Understood. Wang Wolin's mind was blank at this moment, immersed in great joy. She's an art school student who sells luxury homes on the side and becomes a pinup by virtue of her beauty and natural social skills. Isn't the reason for dealing with all kinds of rich people every day, going on all kinds of house tours, and coming here today to apologize to Lias to move up the ladder? I didn't expect Zhang Bing to realize it in one sentence. Hokage. No, Mr. Zhang, thank you for looking up to me. I won't let you down. Everything I have from now on is yours. Saying that, Wang Wolin directly squatted down. Then little by little, she undid her underwear, then slowly lifted up her wraparound skirt. Mr. Zhang, let me repay you for the kindness of knowing you. Don't. Pause first. Zhang Bing sternly refused. Getting down to business is important. A trace of disappointment flashed in Wang Wolin's eyes, but she also quickly calmed down. Mr. Zhang, do you have a grudge against the Wang family? Zhang Bing didn't deny it and replied, it's impossible to talk about having a grudge, but when I was in school, I had a little clash with Wang Chang, and today, I expelled Li Guoqing, giving the Wang family a hard time. Wang Wolin pondered, then said, Mr. Zhang, I heard Li Guoqing say at that time that Wang Chang is in the presidential suite of the hotel today, and it seems that he is waiting for Lin Hanyue, the flower of the art department of our school, to go to make amends and apologize. I've heard people say that you seem to know Lin Hanyue, and even gave her a ride in a Maybach. Asterisk. Zhang Bing immediately cursed in his heart and immediately stood up before quickly rushing out. At this time, the presidential suite of the Sky Dragon Hotel. Lin Hanyue was wearing a pair of flat shoes, a pair of blue skinny jeans, and a plain white t-shirt on her upper body. In spite of such a low-key and plain dress, that devilish body looked seductive in any way, especially that googly egg face. Looking at it was beyond pity, but when paired with that perfect body, it was enough to make a man lose his mind in an instant. She blushed hard, despite the 10,000 things in her mind that she didn't want to. However, her own father forced her to come to make amends with Wang Chang in person today by threatening her with death. She wasn't stupid, knowing that this apology today wasn't that simple, and that she was destined to jump into the fire pit. On one side was his future happiness and innocence, and on the other side was his father and the entire family. She had no choice but to come hard, silently praying for a miracle. The door to the room opened and Wang Chang's eyes glowed as soon as he saw Lin Hanyue. However, Wang Chang was still very pretentious as he coldly grunted. Yo, Lin Department Flower. This young man thought how hardcore you are. What? Why isn't that new rich kid you met in a Maybach S680 helping you out? Lin Hanyue lowered her head and said softly, Wang Chang, I'm sorry, please don't make things difficult for my father. Our Lin family, okay? Poof. Wang Chang snorted coldly and suddenly squeezed Lin Hanyue's plump buttocks. What are you doing? Lin Hanyue questioned angrily as she struggled violently. Wang Chang stopped pretending a long time ago and threatened. Lin Hanyue, if this is your attitude, get out immediately. Lin Hanyue's face became even more ugly, and in the end, she didn't leave. Seeing this, Wang Chang sneered, turned around and walked inside to bring 2 cups of red wine. A cup was handed to Lin Hanyue, saying, actually, we've known each other since we were little, and the family knows it. What is there to talk about? Besides, this young man has always been true to you. Drink this wine and we'll talk slowly. Lin Hanyue nodded, took a deep breath, and took the glass of red wine and gently sipped it. Wang Chang saw the situation full of greed, and then directly throw away the cup of wine in his own hands, poured Lin Hanyue's face kiss down. Chapter 11, The Hero Saves the Day. What are you doing? Get off me. Get off me. Lin Hanyue. Less ing pretending. This young man doesn't believe that you don't want the male and female thing. Inside the presidential suite of the Sky Dragon Hotel, the door wasn't even closed. Wang Chang then directly started to move strong against Lin Hanyue, who had previously maintained due respect. But helplessly Lin Hanyue couldn't look at a dude like him from the bottom of her heart, so she always had a hot face and a cold ass. This time, Zhang Bing's appearance had completely irritated him, which was why he had directly used his family's energy to bully Lin Hanyue into coming alone to apologize. And that glass of red wine, he drugged it long ago. Wang Chang, you are letting go of me. I won't let you have your way. Don't pretend. This young man told you that the wine has already been drugged, and you just took a sip. Later on, maybe you are still destined to beg this young man. Lin Hanyue was startled and struggled violently, trying to run outside. But soon, she felt her whole body burning, and her heart felt like millions of ants had crawled over it. Breathing also began to become rapid, and his whole body was soft with a feeling of weakness. Wang Chang laughed out loud in triumph at this time, knowing that the medicine was starting to take effect. He spent thousands of dollars to get this drug from abroad, and the effect is fierce. As expected, Lin Hanyue's remaining bit of consciousness had gradually been disintegrated, gritting her teeth and shouting no, but her body had already twisted as uncontrollably as the water snake. Don't worry, this young man will be responsible for you, ha ha ha. Wang Chang rubbed his fists and roughly tore Lin Hanyue's t-shirt directly, with his full, snow-white ones almost completely exposed to the air. He couldn't help but lick his tongue before trying to report Lin Hanyue to the bed with the intention of closing the door. It was also at this time that the elevator in the middle of the hallway rang. Zhang Bing rushed out in 100,000 fires and came straight to the presidential suite. Wang Chang, you're ing worse than that. Wang Chang, who was just about to close the door, was startled by Zhang Bing's sudden appearance, but he quickly regained his composure, thinking to himself that the hotel was his own. This was his own territory. Even if Zhang Bing had some strength, his own family was not a wimp. It's you again. Wang Chang held Lin Hanyue, who was only wearing her underwear, in one hand while viciously threatening, whatever you care, get the hell out of here immediately. Otherwise this young man will make one phone call and immediately call someone to break your legs. Zhang Bing took a look at Lin Hanyue's state at this moment. Her eyes were mesmerized, her body was twisting around, and the pure and innocent her didn't even take it seriously when her t-shirt was torn. One look and you can tell it's definitely drugged. Rubbish, you dare to drug Hanyue. Zhang Bing cursed and directly rushed in. Lin Hanyue, that was an innocent goddess that the system had allowed herself to pursue. How could she be insulted by a dude like Wang Chang? Soon, the two were wrestling directly with each other. Wang Chang had been pampered for a long time and was no match for Zhang Bing. Plus he was still holding Lin Hanyue, who was still having a drug attack. He didn't expect Zhang Bing to be so dry and directly take action against himself. Thus in just less than 2 minutes, he was directly beaten by Zhang Bing's head, then covered his head and fled while cursing. Seeing this, Zhang Bing did not pay any attention. The most Wang Chang could do was to go and call someone. The hotel was all his own now. Who would dare to go against him? He closed the door to the room, then carried Lin Hanyue to the bed. Let go of me. Zhang Bing, it's you. Lin Hanyue was in a daze, her eyes disoriented, her mouth kicking out rough breaths as if she was drunk, and a blush appeared on her white face. Together with the t-shirt that had just been torn by Wang Chang, the upper half of her body was wearing a black lace underwear. Zhang Chang couldn't help but take one more look and almost had a nosebleed. The departmental flower is worthy of the name. It's perfect in this state. However, he didn't want to take advantage of people's danger. Otherwise, what was the difference between himself and Wang Chang? Lin student, wake up. You've been drugged. Hold on, Zhang Chang shouted. But at this time Lin Hanyue were to listen to it. All hot and dry, tightly clamped legs, uncontrollable twisting of the body. The mouth has been shouting so hot so hot. Seeing this, Zhang Chang directly picked up a bottle of water and showered it down towards Lin Hanyue's face. However, it still doesn't work. This foreign imported medicine is a dream. The water dampened Lin Hanyue's hair, flowing all over her body along her snow-white skin, looking even more seductive. I'm so hot, Lin Hanyue shouted out of her mouth, suddenly hugging Zhang Bing's waist, her fingers instinctively trying to undo his clothes and pants. Student Lin, hold on. Zhang Bing tried his best to restrain himself. Although this was the goddess the system had told him to pursue, he didn't want to do it at a time like this. Drop. The system has detected that Lin Hanyue has been drugged. If the host can hold on to the temptation of the female color, the system will issue a mysterious prize. Just then, a system beep sounded in his head. Mystery prize. Zhang Bing was happy in his heart, but at this time, Lin Huanshue's movements were getting bigger and bigger. Eyes misty, he actually took off his jeans on his own. Skin as good as milk showed through. Hands hooked dead center around his waist, and she voluntarily pressed down into him. Asterisk. The system really picks its moments. Who can stand this? Zhang Bing cursed. Wasn't this deliberately testing himself? No, I can't take advantage of the situation. I must hold firm. And Lin Hanyue's jeans were off at this time. Her whole body skin was white and red. She was only wearing a black three-pointed style, and her whole body was stuck on him. Offered to come up and kiss him. Classmate Lin. You, hold on. The medicine won't last that long. Although Zhang Bing's mouth shouted, his but sat there motionless. Bang, 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 and just then the door to the suite slammed loudly, then was swiped open by the room card, only to see Wang Chang rushing in with Wang Ba, Lin Jin and the hotel security staff in a very angry manner. Zhang Bing, you damn dare to spoil this young man's good deed. Today this young man will settle old scores and new scores together with you. Wang Chang let out a curse. especially when the image of Lin Hanyue in a three-pointed style in front of him actively kissing Zhang Bing, with her entire body plastered on top of him, made his lungs explode with anger. Zhang Bing's brain instantly cleared the moment the door slammed, and he pushed Lin Hanyue down, then pulled the quilt with his hand and wrapped it around him. And the moment Wang Ba and Lin Jin saw Zhang Bing, the entire group was dumbfounded and froze in place. Dad, Uncle Lin, it's him. He also went against me at school last time, and just now, he even spoiled the good thing between Hanyue and I, and even made a move to beat my head bloody. Wang Chang pointed his finger at Zhang Bing, still oblivious to his anger. You shut up! Wang Ba's brain was racing as he let out a loud shout. How could he not expect that the rich second generation who had previously clashed with his son at school because of Lin Hanyue was actually Zhang Bing? Dad, what do you mean? I'm going to break his legs today. Wang Chang continued to clamor and was about to order the security guards to rush up. Asshole! Wang Ba made a quick choice and slapped Wang Chang's face, directly dumbfounding him. Mr. Zhang Bing Zhang is the new boss of Tianlong Hotel. Chapter 12, If You Don't Give Up. I'd like to be your son-in-law. What? Dad, he's the new boss? At that moment, Wang Chang's entire body froze, unable to believe what he was hearing. Asshole, why don't you apologize to General Manager Zhang immediately? The veins on Wang Ba's neck showed, and he slapped down another slap. As a billionaire, Wang Ba's insights were definitely much better than a foppish rich kid like Wang Chang who only knew how to eat, drink and have fun. He knew that Zhang Bing must be a big shot, plus he was now the new boss of Tianlong Hotel, so he definitely couldn't be offended. Wang Chang had mixed feelings in his heart for a moment, and his face was cloudy. The anger at first, then the shock, the confusion. Lin Jin also hurriedly stood out and said in a cold voice, Wang Chang, you still don't know, right? An hour ago, Mr. Zhang has already signed the transfer procedures, and now he alone has exclusive possession of 80% of the shares of the Tianlong Hotel. Humph. Zhang Bing was holding down the quilt-wrapped Lin Hanyue with one hand at this moment, while staring at Wang Chang with cold eyes. New scores and old scores will be settled later. How dare you underhandedly drug Miss Lin? Get out of here right now. After hearing Zhang Bing's reprimand, Wang Ba immediately made a decision before dragging Wang Chang, who was still in a daze, outside. A few security guards followed, and Lin Jin hesitated for a moment to follow. Mr. Lin, wait. Zhang Bing saw that Lin Jin was about to leave and immediately shouted, your daughter was drugged by Wang Chang. Now the drug is taking effect. Hurry up and call a doctor. Who knew that Lin Jin suddenly revealed a strange smile at the corner of his mouth and said, General Manager Zhang, anyway, Hanyue has already been drugged. The drug has already kicked in, so I guess it'll be fine after a while, so there shouldn't be any need to call a doctor. Since you and Hanyue are classmates, it would be better if I ask you to continue watching her. Zhang Bing was a bit confused. Of course he could hear what Lin Jin meant. He was a little offended that parents were trading their daughters. Mr. Lin, this can't be done. Miss Lin is a young woman, and this medicine is very strong. I'm afraid something will happen. General Manager Zhang, I believe in you. Even if something happens, it's fine. Lin Jin smiled faintly and said as he retreated outward, saying, Mr. Zhang, don't worry, I'll take care of the rest. After saying that, Lin Jin didn't forget to close the door. Zhang Bing sighed, always feeling strange in his heart. Seeing that everyone had left, he hurriedly lifted the quilt to let Lin Hanyue take a breath. At this moment, Lin Hanyue's entire body seemed to be ripe for the picking, her entire body white and red, her bumpy figure, and her breathing rapid. No man can hold it, unless he's a eunuch. Zhang Bing's heart was hard to resist even as he watched, but he thought of the system's prompt just now. There will be a mysterious reward if one can resist the temptation. Moreover, he really didn't have the teeth to do this kind of thing of taking advantage of people's danger, even if Lin Jin had even hinted at it himself just now, and was close to saying it explicitly. Damn it, since I'm going after you, I'm going to chase you fair and square, and I'll never take advantage of you while you're drugged up. Zhang Bing barked out a curse, then directly picked up Lin Hanyue's entire body with one hand. Lin Hanyue was completely lost in ecstasy, actively wrapping her arms around his neck. Zhang Bing had long been unable to hold back, and directly carried Lin Hanyue to the bathroom, then turned on the faucet and took the nozzle and showered Lin Hanyue with water. At the same time he sprayed frantically at himself, using this to calm himself down as well. After roughly another half an hour had passed, Lin Hanyue gradually became conscious. Ah! She screamed and covered her chest, then crouched in the corner and cried. Zhang Bing was relieved to see this and said, It's good that you're sober. If you're not sober, I really can't take it anymore. Lin Hanyue wiped her tears and looked at Zhang Bing with very complicated eyes before standing up. Hands wrapped around his chest, he ran inside the room like a thief. Zhang Bing looked at the perfect snow white body, especially the bare feet, trotting all the way to the room, the huge back, Absolutely man-killing. I'm too decent. Thinking of this, Zhang Bing pinched himself, then cleared his throat and shouted to the inside of the suite. I'm going out first. I'll ask the waiter to send you clothes and pants later. Drop. Just as Zhang Bing was planning to open the door and go out, the system's beep sounded in his head once again. Congratulations to the host for successfully resisting the temptation of beauty. The system will reward you with a set of ancient medical techniques. What the hell? Zhang Bing muttered in his mind. The promised $75 billion, the mysterious reward, is actually a set of medical skills? The ancient medical art is extremely precious. Its value is incalculable for the time being, and it has been burned into the host's mind. All the host needs to do is agree to accept it, and he can instantly learn the ancient healing arts. Wait, Zhang Bing was a bit anxious. He didn't want any medical skills, he only wanted real money. According to what the system said, this set of ancient medical techniques was of inestimable value, so if it exploded by $70 billion at once, wouldn't he lose his money? Please ask the host to decide whether or not to accept it immediately. The system beep sounded again and started counting down. Accept. Zhang Bing's heart crossed, suddenly realizing that money was already just numbers to a certain extent. Now that he is sitting in the Tianlong Hotel himself, he won't be short of money. Thinking that since it was a mysterious reward from the system, and the system had said that it was of inestimable value, then this set of medical skills should not be simple. Ding! The rewards for the ancient healing arts have been distributed. Please check and learn from the host. As the system beep ended, Zhang Bing immediately realized that there were many more strange things in his mind. In an instant there was a sea of things incorporated into the mind that didn't even need to be memorized, as if they were innate. He briefly sensed it for a few moments, and was instantly astonished. Hair, this is really hairy. With this set of medical skills, the world will be mine from now on. He cleaned up his mood and couldn't suppress his inner joy, sighing that he was fortunate to have resisted Lin Hanyue's temptation and agreed to accept the system's reward. He then opened the door and walked out. Lin Jin was looking at him with a smile on his face, but he didn't see Wang Ba and Wang Chang's father and son. Mr. Zhang, Lin Jin shouted with a smile. Zhang Bing paused and said, Mr. Lin, Miss Lin's medication has passed, but we have to notify someone to send her address before she can do so. Lin Jin nodded and asked, Mr. Zhang, are you still satisfied with Hanyue? What do you mean? Zhang Bing said with some irritation. Mr. Lin, I think you've misunderstood. I, Zhang Bing, am by no means a villain who takes advantage of others. I didn't do anything with your daughter. It's fine. Lin Jin obviously didn't believe it, then suddenly clasped his hands and said, Mr. Zhang, you are young and talented, and you have a sense of justice. If it wasn't for you, this girl Hanyue would have been spoiled by Wang Chang. I have an idea. I don't know if I should tell it or not. Zhang Bing nodded his head, signaling Lin Jin to say whatever he wanted. Lin Jin clasped his hands together and suddenly said with a serious expression, Mr. Zhang, if you do not abandon me, I would like to worship you as my son-in-law. Chapter 13, this medical skill is a real cow's nose. Zhang Bing was depressed for a while in his heart, not expecting Lin Jin to want to be his father-in-law. First of all, he had to admit that such a special creature like Lin Hanyue, a goddess of both innocence and temptation, a goddess of virtue and art, he liked very much, and it was the kind of thing that he liked from the bottom of his heart. But he himself is only 19 years old this year, has just finished his college entrance exams, is sitting on $75 billion, and has just been rewarded by the system with a set of dangling ancient medical skills. How can you hang on to a tree? If you get married so early, then you'll regret it later. First of all, not to mention, just met Zhang Tingting, all aspects of the absolute not inferior to Lin Hanshua. Mr. Lin, don't joke. I'm only 19 this year. I'm not of legal marriageable age yet. Mr. Zhang, this is all a small problem. I will definitely get these small things done. Lin Jin was eager to hug Zhang Bing's thick thigh, and naturally, he was not willing to let go easily. Why don't we have Hanyue drop out of school first and work for you as a living secretary? Or, why don't you let Hanyue give you a child first? An outstanding young genius like you must leave behind excellent genes early on. Zhang Bing cleared his throat and said, Mr. Lin, I treat you as a friend, but you want to be my father-in-law. That's not good. Don't mention this again. It's all up to fate. Lin Jin was still undeterred, and he had already made up his mind in his heart. Even if there was no way to tie up Zhang Bing today, he would still have to turn around and properly tame his daughter. Lin Hanyue, no matter what method he used, must be pregnant with Zhang Bing's child before anything else. By the way, Mr. Lin, I've already arranged for someone to take over Li's position as general manager earlier, and at the same time, the Wang family's relevant personnel in the hotel hope that you can assist the new general manager in kicking out as soon as possible. Everything else is as usual. You discuss it on the line. Involves a major change in the hotel investment. Must go through my consent to acquiescence can be. Alright, Mr. Zhang, everything will be done as you said, Lin Jin respectfully responded. And just then, Zhang Bing's personal cell phone rang. He opened it and it was an unfamiliar phone number. Hey, which one of you? Bing, it's me. My dad is dying. Can you lend me $500,000, please? I'm willing to be an ox for you. The voice of Zhang Tingting that was urgently with a sobbing tone immediately sounded on the other end of the phone. When Zhang Bing heard this, he immediately pacified. Tingting, don't be anxious. $500,000 is a small amount. I'll get ready to come over personally right away. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Bing immediately instructed Lin Jin. Mr. Lin, help me prepare a sum of money. Something has happened to my friend's father. I need to go over there immediately to take a look. After saying that, Zhang Bing quickly ran to the elevator. Not long after Zhang Bing left, a female hotel attendant came up with a set of clothes to give to Lin Hanyue inside the suite. 10 minutes later, Lin Hanyue had her wet hair tied up and was wearing sandals and the clothes the hotel had sent her. The whole person was watery, with a slight blush on her cheeks, and a perfect figure in the front and back. Daughter, how is it? How is it? Did you have sex with Mr. Zhang? Lin Jin immediately went up and asked. Lin Hanyue looked at her dad and was disappointed. Although she was drugged by Wang Chang, she was still conscious of what happened at that time and knew that Zhang Bing was now the big boss of the hotel. She couldn't have known better what her own dad had in mind. To your disappointment, Zhang Bing is an honorable man and didn't touch me the entire time. Ah, what Mr. Zhang said turned out to be true. Lin Jin felt a bit disappointed, but soon had a smile on his face. Daughter, Mr. Zhang is about the same age as you, and young and handsome and gold. The key character is okay. You say anything to hang on. Never. Find a way to conceive his child as soon as possible. Do you hear me? Lin Hanyue didn't pay any attention to her father, but a ripple went through her heart. If the last time she was at school, she only felt that Zhang Bing wasn't quite the same as an ordinary rich second generation, but this time, she had a strange feeling inside her, especially when she recalled the series of behaviors she had initiated at that time when her medication kicked in. Her entire face instantly reddened and her heart beat wildly. Kyoto, First People's Hospital. Zhang Tingting was agonizingly begging an attending doctor who was middle-aged but held his power very well. Ms. Zhang, the hospital is not a charity organization. There is no handling fee, and there's really nothing I can do about it. The attending doctor, Pang Biao, righteously refused while staring tightly at Zhang Tingting's long legs, just about drooling directly out. Director Pang, please, I've already called and borrowed money from my friend. My friend promised that he would send money over immediately. Zhang Tingting was on the verge of crying. His father's situation was now very serious. If we don't operate immediately, our lives will be in danger. She went to work as a greeter on the 8th floor of the Sky Dragon Hotel precisely for the money. Although the medical resources in Kyoto are commanded, the consumption is not affordable to the average family. It took a lot of money to find this Pang Biao as a primary care doctor, but the high fees made her feel desperate. Then wait until your friend sends the money, Pang Biao said while pretending to be unaware. He put his hand on Zhang Tingting's thigh. Ms. Zhang, $500,000 is not a small amount, and there are follow-up healing costs. I think you can consider thinking about my conditions. As long as you study with me for 3 years, I can lend you this $500,000. Zhang Tingting felt disgusted to the core and immediately took a few steps back. She wasn't stupid and knew that Pang Biao's words about studying for 3 years actually meant being his lover for 3 years. Seeing that Zhang Tingting refused to give in, Pang Biao wasn't angry and crossed his legs, saying, if you don't come up with enough money to pay for the operation within today, your father will definitely die. In Kyoto, there's a shortage of everything, just no shortage of beautiful women. Ms. Zhang, you'd better think about it. Director Pang, please respect me and yourself. I won't agree to your conditions. Zhang Tingting righteously refused, doubly disgusted. At this time, she was full of thoughts about Zhang Bing, whom she had just met, hoping that Zhang Bing was really reliable and could keep his words. Fine, then you can wait for your dad to die of pain alive. Pang Biao dropped these words, then got up and walked out. It was at this time that Zhang Bing also arrived at Kyoto Hospital. He dialed Zhang Tingting's number along with his cell phone number, and after a brief exchange between the two, Zhang Bing hoofed it to the 10th floor. The moment she saw Zhang Bing, Zhang Tingting was on the verge of tears, her eyes reddening. Bing, I had no choice but to bother you. It's fine. We're both surnamed Zhang. It's fate. $500,000 is a small amount, said Zhang Bing directly took out the bank card he was carrying and handed it to Zhang Tingting. He had explained to Lin Jin before he came, and I believe that Lin Jin would definitely not dare to be negligent, so I guess he had already called the money in. Chapter 14, Systematic Healing. After getting the money, Zhang Tingting immediately went to the hospital with Zhang Bing to pay the money, and then directly find Peng Biao to arrange the operation. Peng Biao shot a glance at Zhang Bing, seeing that Zhang Bing was young and could actually pull out $500,000. He was a bit incredulous. However, since the surgical fee had already been delivered, he had no choice but to prepare Zhang Tingting's father for the surgery immediately according to the regulations. Looking at the doctors and nurses who were busy going in and out, Zhang Bing and Zhang Tingting also kept following behind. Zhang Tingting's father is in a serious coma. Ms. Zhang, come over here and sign. Peng Biao shouted from the side. The success rate of surgery in your father's case is only about 30%, so if you're sure you want to have surgery, sign here, and the hospital won't be responsible for anything that goes wrong. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tingting immediately became anxious and quickly asked, Director Peng, didn't you say yesterday that the success rate of the surgery was very high? Peng Biao snorted coldly and said, Ms. Zhang, yesterday was yesterday and today is today. If you delay any further, your father's success rate for this surgery will be even lower. Zhang Tingting hesitated. With a 30% success rate, that was no different from gambling. She was just a 19-year-old girl who couldn't make up her mind at all for a while. It was also at this time that several nurses pushing Zhang Tingting's father and the stretcher also came over. One of the hot, young head nurses yelled, Where is Zhang Yunfeng's family? Moving for surgery? To operate? Sign immediately. Don't delay. Head nurse Qin, Zhang Yunfeng's family is here. Peng Biao was very polite to this head nurse and waved his hand in response. The head nurse, Qin Yuan, obviously looked at each Peng Biao in a good light, but instead looked at Zhang Tingting and said, Sister, your father's surgery can't be delayed, so since you've raised the money, hurry up and sign. Zhang Tingting hesitated. Peng Biao was a bit gloating and interjected. Nurse Qin, you don't know, the success rate of her father's surgery is only 30%, and I have to personally operate. If I were to do someone else, I'm afraid that even the 30% chance is less than that. You're good and you're capable, so why are you still dawdling? Qin Yuan angrily disliked. Peng Biao was embarrassed. Nurses and doctors belonged to two lines, and generally no one wanted to offend anyone. And just then Zhang Bing walked over as he inspected Zhang Tingting's father's condition. With just a glance, he could tell that Zhang Tingting's father's condition was indeed serious. Somehow, a number of strange ways came to his mind. Each method corresponds exactly to the condition of Zhang Tingting's father. This caused him to rejoice inwardly while basically confirming that this must be the ancient healing technique rewarded by the system. He didn't expect it to be so powerful. Tingting, sign it, it's fine. He didn't say anything nonsense. It's true that normal surgery only has a success rate of roughly 30%, but if it's supplemented with acupuncture treatment first, the success rate can be at least as high as 90%. Zhang Tingting looked at Zhang Bing with some shock. Her subconscious mind told her that Zhang Bing wouldn't lie to her, but for a while she couldn't believe it either. Zhang Bing, who was the same age as himself, was proficient in medicine. Even the head nurse, Qin Yuan, showed her surprise and looked at the young Zhang Bing with some surprise. Although wearing a mask, Zhang Bing concluded that this head nurse was definitely not older than himself by a few years, and was definitely a stunning beauty. What's your relationship with the patient's family? Do you know medicine too? Qin Yuan asked. Tingting and I are friends. As for medical skills, I know a little bit. Zhang Bing laughed. Qin Yuan glanced meaningfully at Zhang Bing and did not say anything else, but instead began to persuade Zhang Tingting to hurry up and sign. Zhang Tingting took a deep breath and without any further hesitation, she took the document and directly signed her name. Soon everything was ready. Peng Biao, despite all the yin and yang, had no choice but to fulfill his duties. Zhang Bing followed. He already had a clear judgment through the medical skills given by the system. If they operate directly, the risk is very high, or Zhang Yunfeng will really die. That's why you need to have some acupuncture before having the procedure. Get out. Is the operating room a place where you can come? Peng Biao had a nasty attitude towards Zhang Bing and reprimanded. Zhang Bing didn't have time to pay attention to Peng Biao at this moment and explained. Didn't you also say just now that direct surgery only has a 30% success rate? But I clearly told that the surgery is basically risk-free if treated through my acupuncture technique. Peng Biao laughed coldly and mocked. Kid, you're not very old, but your breath is not small. Quite capable of blowing. Blown or not, just try it and you'll know. Zhang Bing was calm. With the system in place, everything was absolutely fine. Young man, get out at once. Medicine is no joke. For you to talk about this aspect of treatment in front of Director Peng is tantamount to playing with a sword in front of Guangong's door. A few of the remaining stoppers and the nurses scoffed along with them. The head nurse, Qin Yuan, also said coldly, Brother, Peng Biao is our hospital's expert in this field. If the surgery can be made essentially risk-free through acupuncture, Then there wouldn't be so many people around the world dying every year from failed surgeries for this disease. Get out. The surgery is about to start. Zhang Bing let out a helpless sigh, knowing that the crowd did not believe him, but the system would never lie to him. I'm willing to take responsibility for all the consequences. Responsible? Pang Biao said sarcastically. Kid, you haven't grown your hair yet. How can you be responsible? Hurry up and get out of here. Originally I was allowed to come and still have 30% certainty. If I let you toss it down in advance, I might not even have 30% certainty. When the time comes for medical malpractice, will it be on you or me? Get out. With that, Pang Biao was about to inform the nurse to call the security guards. Zhang Bing also came on fire at this time, not giving this Pang Biao the slightest bit of face, sarcastically saying, "You're not a patient or anything? What are you so arrogant about here? Don't think I don't know how you bully Tina." Kid, what did you say? As the director of Kyoto Hospital, Pang Biao usually still wanted to save face. Seeing that his scandalous story was directly exposed by Zhao Feng, he became annoyed. You know in your heart what I'm talking about. At this time, Zhang Tingting also walked in. She looked at Zhang Bing gratefully, and could not make up her mind for a while. Bing, do you really know about medicine? Tingting, I'll be honest with you. If I do acupuncture first and then surgery, your father will basically be fine. But if he is operated directly, I'm afraid that the success rate won't even be 30%. What Zhang Bing said was also very direct. Through the medical skills rewarded by the system, he was very confident and had a plan. Okay, I trust you, Bing. Zhang Tingting finally made up her mind at this time. Zhang Tingting, don't say I didn't remind you. If your father dies, it has nothing to do with us. You brought this on yourself. Pang Biao heard that Zhang Tingting, a family member, had agreed, so it didn't matter to them. Zhang Bing glanced at Zhang Tingting and said soothingly, Tingting, don't worry. Saying that, he went directly to the front of the ward, then asked the nurse for some sterilized silver needles. Chapter 15, You want to steal the credit? Afterwards, based on the medical techniques that surfaced in his mind, Zhang Bing formed seals with both hands and began to stab in specific acupoints on the unconscious Zhang Yunfeng's body. The maneuver was so arcane that ordinary people couldn't understand it at all. However, this seemed to Pang Biao, Qin Yuan and the others as if it was similar to a juggling act in the jungle. Zhang Tingting clenched her fists tightly and quietly watched from the sidelines, her palms sweating with nervousness. She chose to believe Zhang Bing because he not only helped her get rid of Li's subterfuge. I just met her and lent her $500,000 without saying a word. Pang Biao, however, grunted coldly from the side. I thought there was really something capable. Just a small crook of the jungle who read too many TV novels. Just a few random zaps from you if it has any effect. We learned medicine for nothing. Director Pang is right. This kind of Chinese acupuncture is almost all frauds. This kid is young and doesn't learn anything. He goes and learns about crooks. The crowd began to be sarcastic and mocking. Zhang Bing did not take any notice. His technique became faster and faster, and the position of each needle he stuck was all reversed, making the others not understand at all. The whole process lasted for about 10 minutes before Zhang Bing stopped. Well, I've already penetrated the patient's body's major hidden acupoints with silver needles, so if I operate now, it will be very safe and the results will be exceptionally good. I'll leave the rest to you. Zhang Bing put away the silver needle, wiped his hands and said confidently, Ha! Pang Biao was the first to walk over at the sight and threatened, Kid, you'd better stay honestly in the hospital and not go anywhere. Now we operate on patients normally. If it's okay it's fine. If something goes wrong, you're not going to be able to eat it. Whatever. Zhang Bing was full of care. According to the system rewarded medical skill recorded in this acupuncture skill, he could only use 2 words to describe it as magical, and there was no way it could be wrong. You guys notify the hospital security guards to keep an eye on this kid. Don't let them run away. Now we'll start preparing for the surgery. Pang Biao commanded. Zhang Bing didn't say anything more when he saw this, so he retreated with Zhang Tingting. The two sat on a hospital hallway bench, and sure enough a couple of hospital security guards came and stood guard from a distance. Zhang Bing didn't hitch a ride and had a subdued look on his face. Brother Bing, thank you, Zhang Tingting whispered. Can you give me some time for that $500,000? I will definitely pay you back as soon as possible. He. Zhang Bing laughed. You don't have to be polite. Feel free to return it or not. It's fine. Zhang Tingting's eyes glistened with tears inside as she murmured, Brother Bing, you're so nice. Everyone I met when I came to Jingdu wanted to hit on my body. Only you didn't want anything and were willing to help me. Zhang Bing froze and looked at Zhang Tingting, secretly laughing in his heart. In the face of this kind of excellent special thing, normal men have to move crooked thoughts off. Himself is no exception. It's okay, when your dad's surgery is over, he can be discharged after recuperating for a while. As for the side of the Tianlong Hotel I have made arrangements. The salary to you is issued. As you paid vacation is good. A small matter. although Zhang Bing spoke lightly. To Zhang Tingting's ears, there was a warmth within her heart. She stole a glance at Zhang Bing, her heart fluttering a little. Brother, thank you, Zhang Tingting once again said gratefully. Zhang Bing said on his lips that he didn't care, but in reality, he was secretly happy in his heart. He had a premonition that Zhang Tingting would be able to take it herself. Time flew by so fast that 2 bells passed in a flash. At this time the door of the operating room opened. Pang Biao, Qin Yuan and several other doctors and nurses came out from inside. Zhang Tingting immediately stood up and ran over to ask, Director Pang, how is my dad's surgery going? Pang Biao took off his mask with a springy face and said, Ms. Zhang, you have to treat me to dinner tonight. Your dad's surgery was a great success. I've done a lot of surgeries like this, and I'm kind of in over my head today, and in a little while your dad will wake up and recuperate for a while and he'll be fine. Yes? Zhang Tingting was overjoyed upon hearing this, and said gratefully, Thank you all, thank you so much. At this time, Zhang Bing also stood up. He had a cold smile on his face as he looked at the unsuspecting Ping Biao. It's obvious that the pussy wants the credit for himself. Director Pang, are you sure it was you? Pang Biao frowned as he sized up Zhang Bing, a hint of strange coloring evident within his eyes. Kid, if it wasn't me, was it really you who just did some random acupuncture? Ha! Zhang Bing said sarcastically. That's naturally, I've long said, acupuncture first and then surgery. Basically safe and sound. Didn't you say so yourself? There's only a 30% chance of success. Humph. Pang Biao was actually very shocked in his heart. He was shocked beyond belief inside when he was operating. Diseases like Zhang Tingting's father's are not rare, but they are very complex indeed. Surgery has a really low success rate, but this time it went surprisingly well. In his heart, he had actually already associated it with the reason why it went so smoothly. Most likely it was really due to Zhang Bing's pre-operation acupuncture. But for such a thing, such a heavenly credit, would he give it up? Boy, you are really not ashamed. Really still think that he casually acupuncture. I tell you, if there is no knife, the patient, not to mention the success of the operation, whether it can survive or not is still a problem. Is that so? Zhang Bing thought briefly and said, in that case, I believe that the hospital should still have this kind of patient, so you can go ahead and try manipulating it. How about if you can consistently achieve the results you have now, even if your medical skills are superb? When Zhang Bing said this, Pang Biao froze for a moment. He wouldn't dare to bet on it, because every time in the past, all the surgeries for the same condition that passed through his hands ended in failure. Why don't you dare? Are you afraid of making a fool of yourself? Little, don't you talk nonsense. I, Pang Biao, can climb to the position of director in Kyoto Hospital? Is it not a watery goods? Pang Biao completely came on fire and said angrily, what does that have to do with me? Zhang Bing coldly grunted, I've seen shameless ones, but this is the first time I've seen one as shameless as you. What did you say? Pang Biao was completely fuming, especially while arguing with Zhang Bing. The doctors and nurses around him actually had no one to help him. This showed that the other doctors and nurses had obviously acquiesced that the reason why the surgery was successful was because of Zhang Bing. Security. Security? Immediately blow this little out of the room and don't allow to set foot in the hospital again. Zhang Bing frowned and his face sank. Originally he was just not used to seeing Pang Biao, but Pang Biao, this mouthful of little people, made him completely angry. He himself is worth 75 billion. If announced, the existence of the Forbes of Longguo at least top 20. Damn. Being insulted by a middle-aged greasy man. It's still not good enough? Your mouth stinks. Zhang Bing let out a roar and directly threw down a slap towards Pang Biao's face unexpectedly. Chapter 16, This is our Mr. Zhang. This slap stunned everyone, and everyone stared at Zhang Bing with wide eyes. Pang Biao himself was confused. He was at least the director of the Kyoto Hospital, and he had a lot of status and resources in society. I can't believe I was directly slapped by a 19-year-old student. Nima. Little you dare to hit me. I want you to not be able to mix in Kyoto. Reacting. Pang Biao's eyes turned red and he burst out. Zhang Bing, however, appeared calm and said disdainfully, just you? You don't even take a piss and look in the mirror. You're not even worthy of lifting my shoes. You wait for me. I want you to go out lying down today. Pang Biao was fuming, directly pushing away the hospital people and angrily running towards his office. Why are you so impulsive? Little brother? You're in big trouble. Yes, Director Peng has a very hard relationship background. Even the dean has to let him have 3 points in the hospital. You actually slapped him in front of us. You're finished. Many nurses and doctors persuaded and sympathized with Zhang Bing. Zhang Tingting was also dumbfounded, not expecting the svelte-looking Zhang Bing to make a direct move. Bing, what should we do? You go first. What will you do if I leave? Zhang Bing asked with a smile. You've helped me a lot. Director Peng is very energetic. We can't afford to offend. Just go. Although Zhang Tingting was afraid in her own heart, she kept persuading in order to protect Zhang Bing. This made Zhang Bing feel a trace of warmth in his heart. At least the other party was kind-hearted, not a gold digger, and looked like a national beauty. Don't worry, it's fine, not afraid, Zhang Bing said full of concern. Hey, little brother, you don't realize the magnitude of the problem. Director Pang must have gone to his office to get his cell phone to call someone. Whispering to you, Director Pang has a very good relationship with Mr. Wang, the owner of the Tianlong Hotel, and Wang's family has a social background and is sitting on billions of assets. Several nurses started whispering reminders from the sidelines. Hearing this, Zhang Bing couldn't help but laugh. After half a day, the backer of the bull-nosed Peng Biao is actually Wang Ba. Hey! At this time Qin Yuan, the head nurse who hadn't said anything, sighed. She was seen removing her mask and revealing her true face. As expected, it was just as Zhang Bing had speculated. Not too old and extremely beautiful. You're so impulsive. So many of us watched. Of course we know that the fact that the surgery was so successful today had nothing to do with your early acupuncture. But Peng Biao is a chief physician anyways, and has a complicated relationship behind him. You just hit him. And according to his character as a person, I'm afraid it won't end well. Zhang Bing looked at Qin Yuan and was amazed in his heart. Just for this face, at least 8 points upwards. Definitely not below Zhang Tingting, Lin Hanyue. But it's hard to tell what the figure is like because of the white coat. Sister Qin, it was the other party who just scolded me, and that's why I did it. Since he wants to call for revenge, fine, I'll just wait. Seeing how young you are, you should still be a student. A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. The Wang family of the Tianlong Hotel has very tough tactics and has always had a good relationship with Peng Biao. Are you really not afraid? Zhang Bing laughed. Mentioning others he might have hesitation, but Wang Ba, he really didn't take it too seriously. Well, I'll help you in this matter. You wait here first, I'm going to change my clothes, just in time for something to find you. Qin Yuan seemed to have a great background and was very calm. After glancing at Zhang Bing, he dropped these words and left first. The other doctors and nurses suddenly showed envy when they saw this. You're lucky, little brother, that the head nurse is willing to help you. You don't know, the head nurse's family has an unfathomable background. Even Director Peng can't afford to mess with her. Hearing the doctors and nurses' door murmur, Zhang Bing had a feeling of sudden realization. No wonder he saw that Peng Biao's attitude towards Qin Yuan was obviously unnatural and somewhat awe-inspiring. And after Zhang Tingting heard all this, the heart hanging in her heart relaxed a bit. Let's go see your dad first, Zhang Bing suggested. Inside the ward, Zhang Yunfeng looked significantly better after his surgery, but the anesthesia hadn't passed yet, so he was still asleep. However, all the doctors had just said that the surgery was very successful and that he could be discharged after a period of recuperation, which also meant that Zhang Yunfeng was out of danger. Brother Bing, I really don't know how to repay you properly. Zhang Tingting looked at Zhang Bing with a look of spring inside her eyes and said in a low voice, it's nothing, just a show of hands. As long as your dad is fine then it's good. Zhang Bing laughed. Brother Bing, you're so nice. Zhang Tingting clenched her pink fist and said somewhat shyly, yes? Zhang Bing's eyes from the corner of his eyes always looked at Zhang Tingting's long legs and the steep back. To be honest, he really wanted to be like Li Guoqing, Peng Biao and these people in his heart at that time. With the power in his hands, he coerced. It's most efficient to do so, whereas playing nice, as you're doing now, falls flat on its face. Brother Bing, I want to repay you properly once when my father's condition stabilizes. Zhang Tingting suddenly opened her mouth, her voice dainty. How do you plan to repay me? Zhang Bing asked curiously. If you're talking about money, you're worth $75 billion yourself. Don't ask. You'll know by then, Zhang Tingting said, her entire face reddening. When Zhang Bing saw this, his heart was happy. He knew there was guaranteed meat, and Zhang Tingting couldn't say she had already fallen. Zhang Bing, little man, get out. And just at this time, Peng Biao's angry curses came from outside the ward, instantly disrupting the ambiguous air inside the room. Zhang Bing snorted coldly and said, Tingting, you take care of your dad here. Your dad should be waking up soon. I'll go take care of it. Bing, you have to be careful. Zhang Tingting shouted with concern. Zhang Bing smiled and felt some warmth in his heart. Suddenly, she realized that Zhang Tingting's concern for herself didn't carry any profit money. There are times when money really isn't everything. At this moment, outside the hospital room, Peng Guoqing evoked a suit of clothes, with 5 fingerprints on his face, and almost spitting fire inside his eyes. Many of the hospital nurses and doctors came out to watch. Don't blame me for being impolite if your mouth stinks that much again. Zhang Bing walked out and snorted coldly. Today I'm going to let you know how the wrong word is written. Peng Biao's attitude was quite domineering as he roared. Mister, Wang from the Tianlong Hotel is already on his way over personally. Director Peng, forget it, it's not necessary. Yes, Director Peng, for the sake of him still being small, let's just apologize to you for making amends. Some of the doctors and nurses still opened their mouths to persuade them, but everyone knew it was no use at all. Who knows that Zhang Bing does not care at all, not to mention whether Qin Yuan can be set up on his own to one stop here. Wang Ba came to the estimation will also be instantly. None of your business, all of you shut up, Peng Biao reprimanded. These doctors and nurses don't dare to offend Peng Biao, and can only hope that Qin Yuan's side will step in soon. Chapter 17, Are you convinced? Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Mr. Wang has arrived. Soon, a group of men in suits came down the elevator, yelling, and split into two rows to disperse the crowd. It was obviously Wang Ba himself who had come over. The Sky Dragon Hotel was very famous in Kyoto, and Wang Ba, as the owner of the hotel, had always been famous as well. In particular, the Wang family controlled by Wang Ba often did some unseemly things in secret, so the general public didn't dare to mess with it. After all, to the white side, people worth billions of dollars. To the black side, other people under the hands of a large number of horseboy minions. Seeing that Wang Ba himself had come, Peng Biao quickly walked up. Mr. Wang, please, Peng Biao shouted politely. Director Peng, I, Wang Ba, am the most righteous person. Whoever dares to beat you up is too disrespectful. Wang Ba was wearing a suit and had the proper air of a thug. This is completely different from before in the hotel president's office. Then I'd like to thank Mr. Wang in advance for making the trip over personally. Peng Qing complimented. A small matter. I'd like to see who has eaten their heart out and dared to make a move on you. Peng Biao nodded, then led Wang Ba's group towards the direction where Zhang Bing was. Peng Biao pointed his finger at Zhang Bing and said, Mr. Wang, it's this kid. I guess he has some background. Wang Ba followed the direction of Peng Biao's finger and saw Zhang Bing standing there with a disdainful face at a glance. At once, his entire body froze, and he scrambled to remove his sunglasses. Mr. Wang, it is this small. It is estimated that it should be a rich second generation with a bit of background at home. Damn, how dare to hit me. Help me get him out of here. I'm going to fix him up real bad later, Peng Biao said with resentment. Wang Ba at this time in his heart almost Peng Biao ancestors 18 generations have greeted once. If it is not his intention to get involved in the pharmaceutical industry, so he gave enough face to Peng Biao. Personally bring people. Otherwise this little thing. How can he live as also a number one person? As to personally and not the same as the social people to come over to support the scene? Unexpectedly, it was actually Zhang Bing. Mr. Wang, as long as we don't get anyone killed, we can do whatever we want. Peng Biao hadn't even noticed that something was wrong, and was still playing with his own wishful thinking in his heart. The idea was to use Wang Ba's name and strength to ruthlessly fix a wave of Zhang Bing, thus forcing Zhang Tingting to become his lover. He had been mixing for so many years. His eye for people was still very accurate, and he had seen early on that Zhang Tingting was definitely interested in Zhang Bing. Alright, surname Peng, stop barking there. Zhang Bing sneered and strutted over. Zhang Bing Xiao, in front of Mr. Wang, you still dare to be so wild? Do you really think Qin Yuan helped you and I didn't know? Peng Biao yelled. Asterisk 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 asterisk, do I need Nurse Qin to help me? Zhang Bing smiled playfully, then looked at the incredibly embarrassed Wang Ba and asked, Mr. Wang, what do you think? When these words came out, immediately, Peng Biao's entire body froze for at least 3 seconds. Then his brain raced, reacted, looked at Wang Ba in shock, and asked in a small voice, Wang, Mr. Wang, you know him? Peng Biao. Wang Ba mentally cursed Peng Biao really harmed him as well, and said angrily, are you blind? This is our newest boss in place at the Sky Dragon Hotel, Mr. Zhang Bing Zhang. The newest boss? Zhang, Mr. Zhang? Peng Biao's entire body felt like it was going to explode as Wang Ba's words exploded in his mind like a thunderbolt. Asshole, why don't you apologize to General Manager Zhang immediately? Wang Ba once again let out a furious rebuke. Peng Biao's entire body was dumbfounded as he looked at Zhang Bing, stuttering and saying with great reluctance, Zhang, Mr. Zhang, it's me who has eyes but doesn't recognize MT. Tai. Ha. Zhang Bing looked at Peng Biao, who was like a different person before and after, and completely lost the look of wanting to eat himself just now. Weren't you just screaming for joy? Peng Biao lowered his head, not daring to talk back. Alright, keep your mouth clean from now on. I don't have any grudges against you. Remember, no more hitting on Tina. And Tina's dad is hospitalized here. You know what to do? Yes. Peng Biao gulped. Although he was also a person with energy, he was definitely not comparable to Wang Ba, who was worth billions of dollars, and even Wang Ba was respectful to Zhang Bing. Tianlong Hotel had become Zhang Bing's without him even realizing it. So how could he dare to offend such a person? Everything is done according to your instructions, Mr. Zhang. Humph. Seeing this, Zhang Bing gave a cold snort of disdain, looked at Wang Ba, and said, "Alright, this is a hospital, not a food market. Hurry up and disperse." Wang Ba nodded and waved his hand. Then with his men, he quickly left. Seeing this, Zhang Bing also stopped saying anything and walked towards the ward in front of him before closing the door. All the people in the hospital were stunned. No one expected that the so young Zhang Bing was actually the boss behind the Tianlong Hotel. Seeing Zhang Bing going and returning so quickly, Zhang Tingting hurriedly moved forward and said with concern, "How is it? Did Nurse Qin help you out?" Zhang Bing laughed and didn't admit or deny it. "Matron Qin is a good person. She helped me a lot before when my dad first came to the hospital," Zhang Tingting lamented. And at this time, Zhang Yunfeng had already been awake for a few minutes. Zhang Tingting also informed the matter in detail. Seeing Zhang Bing, although Zhang Yunfeng was still unable to move, he still said gratefully, "Young Master Zhang, thank you. It's a blessing for our old Zhang family that Tingting knows you." "Uncle Zhang, you're welcome. I'm not a young master. Just call me Zhang Bing," Zhang Bing said modestly. And just then, there was a knock on the door outside the hospital room. A nurse poked her head in and shouted in a low voice, "Zhang, Mr. Zhang, the head nurse's side asks you to go to her office." "Okay." Zhang Bing agreed and said hello to Zhang Yunfeng, Zhang Tingting's father and daughter, before getting up and going to find Qin Yuan, office of the chief nurse. As soon as Zhang Bing walked in, he looked straight in the eyes. In front of him, a hot, beautiful woman in a short skirt, black silk, and a glimpse of a black halter top was standing there waiting for herself. This beauty was none other than the head nurse. "Qin Yuan, what are you looking at? Never seen a beautiful woman before." Qin Yuan gave a cold snort without any good humor, then walked over and closed the office door. Zhang Bing smiled awkwardly and said, "I didn't expect that such a famous head nurse of a tertiary hospital would actually be so young and good-looking." "Put." Qin Yuan couldn't help but laugh before bending down to pour water for Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing watched from behind and exclaimed in his heart, "The plump, rounded rear is simply decapitating." This made the first thing that came to his mind was the first time he went to look at houses with Wang Roland. But Qin Yuan, this is a real extreme special thing. Although almost 30, but still single and unmarried. Extremely well maintained. That kind of mature charm is definitely something that younger women can't have. "Hey, can't see that you're so young and colorful." Qin Yuan stood up and handed water to Zhang Bing, ranting, "Sister, a fair lady, a gentleman. I'm flirtatious but not nasty," Zhang Bing defended. "TSK. Qin Yuan sat down, then said, "It's really hard to tell. I didn't expect that you're actually the boss behind the Heavenly Dragon Hotel, and that Wang Ba is actually willing to sell such a core hotel to you." Chapter 18, The Beautiful Nurse. "Sister is overstating it. I call this low-key." Zhang Bing laughed. Qin Yuan had a pair of eyes that were watery and staring at Zhang Bing, which made Zhang Bing feel a little less than good. He had a feeling that he would definitely have something happen with Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan is almost 30, and he himself is only 19. He had little resistance to this kind of mature imperial girl. "Brother, do you know why I asked you to come to my office?" Qin Yuan opened her mouth and asked. Zhang Bing shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Qin Yuan suddenly turned serious all of a sudden and said, "How did you become proficient in the art of acupuncture? And the results are so great." Zhang Yunfeng's kind of disease usually has a very low success rate for surgery. This time, Peng Biao was able to obtain success perfectly, and it should be the result of the acupuncture you did before the operation. Hearing this, Zhang Bing probably understood in his heart. Qin Yuan was interested in her acupuncture technique, but it was an ancient medical technique rewarded by the system, so she definitely couldn't reveal it to anyone. Besides, ancient medical techniques are all-encompassing, not just acupuncture. He had simply tried to utilize one of them. "Sister Hope, it looks like you're interested in my acupuncture skills. Not bad." Qin Yuan didn't hide anything and directly admitted, "I won't hide it from you. My grandfather suffers from the same disease as Zhang Yunfeng, but has been under effective medication control. Now that he's getting older, he can't be completely cured unless he undergoes surgery. But this surgery, as you know, is extremely risky and has a very low success rate." Zhang Bing instantly understood for a second and asked with a smile, "Does Sister Yuan want me to use acupuncture to treat your grandfather first before operating?" "Yes, brother is so smart." Qin Yuan smiled sweetly. Zhang Bing had a good impression of Qin Yuan. After all, just now Qin Yuan personally said that she would help him solve Peng Biao's problem, even though it would not be useful in the end. However, he wanted to tease Qin Yuan, a stunning imperial sister. "First, it's okay, but what's in it for me? Hope, how much do you want? Make an offer." Qin Yuan said briskly. Ha ha. Zhang Bing couldn't help but laugh. He is worth $75 billion, although it is given in batches, but now he is also sitting on a set of mansions, 80% of the shares of Tianlong Hotel, like a person who lacks money. Although he still didn't know what background Qin Yuan's family had, there were only a handful of people in the entire Dragon Kingdom who could be worth $75 billion. Sister Hope, you see I'm the one who's short on money. Qin Yuan was a bit embarrassed, realizing that she had just spoken without thinking. It's also true that the Sky Dragon Hotel is making money day in and day out, and it's all becoming yours. So what do you want? Zhang Bing shook his head and laughed. I don't really seem to be lacking anything. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan became a bit anxious. She instantly raised her beautiful legs in black silk and stretched them out towards Zhang Bing. Brother, if you can help Zhang Tingting, you can also help your sister, right? Asterisk. Zhang Bing was shocked in his heart and said, this is a beauty trick? Brother. Zhang Bing felt his bones getting crispy. Being called brother and brother by Qin Yuan in such a delicate manner. Hope, I'm teasing. Don't worry, I'll take care of your grandfather. He. Getting Zhang Bing's promise, Qin Yuan immediately smiled wryly. But I can't say what your grandfather's current condition is without seeing it for myself. We can make an appointment later and I'll check it out. Qin Yuan nodded, put on her high heels and stood up, saying, let's do it 2 days later. I'll call you in 2 days, and we'll go see my grandfather together then. If you can do this favor, my Qin family won't treat you badly. Yo. Saying that, Qin Yuan even flashed a flirtatious smile at Zhang Bing. The two then left the office together. After making an appointment with Qin Yuan, Zhang Bing went to the ward to greet Zhang Tingting and Zhang Yunfeng before leaving the hospital. He went straight to the Sky Dragon Hotel. By the time he arrived at the Tianlong Hotel, Lin Zhen's ability to do his job was efficient and speedy. Already everything is in order and Renee Wang is on board. Mr. Zhen. Hello, Mr. Zhen. Wang Roland, Lin Zhen, and the other managers of the hotel shouted respectfully when they saw Zhang Bing coming. Zhang Bing also responded politely to the crowd one by one. He then went directly to Wang Roland's office. Mr. Zhang, why don't I give you a massage? Wang Roland was wearing a professional dress book with a hot body. However, Zhang Bing's interest had waned quite a bit at this point, mainly because there was no harm without comparison. Lin Hanyue, Zhang Tingting, including Qin Yuan, who she had just met. These three YouTubers were all outside of Wang Roland. The only advantage of Wang Roland is that she is open. As a salesman comes from the world, she knows more about men's hearts and has a high emotional intelligence. That's fine. It just so happens that I'm a bit tired. After thinking about it, Zhang Bing did not refuse. Sit straight down in the boss's chair and cross your legs. Seeing this, Wang Roland walked over and directly squatted down, her full peaks revealing at least a large portion of them. I want to know some information about the 8th floor clubhouse. Have you learned anything about it since you took over? Zhang Bing asked as he closed his eyes and enjoyed himself. Mr. Zhang, there are a total of 88 staff members in the 8th floor clubhouse, including 20 people from the United States, Japan, and South Korea, with an average age of 25 years old, a height of 1 meter 6.5, and 3 circumferences respectively. The price is. While massaging, Wang Roland informed the situation of the 8th floor clubhouse in detail as if it were a family affair. Not bad. I really didn't look at the wrong person. Zhang Bing was very satisfied with Wang Roland's attentiveness. After all, it had only been a few hours since he took over. 88 people, 20 from foreign countries. Zhang Bing thought into Fifi in his heart. No wonder it was as hard for Li to be killed by himself as if he had died as his own father. These 88 people, changing one for each day by themselves, would be able to stay the same for 3 months in a row. It's great to be rich. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious villa, Wang Ba, Wang Chang's father and son, as well as Li Guoqing and Peng Biao gathered together. A few people's faces were unsightly, all because of Zhang Bing's appearance. Mr. Wang, I just can't bear this breath. Li cursed. Being fired outright had left him in tatters. Various benefits in the past. The company's employees dive on the power to dive completely gone. Mr. Wang, I'm just like Mr. Li. It's really hard to sleep and eat until this bad breath is out of my mouth. Peng Biao was the same. Today was the most humiliating day of his life. Dad. And me, I'm the same. Wang Chang hated Zhang Bing even more. Not only did he take away his favorite, Lin Hanyue, he also hit him right in the head and made him bleed, and ended up picking his peaches. Wang Ba's heart is also exceptionally angry. The well-run Tianlong Hotel is gone like this. Arrangement of all the close friends were sidelined and suppressed. Their own sons, brothers all suffered a variety of losses. Old me isn't happy in my heart either. But even though this Zhang Bing isn't very old, his methods aren't weak, especially since who knows what his background is? But this vengeance must be avenged. but allow me to figure out where to start first. Chapter 19, Invitation from the Lin family. The next day, early in the morning, Zhang Bing came to school. Although he is sitting on a fortune of $75 billion, he has obtained a set of ancient medical skills, and now he is the boss behind the Tianlong Hotel. But the overall identity is still that of a freshman at the University of the Arts, and the books are still to be read. Just after arriving at the entrance of the school building, he ran into Lin Hanyue head-on. The two of them looked at each other, and Lin Hanyue instantly had a blush appear on her fair face. Zhang Bing looked a little moved. After the last time inside the suite, in his heart, he was even more itching for this Qing Chun goddess, especially when he thought of Lin Hanyue's every move at that time under the onset of the drug's effect. With his body in a sexy three-piece, he couldn't wait to put him in his place. Lin Hanyue was very embarrassed, but she still nodded at Zhang Bing and walked over. Are you free tonight? Lin Hanyue said softly. Yes, any time. Zhang Bing replied. My dad wants to invite you to my house for dinner tonight. Lin Hanyue's voice was very thin as she lowered her head and said, this way. Zhang Bing pretended to be a bit embarrassed. If it was Lin Jin who invited him to dinner, he honestly didn't want to go. After all, Lin Jin had dug his heels in every day since he knew his identity, just to be his father-in-law's old man. You're not willing? Lin Hanyue raised her head, some dissatisfaction within her eyes. It's not that I'm unwilling, it's just that why didn't your father tell me himself? Zhang Bing asked. Poof. Lin Hanyue suddenly stretched out her hand and pinched hard towards Zhang Bing's arm. Must people explicitly say it? I want to invite you to dinner? Want to thank you last time. Saying that, Lin Hanyue was really shy and turned around to run away. Zhang Bing laughed, looking at Lin Hanyue's perfect back. He knew that the goddess had already fallen. What he was blissfully unaware of was that inside the opposite floor, Wang Chang was silently watching all of this. Since the last time he knew Zhang Bing's identity in the hotel, Wang Chang had been unconvinced in his heart even though he did not dare to say anything more on his lips. Yesterday after plotting with his own father, Li Guoqing, Peng Biao and a few others, his own father eventually came up with a masterstroke and secretly bled heavily to take revenge on Zhang Bing. Young Wang, what exactly is this freshman Zhang Bing? At your command, the brothers have already helped you out with this. A few followers who usually followed Wang Chang around were very puzzled. They knew about Wang Chang's family power. Not the best at the University of the Arts, but definitely very good. The last time he was hit in the face by Zhang Bing so publicly, Wang Chang never dared to retaliate back, which was hard for them to understand, and it was not in line with Wang Chang's consistent style. There are some things you don't know. Don't ask too many questions. Just follow what this young man says. Don't worry. Today, Ma Gongzi's side will step in to suppress and dampen this brat's flames. Mr. Horse. Upon hearing those three words, these followers all showed shocked faces. As a matter of fact, Zhang Bing was indeed oblivious to this. He went to his classroom and casually wandered around, realizing that it wasn't much fun. The prettiest in the entire art department was Lin Hanyue, who now had her heart set on herself, and both of them were physically touching each other inside the room. So although the other female classmates occasionally had good-looking ones, the whole was not even comparable to Wang Ruolin. Bored, he went straight to Vice Principal Qin Ming and tried to get Zhang Tingting to come to school as well. Although Kyoto University of Arts is an art school, it is also a double first class 985. Zhang Tingting's art cells are very good, and her heart also desires to further her education and study, but her family is not able to do so, and this point was briefly talked about by the two of them when they were in the hospital yesterday, but he realized that Qin Ming didn't know if he was really that decent, or if he wasn't doing his job. After speaking his mind, Qin Ming neither explicitly refused nor directly agreed. Anyway, it was an ambiguous attitude. This made Zhang Bing feel doubly speechless, so he can only think of turning around to see if he could get Lin Jin to step in and talk to Qin Ming. However, just as Zhang Bing walked out of the principal's office and walked on the pathway of the campus, a group of students, both male and female, mostly girls, sat on the stone benches in front of them. Zhang Bing did not recognize these people, and at a glance, they were sophomore and junior brothers and sisters. Stop! Just as Zhang Bing felt curious, a male student shouted at him. Zhang Bing stopped and looked at the male student, relatively handsome in appearance, should be a year or two older than himself. Senior brother, you called me? Zhang Bing asked more politely. Who's your senior? Get over here. The man had a very arrogant attitude and shouted at Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing instantly felt a pang of displeasure in his heart and did not walk over. That's when a few other students turned on him and reprimanded him. Kid, are you deaf? Young Qin told you to get your ass over here. Didn't you hear? Do you not want to be in school anymore? Zhang Bing snorted coldly. He had always been someone who would not take the initiative to cause trouble, but he was definitely not someone who was afraid of trouble either. Do I know you guys well? Ha! Qin Shao Qin. She stood up, only to see that he had two stunning beauties beside him on his left and right. These two beauties had hot bodies, and although they looked like art school students, they were definitely the kind that played very fancy. The overall looks and temperament have no problem comparing to Wang Wolin, and the body is even better than ever. You're the freshman named Zhang Bing who's been in the limelight lately, aren't you? Xinshi put one arm around a girl, his tone filled with disdain. I hear you're very pretentious and arrogant in your Maybach S680? Hearing this, Zhang Bing also understood. These people seem to have deliberately waited for themselves here, presumably to look for trouble. However, he was curious. He had only come to report for a few days, and he had also clashed with Wang Chang over Lin Hanhua. He didn't recognize any of these people. Could it be that just because he had just come to report and the system had rewarded him with a Maybach, it made this group of rich kids look the other way? What? The main road leads to the sky, each going their own way. What has offended you guys? Zhang Bing asked calmly. She coldly grunted. Kid, don't think you're so crazy just because you have a few dimes in your pocket. The waters of art school are deep. You have to show strength to play the game. Understand? If you have something to say, please be straightforward. Zhang Bing didn't want to talk nonsense and couldn't figure out what this group of people really wanted. Yo, it seems like you're really crazy, daring to be so arrogant in front of young Qin. Looks like we're going to have to teach you a lesson today. A couple of rich kids were laughing and starting to get up in arms. With a wave of Qin Ji's hand, these few rich kids immediately shut up. Then his eyes signaled the several sexy female classmates beside him, who immediately understood, and then stood in a straight line, all of them half squatting and spreading their legs. Kid, blame it on the fact that you messed with someone you shouldn't have messed with. Too much bravado, and someone looked at you the wrong way. This young man will simply give you a head start today. You will be let off if you honestly get underneath their pants now. Otherwise, with a casual word from us, Kyoto University of Arts will keep you from staying. Chapter 20, The Son of the Richest Man. Nima, actually want me to drill a woman's crotch? Zhang Bing immediately came to fire. Originally thought that Qin Ji's group of rich second generation was at most having trouble with himself. I didn't expect to go so far as to try to drill myself into the pants of these beautiful women. What kind of person is he? A super rich man in the top 20 of the Forbes list, drilling a woman's crotch. How can this be? If I don't do as I'm told, what can you do to me? Qin Ji sneered and threatened. Little old brother, we know that you have some strength, and you're still the owner of the Sky Dragon Hotel. What is this in our circle? Do you know that Kyoto University of Arts is known as a rich man's paradise? Understand? Zhang Bing was shocked in his heart. He did not expect Qin Ji's group to know quite a lot. It suddenly occurred to him. Could it be that this group was instructed by Wang Chang? Looks like you guys know a lot. What? Did Wang Chang ask you guys to come? Ha, kid, what the hell are those few dimes in Wang Chang's pocket in our eyes? Just by the fact that he's not even worthy of lifting this young man's shoes. Qin Ji and the others were disdainful, their words dripping with contempt for Wang Chang. Since it wasn't Wang Chang who instructed you to come and find trouble, who was it? If you're capable, let him come in person, Zhang Bing said angrily. He also couldn't figure out that he had only been at the Jingdu Art University for a few days. The only ones who are in conflict with themselves are the Wangs, Pang Biao, and Li Guoqing. Qin Shi coldly grunted. Cut the crap. You're not qualified enough to know about our circle. Drill through honestly or suffer the consequences. If I don't drill? Zhang Bing was no longer polite and his tone turned very tough. Qin Ji's face sank, and with a wave of his hand, several strong and powerful radicals came over. These people look like they are sports specialists who entered the Kyoto University of Arts to mix up their education. Kid, you can either freaking drill yourself or we'll help you. Zhang Bing was not the least bit afraid and said angrily, What? This is a school. Do you still want to engage in that social behavior? So what if it's a school? Qin Ji had an extremely arrogant attitude and said disdainfully, No matter where we are, we can easily clean you up. And just then, a number of students passing by gathered around. This is a mix of different faculties and most of them are still girls. Soon, someone recognized Zhang Bing. Isn't that a freshman who just came in freshman year? I think his name is Zhang Bing? Yeah, just started school and I heard he got a Maybach S680 and hooked up with the art department's flower. TSK, I heard that I ended up donating the Maybach and offending Wang Chang. Many students gathered together and started talking about Zhang Bing. Seeing that there were more and more people, Qin Shi's group didn't care at all. Instead, he threatened even more arrogantly. Kid, I'll make sure you become the joke of the school today. Do it. With Qin Ji's command, those few gym students surrounded them, wanting to forcefully hold Zhang Bing down to drill the girl's crotch. Zhang Bing clenched his fists, but it was clear that with his own strength he could not be a match for these bullish and tall gym students. If you get held down by this group today and drill a bunch of girls in the crotch, you could jump off a building tomorrow. Drop. The system has detected that the host is in danger, and is urgently rewarding a set of ancient martial arts. Please accept it immediately. The host, The ancient martial art has the same value as the ancient medical art. Just at this critical moment, a system alert sounded in his head. Ancient martial arts. Well, great. It came at the right time. Except, come on. Zhang Bing didn't have any hesitation. Soon, there was a massive influx of information in his mind. Just like the last time he had the ancient healing technique. As if he was born with it. Everyone watch. This is what happens when you go against our circle. Seeing that a few of his own had simply held Zhang Bing down, Qin shouted at the crowd of onlookers. Many students have pulled out their cell phones with the intention of filming it all. Although Qin was a junior, he was well known at the University of the Arts. He belongs to the top group of rich kids in the whole school, and it is rumored that his family is not only rich. Vice Principal Qin Ming seems to be his uncle, with a very hard background. The bottom line is that the University of the Arts has a famous clique, and the people in this clique aren't just rich, especially the boss of this circle, Ma Chao, whose father is a nationally recognized super-rich man, and is even known as the richest man in Kyoto. Moreover, Ma Chao is also a national fighting champion with superior combat strength and an unlimited future. Like Wang Chang, this kind of a little bit of thuggish breath, worth billions of dollars of family, simply cannot enter this Ma Chao. Qin Ji, this top layer of the circle. Damn it, can I still be bullied by you guys? Zhang Bing looked at a large group of students taking pictures and suddenly yelled. The muscles of his body quickly erupted with a powerful force, directly forcing the few gym students holding him down to bounce away. Under the astonished gazes of these few gym students, he cupped his fists and swept his fist across the room. The entirety of these gym students were dumbfounded, and before they could react, they were knocked to the ground by a collective punch. This scene caused everyone to be petrified in place on the spot. Martial arts? He actually knows martial arts? Wow, that's so cool. Many of the onlookers let out gasps of surprise. Qin Ji was also dumbfounded, somewhat unable to believe what had just happened. These sports students were usually muscle monsters. Their arms were thicker than other people's waists, and they were actually knocked down by Zhang Bing with a single punch. Didn't you want me to drill my pants? Zhang Bing snorted coldly and walked directly towards Qin Ji. Now are you going to drill yourself, or am I going to help you? Qin Ji swallowed and looked at the dense crowd. Che, so what if you can fight? Do you know what status young Qin has? Without waiting for Qin Ji to respond, the two sexy beauties beside him opened their mouths to speak sarcastically. Zhang Bing didn't bother with the two girls, stared at Qin Ji and yelled, "Say, who ordered you?" Although Qin Ji was surprised, he wasn't afraid. This was the bottom line determined by his family's power. A couple of things, but what can you plan in this day and age? Just you. It doesn't matter if this young man tells you. It's Boss Ma who sees you as a bad influence. Understand? Zhang Bing had his doubts. He had just arrived and was still not very clear about the top circle of this group of imperial relatives in Kyoto. However, it was obvious that when Shinji said the three words Boss Ma, the surrounding chatter stopped. Apparently, all the students, boys and girls alike, were quite afraid of this Boss Ma. Humph. Thinking of this, he coldly grunted. I don't care what you are, boss horse, boss bull. Now it's your turn. Drill your pants immediately. You're dreaming. Shinji's attitude was disdainful and his tone was still wild. Alright. Since you're not taking the initiative, I'll help you, Zhang Bing said and directly rushed over. His speed was very fast, and he directly reached out and grabbed Qinji with one hand, like a tight band, pinching Qinji's wrist with raw pain, and could not break free at all. Let go, let go, let go of me right now or I'll talk to Boss Ma and have you expelled from school immediately. Qinji remained arrogant as usual, being pinched by Zhang Bing with one hand. He screamed wildly despite the pain. Zhang Bing was not spoiled, and then while letting go, he grabbed Qinji's throat with one hand and fought to lift him up with one hand. This exaggerated scene caused everyone to hold their breath and watch incredulously. Especially the bullish and tall gym students had their eyes glazed over. Chapter 21, A Date with the Richest Man's Son. What a force to lift an adult male weighing at least 70 kilograms with one hand. If so many people hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. Qinji, right, remember that. I don't care how high class your circle is, get your ass back there and tell your horse, cow, and dog bosses, wash up and wait for me. I, Zhang Bing, will personally go and ask for lessons. After saying that, Zhang Bing threw himself in a smooth motion, directly throwing Qinji out and falling on his face. This time, Qinji was much more honest, and there was some trepidation along with the anger flashing inside his eyes. All of the surrounding onlookers gulped, with the same hint of awe inside their eyes. After that, Zhang Bing did not say another word, snorted coldly, and directly raised his head and left. Everyone took the initiative to make a lane for him and watched his figure gradually disappear into the campus pathway. Young Qin, are you alright? Young Qin, how are you doing? You're not hurt. Several sexy and hot female students immediately came over and assisted Qinji with a pandering face. The few gym students who had been knocked over by Zhang Bing's punch earlier also came over. Qinji's face was as ugly as eating. As the top second generation of the University of the Arts, this was the first time he had been so humiliated in public. After Zhang Bing's side had finished teaching Qinji's gang a lesson, he realized that there was nothing much to do, so he planned to go to the Kyoto hospital to see Zhang Yunfeng and Zhang Tingting's father and daughter. On the other hand, the fact that Qinji had been taught a lesson by Zhang Bing at school spread quickly as if it had grown wings. Art schools are mostly for girls, and women's mouths are very quick with legendary news. For a while, it was all over the school. No way. Is this class of schoolboys so fierce? What's the background of that Zhang Bing's family? Even a top second generation like Qinji dares to mess with it. Hush, I heard that this Zhang Bing also has not a small amount of energy. On the first day of reporting he donated a Maybach worth $10 million. Mysterious. The news is all over the place, and various versions of the rumor are out there. And as the person concerned, Qinji was self-conscious of losing face, and angrily left the school directly, wearing a person to a garden villa outside the school. You all wait outside. I'll go into Boss Ma, Qinji said, looking a little restrained, then walked towards the inside of the villa. In the villa, a young handsome man was practicing boxing. This man was none other than Ma Chao, known as Boss Ma, who had the strongest background in Kyoto Art School. His father, Ma Yunting, is known as the richest man in Kyoto, and his family is prominent. Boss Ma, Qinji stood outside and shouted in a low voice. Ma Chao then paused before signaling Qinji to come in. Boss Ma, things went wrong. Qinji was a bit afraid of Ma Chao and said with his head bowed, "HM?" Ma Chao couldn't tell how much his expression had changed, and sat down directly. Then quickly from the house out of the two shirtless pants, hot and unbelievably beautiful women walked over, squatting on his left and right sides to give him a massage. Sparing Qinji's extensive knowledge, he couldn't help but take one more look at these two fully nude beauties, who were actually first-line actresses active on the screens of the Dragon Kingdom, and both actresses had solid gold dog chains around their necks. Boss Ma, according to your instructions, today I personally went to meet that freshman Zhang Bing, but, Qinji somewhat dare not open his mouth. After all, things are done badly. He also face or lost. Speak, Ma Chao commanded lightly as he lay back. That kid is all about high force value. Those gym students following us couldn't even take a punch from him. And there's me who got beaten up too. And then there's the fact that the kid is crazy as hell, saying he's going to come after you in person. After saying all this, Qinji didn't dare to utter a single breath. The power of the Ma family is definitely of the first-class kind in Kyoto, and even their Qin family can't touch the porcelain. Oh, when Ma Chao heard Qinji's report, he was obviously only slightly surprised and didn't take it too seriously. From what you've said, I'd love to meet this Zhang Bing. Boss Ma, with your status, that freshman Zhang Bing isn't qualified enough for you to personally come out. Qinji patted his horse's ass. Ha! Ma Chao sneered and lifted his leg, and the two popular actresses immediately squatted on the ground with intent. Since it was the Wang family's side that spent a huge amount of money to find my family's driver, plus it's been a long time since this young man showed his face at school. Just in time. This young man has itchy bored hands. When Qinji heard this, he was shocked and quickly asked, Boss Ma, are you going to school? Ma Chao just faintly answered. Then he instructed, you go and inform your uncle Qin Ming and the relevant people at the school later. Tell them that this major general is going to return to the school in person, and tell them to make sure they're ready. Good. Qinji hurriedly agreed. Ma Chao usually seldom showed up, just hung around the school and went whenever he wanted to, without anyone daring to care. In other words, as long as Ma Chao was at school, or even on the street, as long as he valued any virtuous woman, he would directly take her by force, and in the end, it would end up unsettled. The relevant authorities don't care and the relevant media will all turn a blind eye. This is the difference between powerful families and ordinary rich families. Also, notify the relevant people in the school that this young man is going to personally clean up that freshman Zhang Bing. Let the entire school, teachers and students, gather on the playground. This young man will let everyone witness what is meant by true strength. On the other hand, Zhang Bing went to the hospital and visited Zhang Yunfeng, and at the same time, he also told Zhang Tingting about his thoughts. Intends to use the relationship. Zhang Tingting broken through the back door into the Kyoto University of Arts to further study. This made Zhang Tingting excited. After all, Kyoto University of Arts, although it is an art class, but in the whole Dragon Country is also double first class. Art students heart the best school. It would take a very strong background to get connections in. After saying hello, I saw that the time had come to afternoon. Zhang Bing then got up to say goodbye and left the hospital. He had to rush to the Lin family for the banquet now. At this time, the Lin family, Lin Jin and Miao Xiao couple specially decorated their home cottage with a very cozy and romantic setup. and also put their home nannies on vacation in advance. Everything is done by the couple themselves. Hubby, do we have to do this? Wouldn't it be better to go out and find a fancy restaurant to host Mr. Zhang? Do we have to tire ourselves out and set it up ourselves? Miao Shou complained. A woman's family just has long hair and short knowledge. Lin Jin explained. Zhang Bing is only 19 years old, 1 year younger than Han Yue, and was able to directly buy the Wang family's lifeblood, the Tianlong Hotel, without moving. To this Wang Ba fart do not dare to put. This kind of people what have not eaten, have not seen, will be poor money do not see the knowledge? These types of people want heart. Get it? Hearing Lin Jin say that, Miao Xiao looked thoughtful. Well, hurry up and go see if that girl Han Yue has packed her makeup yet. Tell her to try to show as much as she can of her thighs tonight. Wear as short a skirt as she can. Wear as much as she can of her suspenders. And in a word, try to evening out Zhang Bing by all means. Chapter 22, A Really Special Dinner. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Although Lin Hanyue was very reluctant, she couldn't resist her parents' softening and coercion, coupled with the fact that she did have some anticipation and delight in her heart for her meeting with Zhang Bing this evening. She still broke her previous image of youthful innocence. At the moment she was wearing a rare pair of high heels, her hair, and a black halter dress that was too short to be worn. The whole thing looked radiant, especially with the evening gown outlining the fullness of her behind all to the fullest. This would definitely cause a stir if it were normally on campus, or on the street. Completely different from her usual noble and innocent image, she turned into a sexy cold-eyed style. Not bad. Lin Jin was satisfied with Lin Hanyue's transformation, but still nitpicked. It would be better if this chest was pulled down a bit more. Lin Hanyue was a bit angry and said, Dad, why don't I just not wear anything? Asshole, what do you know? Lin Jin educated. Shedding the child cannot trap the wolf. If you can successfully evening out Zhang Bing, our Lin family will not have to worry from now on. In response, Lin Hanyue felt speechless and helpless. It was also fortunate that it was Zhang Bing, so she was willing to do so. Alright, don't dawdle. Hurry up and wait at the door. Zhang Bing should be arriving soon. Be smart, Lin Jin urged. At this moment, Zhang Bing also took a taxi to the entrance of the Lin family's upscale neighborhood. As soon as he stepped out of the car, he saw Lin Hanyue, who was tall, curvy to the extreme, wearing high heels and a black halter dress, waiting for him. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he had misread the situation. Today's Lin Hanyue can only be described in 2 words. That is sexy. 9 points. Zhang Bing secretly marveled in his heart. Before he scored 8 points, that was Lin Hanyue in the state of green purity. Nowadays, Lin Hanyue in this getup was perfect. So as the saying goes, cuteness is usually worthless in the face of sexiness. Don't look at it like that. It's making people feel weirdly embarrassed. Lin Hanyue pouted. After the ambiguous contact in the hotel last time, now Lin Hanyue's mind had gradually liberalized a bit. Senior sister, I didn't expect you to be so perfect when dressed up. Zhang Bing sighed. Really? Lin Hanyue asked. 1,000 times true. It's no exaggeration to say that those big stars on TV can't even compare to you. Zhang Bing's words were indeed from the bottom of his heart, and his heart was unusually excited. Alright, you're the one who can talk. My parents are ready and told me to pick you up here. Let's go in, Lin Hanyue said politely. Walking into the Lin family's small villa, Zhang Bing took a glance at the environment and saw that it was carefully decorated. Although he didn't really care about this, at least this was Lin Jin, Miao Xiao and his wife's intentions. Uncle Lin, Auntie Miao, thank you for your hard work. Why are you so polite? Ha! Lin Jin hurriedly came up to greet him, saying, Mr. Zhang, ordinary family banquet. Just don't mind. Yes, Mr. Zhang, you're young and talented, and you're willing to show your face and come to our home for dinner. It really makes our Lin family's house shine. Please have a seat. The couple opened their mouths while frantically making eyes at Lin Hanyue. Lin Hanyue didn't refuse. She took the initiative to walk over and pulled Zhang Bing to sit down. So Zhang Bing was no longer polite and took his seat graciously. Throughout the process, Lin Jin and Miao Shou were touting him. From the height and looks of the voice is really 360 degrees without a dead angle. Inside and outside touted once. This made Zhang Bing almost believe that he was really that good. Lin Hanyue didn't say much, but her face was flushed the entire time. Underneath her seat, the garter couldn't cover her figure at all, and she looked even more attractive in the deliberately modulated lighting. Seeing that it was almost time, Lin Jin, Miao Xiao couple poured 4 glasses of wine, signaling everyone to drink a cup together. Zhang Bing didn't refuse this and drank it down in one quick gulp, while Lin Hanyue only gently took a small sip. Mr. Zhang, your aunt and I suddenly remembered that we still have to go out for a bit. I'm really sorry. Look, you eat slowly here and let Hanyue keep you company. With that, Lin Jin and Miao Shou stood up. Zhang Bing secretly laughed in his heart. This couple was really interesting. Dad, Mom, Lin Hanyu certainly understood her parents' intentions, which were nothing more than creating opportunities for herself and Zhang Bing, although she did like Zhang Bing in her heart right now. But since she had been subtle since childhood, today's outfit was already an unprecedented first. Han Yue, treat Mr. Zhang well, don't say much else. Your mom and I really have something to go out for. Mr. Zhang, enjoy your meal. I'm really sorry. After saying that, the couple didn't dare so much as to turn around and open the door and walk out. Soon, only Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyu were left in the room. The air instantly fell into an ambiguous and somewhat awkward atmosphere. Your parents are really busy. Zhang Bing laughed. Nasty. Lin Hanyu snapped. Zhang Bing glanced at Lin Hanyu, and that perfect figure close at hand really made his heart flutter. Looks like your parents are trying to create opportunities for us. Lin Hanyu lowered her head and didn't say anything, wanting to avoid the topic. But suddenly, a familiar feeling came over me. Zhang Bing, I suddenly feel so hot. It's hot. I seem to be a bit parched too, Zhang Bing said without thinking. The two of them instantly looked at each other, and a strange luster flickered inside their eyes. Zhang Bing, I'm really hot. The same feeling as the last time I was in the hotel suite. Asterisk. Zhang Bing instantly realized a big problem. He was also parched in his heart at the moment, especially seeing the yukai close at hand. This couple is really desperate. It's not possible that they drugged the wine. At this time, Lin Hanyu stood up, her dimpled figure exposed. Zhang Bing was also a bit unable to hold back. He also stood up and instinctively moved forward to hug Lin Hanyu. Lin Hanyu's eyes began to drift. Her breathing began to become rapid, and she didn't refuse. Let's go to bed. Zhang Bing's heartbeat was accelerating frantically, and he also felt that his brain was deprived of oxygen and his consciousnness was occupied. Why are you like this? It must have been your parents who deliberately drugged the wine, Zhang Bing explained. Ah, how? Zhang Bing, you have to be responsible for me. Zhang Bing couldn't care less at this time. Last time he didn't want to take advantage of people's danger. Plus the system let him resist the temptation to offer rewards, so it was very hard to endure. But this time he was drugged himself, and no longer cared that much. Wake up the next day. The two hugged each other tightly, looking at the roughly torn gowns and underwear that littered the floor. Lin Hanyu lay in Zhang Bing's arms, and her entire body seemed to be ripe for the picking. Zhang Bing was also feeling a bit tired. The battle last night was too intense. Hey! Zhang Bing wrapped his arms around the white and tender Lin Hanyu and sighed oddly. What are you sighing for? Do you not want to be responsible? Lin Hanyu pinched Zhang Bing and snapped. No, I didn't mean that. Zhang Bing hurriedly explained. Now it was good that he was still so young, and was positively putting Lin Hanyu to sleep. What about Zhang Tingting? What about Wang Yuklin? There was also the head nurse, Xin Yuan, who made his heart flutter, and the 88 staff members of the Tianlong Hotel. This is really hanging on to a tree now. Chapter 23, Something's Going On. It was once said by a great writer that the gateway to the female soul is. This made sense, and after the two of them officially fought for a night, Lin Hanyu's entire being let go, and it was considered an official confirmation of their relationship. The two of them saw that it was also early, so they warmed up some more. Just as Zhang Bing was washing and getting dressed, a system beep sounded in his head. Drop. System prompt. The host has successfully chased after Department Flower Lin Hanyu. Special rewards are now being issued into the host's bank account. This reward is $5 billion in cash. His whole body was so excited that he almost screamed. $5 billion in cash. It's not $5 billion worth of these fancier things. It's a real $5 billion in cash deposits. Even the big boys on the Forbes list may not have that much cash flow. Drip, drip, drip. His cell phone text message suddenly rang, and he pulled it out and opened it. Sure enough, there was a text message alert from the bank that the account under his name had received $5 billion. Looking at the series of zeros behind that was a bit eye-opening. $5 billion in cash, a set of ancient martial arts, a set of medical skills, a mansion, and a 5-star hotel. Zhang Bing's entire body was a bit fluttery. He quickly washed up while Lin Hanyu's side was packed up, but it was also back to its usual youthful dress. And while it still had a tantalizing figure, it wasn't nearly as good as last night's makeup. Let's go to school. Lin Hanyu smiled and walked over, taking the initiative to hold Zhang Bing's hand, saying, "Humph, you're my boyfriend now. You can't get your hands dirty outside." Zhang Bing smiled awkwardly. This was impossible. To be a beggar poor man, that naturally not possible to get into the womanizer. To their own stature strength, even if they do not take the initiative to go, those flowers and plants will be racking their brains to stick up. What cat doesn't eat fish? What monk doesn't recite scripture? Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyu had just arrived at the entrance of the art school by car, so they got out of the car together hand in hand and walked in. Lin Hanyu was basically a good boy at school. Her daily life was very simple. and she rarely participated in the corresponding campus activities except for art and painting. After sending her to the door of the art department classroom, Zhang Bing headed downstairs. At this time, his cell phone rang and pulled it out to see that it was Wang Wolin calling. "Hey, what's up, Mr. Zhang? Where are you? I'll come over to you right away. Something big has happened." Wang Wolin's urgent voice came from the other end of the phone. "I'm at school. What's up?" Zhang Bing asked. "It's impossible to say in a moment. Meet up and say, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Wang Wolin's side explained. Zhang Bing answered and casually hung up the phone. 10 minutes later, a latest model red BMW arrived at the entrance of the campus. Wang Wolin walked down from the car in a competent outfit and saw that Zhang Bing had long been waiting for himself at the door. Wang Wolin stepped on her high heels and quickly walked over, with an anxious and worried face, saying, "Mr. Zhang, something big has happened." "What is it?" Zhang Bing asked, looking calm. "Did you beat up Qin Ji and the others yesterday? Something really big happened here." "That's right, just a simple lesson. It's over. This is really bad." Wang Wolin's tone had a hint of crying in it. "Is it that exaggerated? I know that Qin Ji's family has a lot of background. I heard that Vice Principal Qin Ming is still his uncle. But so what?" Zhang Bing said confidently. His current self was frighteningly strong, and he wasn't afraid of those top-tier rich kids at all. "Mr. Zhang, it seems that you don't know yet. The school has already made a public announcement early this morning. Ma Xiao is going to come to the school in person, and even asked the school to organize all the teachers and students to set up a ring on the playground, naming you to be taught a lesson in person." Hearing this, Zhang Bing was also a bit surprised. "I didn't expect this Ma Xiao to be so fancy, making the whole school act collectively, and to teach himself a lesson in front of all the teachers and students. I've seen those who can pretend, but this is the first time I've encountered those who can pretend so well." "Hey." Wang Wolin was clearly scared. "Mr. Zhang, you just came to the school a few days ago, may not know that Ma Xiao is the son of the richest man in Kyoto. Ma Yunting, very conceited in person, and a national martial arts champion. The family is not only rich and powerful. A rich second generation like Wang Chang is really just a poor man with only a few dimes left in his pocket in the eyes of a family of their level." The Ma family. Zhang Bing froze for a moment. This information was indeed unknown to him before. The son of the richest man in Kyoto? National martial arts champion? No wonder it's so powerful that it can just say something and mobilize the whole school. There's also the Qin Ji's family that isn't simple either. Although it might not be as good as the Ma family, I guess, but it's not something you can mess with right now. Humph. After listening to Wang Wolin, Zhang Bing squeezed his fists with a somewhat disdainful expression. The richest man in Kyoto. Definitely worth more than $75 billion. Definitely richer than himself. But it may not be able to mobilize $5 billion of liquidity at any time as one does now. Comparing to the competition of relationship and background, there is definitely no way to compare yourself. But one has a system, an ancient martial art, and a medical art. As long as it's a fair fight. What's the so-called national martial arts champion Ma Xiao? Anyway, things have already happened. So what are you afraid of? I, Zhang Bing, never cause trouble, but I'm definitely not afraid of it. Since this Ma Xiao is so fond of pretending, it's nothing more than wanting to make me make a fool out of myself and humiliate me in front of the whole school, and the community die. But who dies in the end? It may not be yet. General Manager Zhang, Wang Wolin, however, did not think this IME and persuaded. This Ma Xiao person is lawless and extremely good at saving face. How about, you take the initiative to admit your faults and apologize to him? Maybe there's still a chance? No way. Zhang Bing didn't even think about it and directly refused. He looked at Wang Wolin, who was scared to death, and said, Wang Wolin, I told you when I asked you to replace Li Guoqing that since you chose to follow me around, you have to remain loyal. If you're afraid of being implicated, you can leave the Tianlong Hotel immediately and sell your house properly. Mr. Zhang, I didn't mean that. Ma Xiao is really not simple. You really can't mess with him. Something big will happen. Really, when he comes to school. I'm afraid it's going to be more than just making a fool out of you in front of the whole school and humiliating you. This guy is perverted, I hear. Wang Wolin explained desperately. Alright, I know. Just wait and see when the time comes. Zhang Bing didn't bother to talk nonsense, and after saying this, he walked out of the car. Sure enough, at noon, Kyoto University of Arts campus wall, the radio all blew up. Ma Xiao is going to return to the school tomorrow in person and has asked all the students and teachers to gather in the playground tomorrow. He punted freshman Zhang Bing and let it be known that he was going to teach Zhang Bing a lesson in the ring. Soon, the whole campus was plastered everywhere with Ma Xiao's personal photos in various moments of competitions in which he had participated in martial arts competitions. Banners were also posted in front of the school. This situation is going to be even more sensational than some big leader or big star coming to school. This shows how arrogant Ma Xiao is usually as the son of the richest man in Kyoto. Chapter 24, Invitation from the Nurse Practitioner. Lin Hanyue was also informed of this news, and she was so shocked that she immediately called to inquire about the situation. Zhang Bing knew that he couldn't hide it, and now it had spread throughout the school. So he also made a long story short and told Lin Hanyue the whole story. Lin Hanyue's tone inside the phone was very urgent, even with a hint of crying, listening out to herself very worried. Zhang Bing had to play all sorts of appeasement with his 3-inch tongue, saying that it wasn't that serious and that he would definitely solve it, and said that he would meet in the evening to talk about it, which allowed Lin Hanyue to be a little more at ease. And he was sitting on the school's grove bench, watching the boiling campus. He did not feel any sense of oppression. On the contrary, there was some anticipation in his heart, wanting to meet this son of the richest man in Kyoto. Ma Chao, shouldn't a student, even if his family is rich and powerful, keep as low a profile as possible? How could it be such a big deal that the whole school was asked to assemble at homecoming? If you want to deal with yourself, just come directly. They also went to the trouble of having the whole school gather in the playground and set up a ring for the whole school to witness. Count yourself unlucky if you run into me. I don't care if your father is the richest man in Kyoto. Zhang Bing clenched his fists and muttered. With this set of ancient martial arts rewarded by the system, a mere national martial arts champion was nothing. At that moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. Pulling it out, it was an unknown caller. Hello? Yo, brother, didn't even save your sister's phone number. When Zhang Bing heard it, he instantly heard that it was Qin Yuan, the head nurse of Kyoto Hospital. Oh, it's you, Hope, TSK, not bad, you can still hear your sister's voice. Where are you? I'm coming to pick you up to meet my grandfather. I'm at the Kyoto University of Arts. Zhang Bing told Qin Yuan his location and agreed to meet at the entrance of the school. Qin Yuan's side said that she would come over to lend him in 15 minutes and then hung up. At the entrance of the art school, Zhang Bing was waiting for Qin Yuan to pick himself up. At this time Qin Ji walked over with a group of sports students and a group of sexy and hot female students. Kid, scared to pee yet? Qin Ji had a smug look on his face and sneered. Tomorrow is the day you lose your reputation. You'd better think about it right now immediately. Tomorrow when Boss Ma comes back to schools, how are you going to kneel on the ground? What way to kneel? What way to kowtow? Maybe if Boss Ma is momentarily happy, he can still say something and let you stay in Kyoto. Looking at Qin Ji's group of people's faces, Zhang Bing sarcastically said, look at all of you trash. This is at least a double first-class university in the Dragon Kingdom, and you've made it look like a socialite. Ha! Qin Ji had personally experienced Zhang Bing's hands yesterday, so at this moment, he was only letting off steam and did not dare to make a move. You can be as crazy as you want. After tomorrow, don't worry, you won't even be able to keep your Tianlong hotel. Zhang Bing stared at Qin Ji with somewhat sharp eyes and warned, you'd better keep your mouth clean, or don't blame me for being impolite to you. Poof. Qin Ji was unimpressed and threatened. What are you barking at in front of this young man? If you kneel down now and call out a few daddies, kowtow a few times, and then get underneath our pants, maybe this young man can even help you beg for mercy at Boss Ma's place. Ha ha ha. Yeah, boy, you're a good fighter aren't you? I hope you won't be beaten to a dog by Boss Ma tomorrow. Boss Ma is a national martial arts champion. TSK. A few of the gym students started to follow suit. Zhang Bing clenched his fists, really hating to just do it, but he held back. It was at this time that a silver Mercedes coupe crossed the road. The car door opened and a beautiful woman wearing sunglasses, high heels, super short pants and a black halter walked down. The beautiful woman had a very hot body. Her chest was full and her back was round and steep. It was none other than Qin Yuan. Zhang Bing saw Qin Yuan at a glance, but before he could open his mouth to greet her, he didn't expect Qin Ji to take the lead and trot over. Cousin, what brings you to our school? Qin Ji, what are you doing here? Recently, I heard that you don't study well in school and cause trouble every day. Isn't that right? Qin Yuan glanced at Qin Ji and lectured. Cousin, who are you listening to? There is no such thing. Qin Ji smiled and treated Qin Yuan in a very respectful manner. That's good. Qin Yuan took a look at Qin Ji's group. Where do they look like students? She couldn't help but frown and asked, look at you all. Where do you look like students? What are so many of you gathered here for? Without thinking, Qin Ji turned around and pointed his finger at Zhang Bing, saying, cousin, stay out of this. We're teaching a first-timer freshman redneck a lesson. Looking in the direction of Qin Ji's finger, Qin Yuan saw it at a glance. The country bumpkin Qin Ji was talking about was none other than Zhang Bing, who he had come to pick up. In an instant, her face changed dramatically. She removed her sunglasses and reprimanded. Qin Ji, who are you calling a hick? Qin Ji was a bit puzzled, but also did not think carefully. Did not think that said, it is this Zhang Bing a just arrived freshman. Damn, yesterday also hit me, but he is finished. My boss tomorrow personally come to the school to clean up his bastard. Shut your stinking mouth. Qin Yuan burst into a rage, pointed her finger at Qin Ji's nose and lectured. Are you blind? This is Mr. Zhang Bing Zhang. Now Qin Ji's group froze, not expecting their cousin to actually know Zhang Bing. Cousin? What Mr. Zhang? Isn't he just buying some shares of the Tianlong Hotel? Just a few dimes in his pocket. He's nothing in front of us. Qin Yuan's face was ugly. She glared at Qin Ji and no longer cared, walking directly towards Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing also saw what was going on at this time, and did not expect Qin Ji to actually be Qin Yuan's cousin. Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, it looks like Qin Ji must have offended you. Qin Yuan was a bit embarrassed. She had come to pick up Zhang Bing to give her grandfather acupuncture treatment, but by the looks of it, I guess things are going to be yellow. Zhang Bing's face was calm and somewhat yin and yang as he said, Head nurse, it turns out that the famous Qin Ji, young Qin, is your cousin. This kind of big shot. I'm just a country bumpkin. Where am I qualified to offend? Brother, don't say that. Qin Yuan immediately revealed a smiling face, naturally hearing that Zhang Bing was dissatisfied in his heart. She then changed her face and directly glared at Qin Ji, educating, Qin Ji, I don't care what kind of conflict you have with Mr. Zhang, now immediately apologize to Mr. Zhang right away and ask for Mr. Zhang's forgiveness. What? Qin Ji's reaction was exaggerated, although his cousin was a bit surprised to know Zhang Bing, but it was not unusual. After all, Zhang Bing was indeed the owner of the Tianlong Hotel, and in the words of their circle, he still had a few dimes in his pocket, but it was definitely impossible for him to apologize to Zhang Bing. Cousin, you're not mistaken. I can't wait to get him killed. Let me apologize to him. No way. Okay, Qin Ji, you've gotten hard, haven't you? You don't listen to me, do you? Alright, cousin, even though you guys know each other. So what? A Sky Dragon Hotel is nothing in the eyes of our Qin family. Qin Ji was unimpressed, and also sarcastically commented on Zhang Bing again in front of Qin Yuan, saying, Yo, no wonder you're so crazy. Do you think that just because you know my cousin, you're amazing? Chapter 25, This is my condition. Qin Ji, you are too unbridled. Qin Yuan was dying of anger. Cursing her cousin Qin Ji is really pure. I'm warning you, if you don't apologize to Mr. Zhang today and gain his forgiveness, you will definitely regret it. Alright, cousin. Qin Ji looked indifferent. Although he respected Qin Yuan, it didn't mean he was afraid of her. For me to apologize to him, that's never going to happen. On the contrary, I want to remind you, you'd better keep your distance from him, because tomorrow, Boss Ma will come to the school and will set up the ring to personally take care of him. Don't you get dragged into it when the time comes, while causing the entire family to be implicated. After saying this, Qin Ji had a very arrogant attitude and left, not listening to Qin Yuan at all. This directly exasperated Qin Yuan, who jumped straight to her feet, her full figure undulating up and down. Brother, I'm sorry, I really didn't realize that Qin Ji had a conflict with you. Seeing Qin Ji leaving, Qin Yuan explained to Zhang Bing with an embarrassed and guilty face. Zhang Bing did not want to make things difficult for Qin Yuan. After all, he still had a very good impression of her. Sister Hope, this is something I know you don't know about, and that's okay. Qin Ji is Qin Ji, and you're you, and that's something I still have in mind. Hearing Zhang Bing say this, Qin Yuan was finally relieved in her heart. Then he tentatively asked, Brother, then what you promised me before won't not count, right? A smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Bing's mouth as he said, A gentleman's word is a promise. What I say certainly counts, but I have a condition now. What conditions? Brother, tell me, Qin Yuan asked. Zhang Bing didn't nag and said, I can go out and treat your family's old man with acupuncture and moxibustion, but after the treatment, I must ask Qin Ji to apologize to me in public. Okay, I promise. Qin Yuan agreed readily after a little thought. The duo then got into the silver Mercedes coupe and quickly took off. The Qin family, indeed, is very powerful. Although the assets were not as good as a thug with a bit of social background like Wang Ba, the influence and heritage, certain things could never be measured by mere money. According to Qin Yuan's introduction, the vice president of the University of Arts, Qin Ming, was the third oldest member of the Qin family. It was also her and Qin Ji's uncle, and Qin Ji's father, Qin Guangming, was still very prominent in the Qin family, and Qin Guangming since young old loved Qin Ji, including the old man of the Qin family also preferred Qin Ji this cousin grandson. That's why Qin Ji had developed this kind of playboy habit now, but Qin Ji wasn't really bad by nature. The old man of the Qin family used to be a big shot in the officialdom in Kyoto. Although he retired, he had many disciples and still had a lot of influence. After understanding some of the Qin family's background, Zhang Bing was still quite touched in his heart. In the Dragon Kingdom, It is always power that dominates everything, and money can only come second. The Qin family might not be as good as Lin Hanyua's family when it comes to money alone. However, when it came to true influence and status, the Wang family could not even touch the threshold of the Qin family, especially after hearing Qin Yuanyuan talk about the lower horse family's side, which could only be described as terrifying. Thinking of this, Zhang Bing also lamented. No wonder Wang Wolin would be so frightened. Persuading herself to soften and admit her weakness, taking the initiative to confess her guilt and make amends with Ma Chao. About half an hour later, Qin Yuanyuan watched as the car carried Zhang Bing to the neighborhood where the old man of the Qin family lived. It's not exactly an upscale neighborhood, it's average at best. Brother, although our Qin family is influential, it doesn't mean it's rich. I'm sure it's not comparable to you. My grandfather is usually very decent, so the material conditions are definitely not as good as those rich families. Qin Yuanyuan saw Zhang Bing's doubts and explained while leading the way in front. Zhang Bing followed behind and watched Qin Yuanyuan's plump buttocks, twisting and turning. Very sexy. Qin Yuanyuan is nearly 30 years old, single and unmarried, and possesses a mature sensuality unique to her age. This unique temperament was not something that Lin Hanyue, Zhang Tingting could possess. Damn it, Qin Shi, aren't you crazy? I want you to call your cousin's husband when you see me from now on. Just as Zhang Bing was thinking about entering Fei Fei, the two of them had already arrived at the Qin family. Qin's house was a large flat with a large area, and although the decoration could not be talked about as luxurious, it was indeed very charming and gave people a very comfortable feeling. The main tasks of the Qin family are all present and seem to be very busy. Yuan, you're here. A middle-aged man wearing glasses came over to inquire after seeing Qin Yuanyuan bring in Zhang Bing. Uncle Bright, I found divine Dr. Zhang to help Grandpa. Qin Yuanyuan introduced herself to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was none other than Qin Ji's own father, Qin Guangming, and after hearing Qin Yuanyuan's introduction, he just shot a glance at Zhang Bing. The disdain inside his eyes couldn't be hidden, but he didn't say anything. Yuan, we as elders are all very pleased that you have this heart, but in the past few days, we've asked our connections to invite the renowned Kyoto's #1 doctor. Feng Qianqiu Feng Lao is diagnosing the old man, so I guess this young man is even. Feng Qianqiu. Hearing this name, Qin Yuanyuan's face changed in shock. Even Zhang Bing froze. This name is indeed like a thunderclap in the medical world of the Dragon Kingdom, an authoritative titan in the medical field, with a resounding reputation and high moral standing. Qin Yuanyuan looked at Zhang Bing with some embarrassment and whispered, Brother, I'm really sorry. I really didn't know that they invited Elder Feng. Don't take it personally. Sister Yuan, don't worry, I'm not that petty. Zhang Bing was open-minded. For such a medical authority who usually only appeared in textbooks. To be honest, he was also very eager to see the other party's level of medical skills with his own eyes. After all, he was not a layman now that he held a set of ancient medical skills in his head. It's just as well. I also want to see Elder Feng's techniques and learn from them in the meantime. Brother, it's good that you're not angry. Qin Yuanyuan, conscious of some guilt in her heart, winked at Zhang Bing. This caused Zhang Bing's heart to be in a state of confusion, and for a while, he was somewhat unable to understand the mind of this imperial sister. Inside a room with a window facing the sun, one of Qin Lao's sons and daughters, including Qin Guangming, were present. In front of the bed, a white-haired old man. His color was poor, but the natural aura could be seen that this old man must have been in a high position before. The old man was none other than Qin Shanhe, and beside Qin Shanhe similarly sat a hale and hearty old man. That old man was none other than the famous medical titan Feng Qianqiu. At this time, Feng Qianqiu was taking Qin Shanhe's pulse. The two were of similar age, but obviously the difference in qi was very large. The senior personnel of the Qin family all stood respectfully at the side, quietly watching all of this. You know, it's really not easy to invite Feng Qianqiu. Qin Yuanyuan also walked in with Zhang Bing at this time. Zhang Bing could tell at a glance that Qin Shanhe's physical condition was a bit lighter than Zhang Yunfeng's, perhaps because the environment is different. Qin Shanhe has been maintained. The position is there. So despite the lack of surgery, the condition can be effectively controlled, but it's just getting more dangerous as we get older. In this case, he had some acupuncture with his ancient acupuncture technique and then found a famous doctor to operate. The success rate was very high and there would be no risk. Hope, who is this guy? Yuan, what's going on? The old man's status is sensitive. Why did you just bring someone into the house? Soon, the senior figures of the Qin family saw Zhang Bing who was with Qin Yuanyuan and were obviously a bit angry. Qin Yuanyuan explained, eldest uncle, second uncle, this is divine Dr. Zhang Bing Zhang whom I specially invited to treat Grandpa. Chapter 26, Despise. Nonsense. Several senior members of the Qin family looked at Qin Yuanyuan with very shocked gazes and opened their mouths to reprimand her. Hope, you've always been mature and understanding. Why are you so childish this time? Although the old man has retired, His health has always been kept a secret, so how can you just bring anyone into the house? Of these, Qin Shi's own father, Qin Guangming, reprimanded the most severely and in the worst tone. Qin Yuan was a bit aggrieved by the reprimand and explained, Uncle Guangming, I didn't say it just now, Zhang Bing isn't just anyone, but a divine doctor, who I specially invited to give Grandpa acupuncture treatment. Alright, Qin Guangming said impatiently, just him and still a divine doctor? Young and childish. Hope, your Uncle Bright is right, the boy is so young, what does he know about medicine? Besides, this isn't an invitation to Elder Feng, and in this country, who dares to say they know medicine in front of Elder Feng? Obviously the people of the Qin family did not believe that Zhang Bing, who was only 19 years old, was a miracle doctor, especially since Qin Guangming's tone of voice also revealed a wave of contempt and disdain. Qin Yuan was extremely embarrassed and looked at Zhang Bing guiltily. Zhang Bing, however, was calm, knowing that it was useless to say anything at this time, and speaking with facts was the right way. All of you be quiet. At this time Feng Qianqiu, who had been taking Qin Shanha's pulse, spoke up, and only then did the Qin family's crowd not dare to speak, only to see Feng Qianqiu play the look and smell that one to the extreme, closing his eyes and pressing his fingers on Qin Shanha's pulse. The whole process was breathless, and the room was so quiet that you could seemingly hear everyone's heartbeat. After about a few minutes had passed, Feng Qianqiu carefully examined Qin Shanha's body again and gently pressed some of Qin Shanha's acupoints. Finally he let out a heavy sigh and shook his head. Elder Feng, how's it going? Elder Feng, can my old man's condition be cured? Seeing this, the Qin family members hurriedly scrambled to ask. Feng Qianqiu shook his head and said calmly, Elder Qin, it's better to operate. Qin Shanhai himself appeared calm, and although his body looked to be in poor condition, he seemed to have looked away. Forget it, I'm a big old man anyway, and I'm satisfied with knowing my destiny, and I don't want to go under the knife and suffer that sin again. Besides, wasn't it diagnosed long ago that the success rate of surgery for this disease is currently very low worldwide? AI. Feng Qianqiu sighed, nodded, and said, Elder Qin, since you know all this as well, I'll be straightforward. In your current condition, you might have a 10% chance if you have surgery, but if you don't, you'll probably have 3 or 5 months left at most. Hearing this, Elder Qin wasn't in a hurry, but the Qin family's senior management was. Over the years as Elder Qin retired, the Qin family was going downhill. Especially recently, the Qin family was working on a big project and needed a lot of money. Relying on the fact that Elder Qin was still alive, the Qin family and the Ma family cooperated smoothly, and the Ma family also gave this face. But if Elder Qin really went, the Ma family might just withdraw their investment. Elder Feng, please still think of a solution? Yes, Elder Feng, how much do you name a number? We are willing to pay it. The senior members of the Qin family were anxious to request Feng Qianqiu. Feng Qianqiu frowned and said, you late generations. The old man has practiced medicine for his entire life. Not to say that he's rich, but he's getting by. Is this about money? Feng Qianqiu's sentence blocked all of the dry and anxious Qin family executives. As the top contemporary medical titan of the entire country, it is certainly not bad, and the human resources may love to reach the sky. Feng Qianqiu's judgment was also tantamount to completely cutting off all hope for the Qin family's top management, because everyone knows very well in their hearts that once Elder Qin passed away, the Qin family is bound to go downhill, getting worse by the day. Grandpa, let divine Dr. Zhang try? Just then, Qin Yuan stood out and opened her mouth to propose. Hope, you've gone too far. Hope, do you know what you're doing or not? What time is it? And you're still fooling around here. Qin Guangming and some of the Qin clan's higher-ups immediately reprimanded in a stern voice. However, this time Qin Yuan's attitude was very resolute as she directly walked towards Elder Qin Shanha who was lying on the bed. Grandpa, don't look at divine Dr. Zhang's youth. There was a patient with the exact same condition as you before in our hospital. After the acupuncture treatment by Dr. Zhang then surgery, the success rate of the surgery is as high as 90%, and now the patient is recovering well every day, and can be discharged from the hospital after some more time. Grandpa, don't you even believe me? Qin Yuan's words instantly caused even Feng Qianqiu to show surprise, and he couldn't help but look up at Zhang Bing who hadn't said anything just now. Hope, get out right now. Forget about bringing random people into the house. What are you talking about here? Don't you know what Elder Feng represents in the medical profession? What kind of divine doctor does a childish brat call himself in front of Elder Feng? Qin Guangming wasn't polite at this time, and looked at Zhang Bing, saying, Kid, leave the Qin family immediately. Remember, if you dare to leak half a word about my family's old man to the outside world, I'll directly make you disappear. Zhang Bing also came to a bit of fire at this time. He was at least a super rich man. Other aspects couldn't be compared to a family power like the Qin family, but if it was more than money, One's account was lying at $5 billion right now, and one could use the money to smash the Qin family to death. Mr. Qin Guangming, please speak politely and don't threaten me without moving. I'll tell you in no uncertain terms. I wouldn't have wanted to come if Hope hadn't invited me. Kid, what did you say? Qin Guangming's brain darkened into a line as he sternly questioned. Uncle Bright, please don't be like this. Divine Dr. Zhang was indeed invited by me, and what I just said is the truth. Qin Yuan was afraid that if Qin Guangming continued, he would completely anger Zhang Bing. After all, when he was at school, Qin Ji had already offended Zhang Bing. Miss Qin, are you serious? At this time Feng Qianqiu spoke up. He was a bit skeptical, because as a leading medical scientist, a disease like elder Qin Shanhu's was very complicated and not rare. It kills many patients every year, but the risks of surgery are enormous. Many patients can drag on for years without surgery, while surgery is very likely to fail early. Only a small percentage of people are cured by successful surgery. Elder Feng, everything I said is true. It's true, Qin Yuan replied. Feng Qianqiu was thoughtful and also began to formally measure Zhang Bing. Young man, do you really know about medicine? Zhang Bing looked at this medical authority that existed in textbooks in front of him and replied rather modestly. Old Mr. Feng, how dare I say anything about knowing medicine in front of you? I can only say that I know a little. A little, then is what Ms. Qin said true? Did you really treat someone with the same condition as old Qin through acupuncture, thus greatly increasing the success rate of the surgery? Feng Qianqiu confirmed. Not bad, Zhang Bing greatly admitted, and then explained, like Qin Lao's situation. Indeed, as you said, I'm afraid that the success rate of hasty surgery is barely 10%. After all, the age is big. If you don't operate early, you're looking at 3 months at the most. But if I were to treat it with the art of acupuncture that I have mastered and then operate on it, the success rate would be at least 90%, and there would be basically no risk. Chapter 27, If you don't give up, I'll be your teacher. Asshole. Kid, if you dare to talk nonsense and blabber in front of us again, don't blame my Qin family for being impolite to you. Get out at once. The Qin family's top management all thought that Zhang Bing was bragging, and the already upset group of top management didn't give him a good face even more. Seeing this, Qin Yuan could only pamper the frail old master Qin Shanha and pleaded, Grandpa, just trust me and believe in divine Dr. Zhang. Let him try. Qin Shanha sighed. He didn't want to toss anything else, already looking away. However, medical matters were all highly specialized, so the old man had to look at Feng Qianqiu for help. Feng Qianqiu's heart was also filled with doubts and instinctively did not believe what Zhang Bing said, but looking at Zhang Bing it seemed like he wasn't bragging about it, he was serious. Young man, do you know who the old man is? Feng Qianqiu asked. I know, Zhang Bing said with slight respect. Your old man is a titanic authority in the medical field of the Dragon Kingdom. When I was in school, your great name often appeared in the textbooks. That's right, Feng Qianqiu said leisurely. You still dare to brag in front of me since you know what I'm capable of? Zhang Bing shook his head and smiled. Elder Feng, I'm not bragging. There are no absolutes in the world. Everything starts from the truth and speaks with facts. What a practical thing to say. Feng Qianqiu was very appreciative of Zhang Bing's words, and immediately platted. In that case, let you lad try. Once they heard that Feng Qianqiu really agreed to let Zhang Bing try, the Qin family's top management quit. Elder Feng, do you really believe this brat? Elder Feng, my old man's condition is very dangerous. He can't afford to be tossed around. Feng Qianqiu snorted coldly and said, the current situation couldn't be any worse for him, so it's not a big deal to let the kid try. Then Feng Qianqiu personally sought Qin Shanha's opinion and inquired, Elder Qin, let this kid try. Qin Shanha didn't object. He still had great respect for Feng Qianqiu. Seeing that her grandfather and Feng Qianqiu both agreed, Qin Yuan also revealed a smile and kept winking at Zhang Bing. The rest of the Qin family could only acquiesce at this point, and it was no good to stop them. Kid, old me has always been willing to give young people a chance, but if you dare to deceive us, old me will definitely not spare you. Feng Qianqiu stood up, glanced at Zhang Bing and warned. Zhang Bing just smiled and said confidently, Elder Feng, don't worry, I will definitely seize this opportunity. Saying that, Zhang Bing also stopped nagging and came to Elder Qin Shanha's bedside. As soon as he entered the room, he could see the general condition of Elder Qin. According to the set of ancient medical techniques branded in his mind, Elder Qin's situation wasn't very tricky at all, so he directly took out the silver needles that Feng Qianqiu had prepared, and then his hands formed a seal and violently stabbed down towards Master Qin's acupoints according to a specific mysterious technique. This scene, to the uninitiated, looked no different from a juggling act, making them feel that their intelligence had been insulted. The man is a small-time charlatan of the jungle. It's just nonsense. It's the jungle vaudeville bit. Qin Guangming and the senior members of the Qin family couldn't stand it anymore. and they angrily rebuked to call off Zhang Bing. However, at this moment, Feng Qianqiu couldn't take his eyes off the ground. His eyes were about to squeeze out as he looked closely at Zhang Bing. His entire body froze in place, and his whole body began to tremble slightly. Stop, what do you want? Seeing that Qin Guangming was about to stop Zhang Bing himself. At this time, Feng Qianqiu suddenly let out a loud roar. Elder Feng, this is clearly a Jianghu technique. How can it cure a disease? Qin Guangming was startled by the excited Feng Qianqiu and explained. Feng Qianqiu swallowed his saliva and looked at Zhang Bing's divine acupuncture technique. Every stitch, every point, is more precise than modern equipment. Both the angle and the force were perfect. Jungle maneuvers? This is most likely the ancient lost Jiuxian acupuncture technique. Hearing Feng Qianqiu's trembling and excited words, everyone in the Qin clan froze at the same time. They're not in the medical profession, so of course they don't know this. But Feng Qianqiu is the granddaddy of medical science, a titan. What could make Feng Qianqiu even tone his voice with a hint of trembling? The result was self-evident. It's not a bad trip. It's not a bad life. God treats me well. I didn't expect it. In my lifetime, I'm surprised that I can still witness the lost ancient Jiuxian acupuncture and moxibustion technique. At this moment, Feng Qianqiu's entire body was about to burst blood vessels with excitement, and his facial muscles were trembling. He couldn't help but take a step back, blocking everyone, fearing that someone from the Qin family would interrupt Zhang Bing's execution of the Nine Xian acupuncture technique. At this moment, the Qin family's crowd was also stunned, their faces overflowing with joy, especially Qin Yuan, who looked at this younger brother, who was a full 10 years younger than herself, with a strange gleam in her eyes. On the other hand, Zhang Bing ignored everyone as he was going all out in performing the Jiuxian acupuncture technique. The whole process lasted about 10 minutes or so, and then the last silver needle was pulled out and the job was done. Alright, now if it's an Operation 1, I guarantee that the success rate will be at like 90%. Zhang Bing put down the silver needle and clapped his palms with a relaxed face. An elder Qin moved his body at this time, obviously looking much better. The younger generation is fearful. It's really the latter waves of the Yangtze River pushing the former waves. I feel that my body is indeed much more relaxed and comfortable. Elder Qin looked at the young Zhang Bing quite gratefully and said, "Little brother, thank you. A trivial matter." Zhang Bing waved his hand, not caring. Feng Qianqiu gulped furiously and suddenly plopped down and knelt down directly towards Zhang Bing. "If you do not abandon me, I would like to worship you as my master to dive into the study of Jiuxian acupuncture and moxibustion." This scene left everyone in the room completely dumbfounded. Zhang Bing himself was a bit confused. He hurriedly forced himself to help Feng Qianqiu up. This old man was not bad for a human being. The textbook details many of his exploits, and from what I've just encountered, it's also true that the other side didn't pose as a pretender. Elder Feng, you're trying to discount me. Make no mistake, this must not be done. Feng Qianqiu looked excited and said in a choked tone, "I didn't expect to be able to see the lost Jiuxian acupuncture and moxibustion technique with my own eyes in my lifetime. Master, please don't think I'm too old to be useful. You must teach me." Seeing Feng Qianqiu so agitated, Zhang Bing was really afraid that after he refused, the other party's blood pressure would soar and directly burst a blood vessel. So he quickly agreed. "Fine, I promise you, Elder Feng. As for worshipping me as a teacher, forget it, I can't afford it. We can exchange ideas later. I will definitely know everything." Only after receiving Zhang Bing's promise did Feng Qianqiu stabilize a little. Qin Yuan also ran over it the first time, and under the excitement, she directly hugged Zhang Bing like nobody's business. "Brother, that was awesome. I was right about you." Zhang Bing was a bit confused. He only felt two soft masses against his chest. It felt as if he was going to become immortal. The many senior members of the Qin family were quick to change their attitudes immediately, and only Qin Guangming was indifferent, with an unpleasant look on his face. "Divine Dr. Zhang, just now it was us who had the eyes to recognize him. Taiyan treated you with much disrespect, so don't take it personally." "Yes, Divine Dr. Zhang, I didn't expect you to be so young and actually possess such medical skills. It's really rare." Zhang Bing also responded with a smile, indicating that he did not take it to heart. At this time, the old man of the Qin family was in a much better state of health after acupuncture treatment. Leaning on the bed, he said, "Little brother, you are equal to saving the life of my old man. What do you want? Just ask. Our Qin family will definitely do as you wish." Just after Master Qin finished his words, Qin Guangming immediately took out a check with an understanding and brushed a large series of numbers on it. "Divine Dr. Zhang, this is a small token of our Qin family's appreciation. I hope you don't think it's too little." Zhang Bing scanned the number on the check, which was 2 million. He did not reach out to pick it up. Instead, he muttered in his heart, "A mere $2 million? I'm the one who's short of these $2 million? Chapter 28. Making conditions. Seeing that Zhang Bing did not have the intention to take the $2 million check, the rest of the Qin family did not say anything. After all, Master Qin's status before his retirement was not ordinary, and now that Zhang Bing has saved his life, 2 million is honestly indeed a little less. Elder Qin had always ruled his family strictly, so in fact, the Qin family could only be considered paupers compared to those rich and powerful. But Qin Guangming was obviously a bit offended and said, "Yang, divine Dr. Zhang, you don't think it's too little, do you?" Zhang Bing laughed and said, "Mr. Qin, money, I have plenty." Oh, Qin Guangming obviously didn't believe it. What kind of money could a 19-year-old student have? Even if their Qin family couldn't compare to the rich and powerful, they were still much better than the average middle class. In that case, you just don't think our Qin family gives too little? I didn't mean that, Zhang Bing replied. At this time, Qin Yuan hurriedly stood out. She was afraid that if she continued, Zhang Bing would directly fight with Qin Guangming. Little brother, is it that you don't want money and want something else? At this time, Elder Qin opened his mouth and asked. Zhang Bing nodded and said directly, Elder Qin, I didn't offer to treat you for money. Rather, it's purely for hope's sake. And besides, I'm really not that bad. Alright, Qin Guangming said irritably, since it's not bad for money, say it, what exactly do you want? Zhang Bing also heard it at this time, feeling that the Qin family's people still thought that they had come to flatter Master Qin. Wanting to draw on the power that Elder Qin once had, he wanted to laugh a little inside. He shook his head, then solemnly said, Elder Qin, if you really want to thank me, I do have a very small thing that I hope the Qin family can do. What is it? Elder Qin asked. Just have Qin Ji of the Qin family publicly apologize to me at school, Zhang Bing said. After these words were said, the brains of the Qin family were all a bit short-circuited. They had thought that Zhang Bing was going to use this to make some unreasonable request, so that Elder Qin would use the influence of his contacts to greet him or something like that. But I never thought that it would be for Qin Ji to publicly apologize at the school. Instantly, everyone in the Qin family looked at Qin Guangming in unison, because Qin Ji is his own son. Grandpa, Qin Shi is indeed very excessive. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan then briefly told the Qin family members about the conflict between Zhang Bing and Qin Ji. After hearing what Qin Yuan said, everyone understood. This matter won't work. Change it. Qin Guangming pondered for a moment and refused on the spot. Zhang Bing sensed Qin Guangming's malice, and he was no longer polite as he responded. Mr. Qin, apart from this matter, I don't need the Qin family's thanks for anything else. Poof. Qin Guangming snorted coldly and said, Qin Ji is my son, even though he has some conflicts with you, but that's between you young people. You took this opportunity to make things difficult for our Qin family and force Qin Ji to give you a public apology. What is this? Don't you think it's a little excessive? Nima. Zhang Bing really couldn't hold back a bit, cursing in his heart that there really was a father like a son. Just now, Qin Yuan had already explained what happened, and now Qin Radiance was licking his chops and saying that he had gone too far. Alright, Zhang Bing, Qin Guangming said in a tone as if he had already seen through Zhang Bing, very contemptuously. Don't you just think that 2 million cramps is too little? Okay, although our Qin family can't compare with those rich people, we can still think of a way to get 5 million, 8 million, 10 million or no problem. That should always be enough, right? Uncle Guangming. Qin Yuan couldn't listen any longer and stood up to explain loudly. Zhang Bing has already said just now that he isn't poor in money. Besides, the person's request has been clearly stated. It's just for the cousin to publicly apologize. And I've told you what happened. It was indeed the cousin who was in the wrong in the first place. Yuan, where did you turn your arm? Qin Guangming began to educate Qin Yuan again. What's not too bad? It's not too little. Qin Yuan was speechless and couldn't help herself as she blurted out. Uncle Bright, to tell you the truth, the boss behind the Heavenly Dragon Hotel is the one who owns Zhang Bing. Divine Dr. Zhang. As soon as these words were uttered, the entire room once again fell into a state of silence, especially Qin Guangming. His face turned unusually ugly as he looked at Zhang Bing incredulously. Zhang Bing, on the other hand, had a bland look on his face, and this was the effect he wanted. Mr. Qin, a mere Sky Dragon Hotel is nothing. I told you earlier, it's not about money. All I want is just a public apology from Qin Ji, and if I can't do that, that's fine. After saying that, Zhang Bing also stopped nagging and rushed at Master Qin, then twisted his head and walked out. Master, Divine Dr. Zhang, wait for me. Seeing that Zhang Bing was about to leave, Feng Qianqiu shouted and immediately followed him. Before he left, he did not forget to glare at Qin Shanhe, kindly making a reminder to Elder Qin Shanhe. Seeing this, Elder Qin's face also looked a bit unsightly as he hurriedly instructed Qin Yuan. Yuan, quickly go and loosen up Zhang Bing and Feng Lao. Tell little brother Zhang Bing that our Qin family will give him a satisfactory explanation, and tell him not to take it personally. Qin Yuan responded. then quickly walked out as well. Then Elder Qin looked at Qin Guangming with a serious expression and reprimanded. Guangming, you must give Zhang Bing an explanation for this matter and do what he said. If Qin Ji won't listen to you, I'll come myself. Qin Guangming sighed, upset in his heart, and said, Old master, it's not like you don't know Xiaoji's character. And without his relationship with the Ma family's son, how could our Qin family have reached a cooperation with the Ma family this time? It's all between young people. Forget it. Bright. Master Qin got a little angry, rather dangerously so, and reprimanded. Don't make me repeat myself a second time. Qin Guangming still wanted to argue, but seeing Master Qin's face, he had no choice but to shut up and agree. On the other side, Zhang Bing left the Qin family without looking back, and Feng Qianqiu chased after him. Brother, Feng Lao, wait for me. Qin Yuanyuan also caught up in time and shouted from behind, so the two stopped and watched as Qin Yuanyuan ran on her high heels, her chest shaking. Zhang Bing was secretly happy in his heart. This move of retreating to advance really worked. Brother, don't be angry. Qin Yuanyuan expressed her apology. Grandpa asked me to convey to tell you that the Qin family will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Uncle Bright is that kind of snob. We all know that. Don't take it personally. He. Zhang Bing laughed. Don't worry. I'm not that petty. Qin Yuanyuan nodded, her eyes blazing. Then brother, Elder Feng, I won't see you off. I have to go up for a bit. We'll be in touch later. After seeing Qin Yuanyuan off, Feng Qianqiu couldn't hold back and kept pestering Zhang Bing to teach him the Jiuxian acupuncture and moxibustion technique. Elder Feng, don't be in a hurry. Since I promised you, I will definitely honor it. I've got some serious school stuff going on here, so I'll be sure to teach you when I've taken care of it. Zhang Bing explained. That, Mr. Zhang, don't lie to me. This is what you promised me yourself. What is it? Do you want me to step in and find you some connections to solve it? Zhang Bing thought about it, but did not hide it, so he briefly talked about the big action that Ma Chao had engaged in. Feng Qianqiu paused and said, Humph, so it's the kid from Ma's family who is looking for trouble from you. Ma Yunting does have the strength. That kid from his family I've seen before, playing with flowers, is indeed wild enough, but it doesn't matter. I'll personally talk to Ma Yunting, and I'll make sure that the Ma family boy won't dare to find you in trouble again. Chapter 29, The Bank Socialite. In the face of Feng Qianqiu's kind offer to help, Zhang Bing did not refuse, but he did not agree either. It wouldn't hurt to have an extra path, he thought. After all, Feng Qianqiu, as a medical authority in the Dragon Kingdom, must have quite a few top-level connections. Ma Chao's own father was the richest man in Kyoto, and surely a big shot with his hands full. Even a high-ranking retired old cadre like the Qin family is probably not comparable. While it was true that $75 billion was an exaggeration, it was certainly far less than the richest man in Kyoto. After the two of them finally exchanged words, Feng Qianqiu had to drive him himself. Zhang Bing felt surprised, not expecting that Feng Qianqiu, who was a big old man, actually drove an executive-class Land Rover. Elder Feng, I didn't expect you to actually drive this car. Zhang Bing was surprised. Mr. Zhang, you don't know this. Although I'm old, I'm still a normal person. Everyone has different preferences, Feng Qianqiu explained while driving. Zhang Bing thought about it, and it was indeed something like that. Elder Feng, why don't you send me to the Sky Dragon Hotel? No problem. Feng Qianqiu slammed on the gas pedal, and the car's speed was even fiercer than that of an average young man. Mr. Zhang, you are truly a rare talent. At such an age you are actually proficient in the lost art of Jiuxian acupuncture and moxibustion, and you are also sitting in the Tianlong Hotel. Truly a fearful young man. He. Zhang Bing's eyes rolled, his bad taste was overflowing, and he flirted. Feng Lao, why don't I treat you to a massage at the hotel's 8th floor clubhouse to relax and unwind? Don't. Feng Qianqiu certainly knew what the 8th floor of the Sky Dragon Hotel was for. I'm so old, where can I eat? It's better that you guys are young. Ha. Zhang Bing couldn't help but laugh. After 20 minutes or so, Feng Qianqiu drove away after sending Zhang Bing to the entrance of the hotel, and Zhang Bing wasn't idle, intending to go to the 8th floor to experience it. Since becoming the owner of the Sky Dragon Hotel, he had never relaxed and unwound at a hotel under his own name. But before he could get on the elevator, the private phone rang. He pulled out his cell phone and saw that it was from the bank. Mr. Zhang, hello, I'm the bank president now. Li Ben, do you have a moment? Zhang Bing hesitated and asked, is something wrong? Mr. Zhang, you have a sum of $5 billion deposited in our bank. According to the regulations, you will be our bank's highest quality customer. For quality customers like you, our bank has a mysterious prize to give away, and you need to come in person to collect it for a while. The bank president Li Ben on the other end of the phone introduced. What prize? Zhang Bing asked casually. He's not bad at anything right now, and he's too lazy to bother. This, Mr. Zhang, it's not convenient to talk on the phone. Where are you? I'll immediately send a special person in car to pick you up. Do you think it's convenient for you? My bank's gifts keep you satisfied. There's no need to pick me up. I'll make a trip over there myself now. Hearing this, Zhang Bing also came to be a bit interested, then hung up the phone. Meanwhile, Kyoto Bank, Governor Li Ben hung up the phone and rubbed his palms together, his face full of joy and excitement. He immediately summoned all of the branch's staff, then loudly announced, "Keep your eyes peeled. I've already personally contacted Mr. Zhang just now. Mr. Zhang will personally come to our bank to collect the gift in a while. Anyone who slows down Mr. Zhang will immediately pack their bags and get out. From now on, immediately stop all work in hand and brace yourself for Mr. Zhang's arrival." After the announcement, everyone else left the office. Only a beautiful manager in uniform, white shirt and black suit pants stayed behind. "Governor Li, isn't there a leader from the head office coming over later today as well, naming me to accompany him? If you give me as a work gift to this Mr. Zhang now, how will the leaders on the head office side deliver?" Li Ben smiled faintly, then reached out his hand and squeezed on Su Ru's plump buttocks. "Su Ru, you should know that this Mr. Zhang has deposited $5 billion in our bank in one go. That's $5 billion. This kind of big customer must be maintained no matter what the cost. As long as we maintain this Mr. Zhang, our bank won't have to worry about its performance this year. As for the head of the head office, isn't this not here yet? Later, when Mr. Zhang comes, you take him to the VIP room and treat him well, okay? Anyway, it's only a matter of 10 minutes at most, and it doesn't conflict with the head office leader's side." Su Ru revealed a flirtatious smile and said daintily, "I know, Governor. There has never been any man who can escape the charms of others." And at that moment, a car came to the door of the bank, a cab and a business car. Zhang Bing stepped down from the cab, and another middle-aged man in a suit with a big belly stepped down from the business car. Zhang Bing is almost with this middle-aged man into the bank. He looked at this middle-aged man faction full. Heart guess most likely is also a leader. The bank's electronic screen scrolls warmly welcome Mr. Zhang to our bank. Zhang Bing smiled in his heart, knowing that this was a special greeting for himself. And all the staff members were all in high spirits, especially the female staff members who made a point of dressing up, but the overall quality was average. Out of 10, the composite score is about 4 at best. And at that moment, I only saw that middle-aged man with his hands behind his back, clearing his throat and shouting, "Let your bank president Li Ben come out." Hearing the middle-aged man shout, at once the bank's staff were like enemies, and their expressions were highly tense. They glanced at each other, then all of them ran over, their attitudes and tones quite humble and welcome. "Mr. Zhang, you're here. This way please." Zhang Bing, who was on the side, was just about to open his mouth, but he saw this middle-aged man let out a cold snort and said, "Is this how your bank president welcomes me?" The many staff members looked at each other, not daring to speak, because just now, the bank president, Li Ben, had personally explained to everyone to brace themselves to welcome Mr. Zhang's arrival. It was obvious that the bank personnel took the middle-aged man for Zhang Bing. However, coincidentally, the middle-aged man is indeed also surnamed Zhang, named Zhang Wei, is the head of the head office down the inspection of a leader. The reason for arriving early was also for other purposes, because as the head of the head office, he had long heard of a famous crossdresser at this branch. Regardless of the body looks, that is the existence of the man to convince, and will be the fancy, financial banking circles inside the various versions of rumors. In a word, it is irresistible to all men. But obviously, as Zhang Wei took a glance over, the female staff inside the hall, although they were all well dressed, obviously could not catch his eye. Just at this time, after receiving the news, the account manager, Su Ru, also walked out from inside the office at the back. Su Ru's dress was very formal, but that voluptuous figure was almost holding the shirt buttons open. Mr. Zhang, you're finally here." As soon as he saw Su Ru, Zhang Wei's eyes lit up and a smile piled up on his face. Zhang Bing was also stunned, not expecting that a small branch actually hid such an extreme product. This woman was about the same style as Wang Roland, but she definitely had one more point of maturity and flirtation than Wang Roland, especially with the professional attributes added to her attractiveness. Chapter 30, Don't You Wail on Me? Humph. After seeing Su Ru, this Zhang Wei had a much better attitude and a greedy face. Only a cold snort was seen before he strutted over, directly ignoring Zhang Bing. He didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional that he bumped Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing didn't notice and stumbled to the side. He hadn't even opened his mouth yet, saying that he knew that this Zhang Wei was evil. "Kid, don't you have eyes?" Zhang Bing frowned. He had seen unreasonable ones, but it was the first time he had encountered such an unreasonable one. "It's obvious that you bumped into me without your eyes, and you want to backtrack? Ha, Jiang Wei's face sank and he said condescendingly, "Kid, what did you say? I said it was you who didn't have eyes and bumped into me." Zhang Bing disliked back nonchalantly. "How dare you?" Zhang De was furious, pointing his finger at Zhang Bing and reprimanding, "Do you know who I am? Men, drive this boy out at once." Soon all the bank staff had gathered around as well. They didn't know Zhang Bing and had already mistaken Jiang Wei for the mysterious tycoon Mr. Zhang who had deposited $5 billion, as the meeting governor had just said. After all, Jiang Wei was fat and imposing, and he did look like a rich man, and Zhang Bing looked so young, it would be hard for anyone to associate him with a super rich man. This little brother, do you hear me? Mr. Zhang told you to get out immediately. Get out now or we'll call security to blast you out. The bank staff also shouted and reprimanded at Zhang Bing to kick him out. This made Zhang Bing very unhappy, and he had wanted to keep a low profile, but now it seems like it's impossible to keep a low profile. He glanced at the snooty staff, then questioned in a cold voice, "You're sure, aren't you?" Saying that, he directly took out his cell phone and logged into the bank's app, intending to transfer the $5 billion directly, but he knew very well that it was impossible to operate on a cell phone to be able to transfer such a large sum of money at once. Sure enough, after he casually clicked twice, the system prompted that the amount was too large and needed to be handled over the counter. Before he could exit, a call came in from the bank president, Ben Li. "Mr. Zhang, what's wrong? Just now we received a prompt in the background that you wanted to transfer your money away. Did you operate it yourself?" "That's right, it's me personally. Now transfer my money immediately and instantly." "Ah, don't, Mr. Zhang, never, please, this is non-negotiable. I'm in the lobby of your bank right now and your staff is going to throw me out." "What? I'll be right there, right away." Li Ben looked very shocked inside the phone. Hearing what Zhang Bing had called, this group of bank staff hadn't realized the problem in the slightest. They all still thought that Zhang Bing was bragging and pretending. Not very old, but quite a braggart. "If you really know our governor, we'll get on our knees and apologize." A few bank staff members looked disdainful. After all, even though they were just a branch, the president was a ceiling-level existence to ordinary people. "Mr. Zhang, let me take you to the VIP room. Just leave the matters here to them." Su Ru was all smiles as she walked over to hold Zhang Wei by the hand and said in a flavorful manner. Zhang Wei was very satisfied with Su Ru's service and his eyes never left Su Ru's chest. "Kid, put your eyes on me. Next time, I'll just have someone break your legs. Got it?" Just at this time, a middle-aged man rolled and crawled down from the upper floor, and it was none other than the bank president Li Ben. Governor, we received Mr. Zhang, but here's a kid of unknown origin who just contradicted Mr. Zhang." At the sight of Li Ben coming, the bank staff went up to greet and explain. However, Li Ben, as the bank president, he has the authority to see some personal information of the super rich who deposited $5 billion. According to the information he had, this mysterious tycoon was called Zhang Bing, only 19 years old. Seeing Su Ru and the group of employees all standing around the fat-headed Zhang Wei, they mistook Zhang Wei for a mysterious tycoon. Instead, he was pointing his nose in sarcasm and driving away Zhang Bing. All of a sudden his whole body was bad. "Asshole, a bunch of losers, your eyes have been eaten by dogs. Ah, your eyes are blind." Li Ben let out a loud curse, then ran to Zhang Bing and said with an apologetic face, "Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, all of these staff members are blind, so you've been wronged. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, I'll deal with this seriously and fire them all." There was a collective giggle. All of them couldn't believe that the young man they had just driven away to dig it was the mysterious tycoon. "Mr. Zhang." Even Zhang Wei was a bit shocked and revealed a horrified expression. Su Ru was worthy of being a socialite, immediately letting go of Zhang Wei and running directly to Zhang Bing. With a smile on her face, she took Zhang Bing's arm. "Mr. Zhang, sorry, I didn't expect you to be so young and handsome. Sorry, I'll make it up to you. You mustn't take it personally. Get lost." Zhang Bing pushed away Su Ru, who came over, and then swept his eyes at the group of dumbfounded workers. Then he said on the spot to the bank president Li Ben, "Immediately go through the formalities. $5 billion I want to transfer away and put it in other banks." "Mr. Zhang, don't, calm down. Mr. Zhang, we'll make sure you're satisfied." Li Ben is almost in a hurry to cry. The deposits of their entire branch do not add up to 500 million. Zhang Bing's 5 billion means a lot to the entire branch. He pleaded with Zhang Bing while frantically making eyes at Su Ru, the account manager. Su Ru continued to maintain her smile and continued to cheekily come over. "Mr. Zhang, don't be angry. It's crowded here. I'll take you to the VIP room to talk, okay?" My bank's gift was picked up in the VIP room. As the saying goes that a hand is not stretched out, not to mention that Su Ru is indeed flavorful, Zhang Bing did not continue to reprimand. Instead, He looked at the fat-headed Zhang Wei and said, I don't want to see this person, you know what I mean? Okay, Mr. Zhang. Li Ben was relieved to see that Zhang Bing's tone had eased. He responded and immediately ordered the security guard to come over. At this time, Zhang Wei was surprised though that such a small Zhang Bing actually had $5 billion in savings, not to mention in the branch, even in the head office. It's a super VIP, but how he is also a small leader down from the head office. The faction is still necessary. Brother Zhang, I was wrong just now. Introduce yourself. My name is Zhang Wei. The head office came down to inspect the business. As soon as these words came out, Li Ben, Su Ru and the other staff members were once again surprised. I didn't realize that Zhang Wei was actually the leader of the head office who was going to come today, came early, and didn't greet him. This is really difficult on the part of the bank. One is a wealthy man with a mysterious background, and the performance bonuses of all employees are at stake. One is the leader of the head office down. Both can't be offended. The worst part is that both people's last name is Zhang, so it's no wonder they got it wrong. Who the hell is your brother? Zhang Bing was nonchalant and said in a cold voice, don't you wah in front of me. Chapter 31. You want to play the fool? Hearing Zhang Bing's words, Zhang Wei's face changed. But as a small leader of the head office, of course, I know what class it is to be able to deposit $5 billion in the bank. He really didn't dare to be offended, and even though he was upset in his heart, his face was full of smiles. Mr. Zhang, I was wrong just now. Don't take it personally. Look, if you have time, I'll invite you to a good place to make amends to you in person. How about it? Sorry, Lousy is not available. Zhang Bing didn't give Zhang Wei any face at all and directly rebuffed. This caused Zhang Wei to lose face completely, and his face turned very ugly. And the bank president Li Ben, the account manager Su Ru and other staff members also looked at each other in dismay. Both are ones they can't afford to offend. One is a mysterious rich guy, mostly super rich. One is the head of the head office who came down to visit, the direct supervisor. But if they had to choose, they would definitely choose Zhang Bing. After all, can stabilize Zhang Bing. This 5 billion deposits do not transfer away. The future they can basically lie flat, and everyone's performance must be overdrawn. Bonuses counted to soft. Mr. Zhang, how can I say that I am also a leader of the head office? You have to give me some face, right? There was a hint of dissatisfaction in Zhang Wei's tone, but he still didn't dare to tear his face off with Zhang Bing. I said, don't wow me, understand? Zhang Bing was nonchalant and his attitude was even stronger and tougher. Zhang Wei was dumbfounded by his dislike, and all the people at the bank played deaf and dumb and tilted their heads to the side. Okay, you wait, don't think that having a few dollars makes you great. In front of power, your money is nothing. Zhang Wei couldn't help himself and put down harsh words on the spot, then walked out in a huff. Li Ben wanted to chase after him to retain him, but when he saw the look in Zhang Bing's eyes, he stopped and made a choice in his heart. Mr. Zhang, don't worry, we will go and communicate with Director Zhang about this matter. Don't take it to heart. Inside please, said Li Ben giving a wink to the rest of the staff before striking a pose of please. Su Ru took Zhang Bing's arm and together they led into the VIP room in the back. Arriving in the VIP room, Zhang Bing could tell at a glance. Where is this VIP room to talk about business? It has sofas and a luxurious clean Simmons. Zhang Bing froze his eyes, then asked, Governor Li, you said that there is a bank with a special gift that wraps me up. That's why I came over. If it's some kind of gesture, shopping cart or something like that, forget it, I'm not interested. Li Ben smiled and explained. Mr. Zhang, like someone of your stature, naturally you can't look at those trinkets. You can rest assured that you will be satisfied with the specially customized gift I made for my super VIP customers. I'll go out and take care of something first. As for what the gift is, Manager Su will answer for you in detail. After saying that, Li Ben retreated, not forgetting to close the door behind him. Just as Li Ben left, Su Ru walked over to Zhang Bing before kneeling down. Manager Su, what are you doing? Zhang Bing was startled. Banks still have kneeling service? Su Ru guffawed, then ruffled her hair and said flirtatiously, Mr. Zhang, I didn't expect you to be so young, so handsome, and so rich. As Su Ru said that, she began to reach out her hand and press it on Zhang Bing's thigh. Zhang Bing paused and asked, Manager Su, don't do this, just tell me straight, what exactly is the special gift from your bank? LOL. Suju laughed. Then he looked at Zhang Bing emotionally and said, Mr. Zhang, don't you understand? I'm the special gift we customized for super VIPs like you. Asterisk. Zhang Bing cursed in his heart, although he hadn't heard much about it. A story between a female bank teller and a landed depositor. But this is the first time I've encountered such a sexy account manager as a gift. Mr. Zhang, within the next year, I am your personal gift, on call 24 hours a day, and I can satisfy whatever you need to like. Su-ru said while her hand was unashamedly reaching towards Zhang Bing. "We'll play," Zhang Bing lamented from the bottom of his heart. "This is tantamount to saying that the bank has given itself a free mistress to use for a year." Su-ru was probably in her 30s, but extremely well maintained. Especially the chest is a bit exaggeratedly large, and the whole person is a slightly fat type, which is indeed full of the ultimate temptation of a mature woman. Plus being a bank account manager again, with all the professional makeup and professional charisma added, it's really attractive. It was not at all the same thing as the temptation of a person like Renee Wang who was still a student. "Mr. Zhang, let me serve you well now. Don't worry, it's very safe in here. We can see outside, but the outside can't see inside," Suju said as she started to undo the opening of her shirt. Zhang Bing couldn't hold back a bit. He looked outside and realized that he could indeed see every move outside. It is indeed very exciting to think about. On the other side, Zhang Wei, who had left in a hurry and anger, did not go far, but returned to his car. Today he is considered to have lost face by a 19-year-old young man in public face. At least he is the head of the head office of the bank, holding power. Despite knowing that the one who could deposit $5 billion must be a big deal, Zhang Wei must find his way back today. And at this moment, after Li Ben had arranged everything, he then came to lick Zhang Wei. "Director Zhang, don't be angry, asshole." Zhang Wei threw all of his anger at Li Ben, slapping him down with a backhanded slap as he angrily said, "Shouldn't the old man be angry? Damn. I'll have to talk to the head office about your branch later." "Director Zhang, don't," Li Ben explained in a low voice. "That Mr. Zhang has deposited $5 billion in our bank. You know what that means. Is $5 billion marvelous?" Zhang Wei's mouth screamed ferociously, pulled out his cell phone, and said, "Give me a break. I'll notify Director Qin right now, and ask him to come and check if there's a problem with the source of funds." "Director Zhang, don't do this, please." Li Ben had a face of helplessness and horror. The Director Qin that Zhang Wei said, he knew it was Qin Guanghua, the boss of the Qin family. It is also a leader who specializes in the financial field. As long as so much investigation, there will definitely be problems. And then maybe Zhang Bing will directly transfer the money in anger. "Get lost." Zhang Wei grunted coldly. "Isn't that brat terrific with a $5 billion deposit? I'll show him today whether it's more money that's awesome or power that's awesome." Soon, Zhang Wei's side kicked away Li Ben, then quickly dialed Qin Guanhua's phone. He intentionally added fuel to the fire by putting it in context that there was a 19-year-old young man in the branch who suddenly had an extra $5 billion in his account and suspected that there was a problem with the source of the funds, and he wanted to ask the other party to come and find out more about it. Qin Guanghua's side received the call, and after understanding the general situation, he said he would come over immediately to take a look. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Wei had a smug look on his face and was sitting in the car rather upset. "Humph. Director Qin said he would personally come over to understand the situation. So go tell that kid surnamed Zhang to wait." Li Ben's face was ashen and he didn't know what to say. And at this time, the Qin family's side had just reached an agreement. Elder Qin Shanha personally ordered that Qin Ji must follow what Zhang Bing said, and that Qin Guangming would supervise the entire execution. Boss Qin Guanghua saw that everyone had already discussed the matter, so he asked for instructions. "Master, we received a report that a branch of the Kyoto Bank has suddenly had a huge extra deposit of unknown origin over there, so I have to go over and take a look at it right away." Guanghua, you go ahead and get busy. We'll arrange for the old man's next surgery," the Qin family's senior said. Chapter 32, Crazy Face Punch, Bank VIP Room. Zhang Bing watched people coming and going in every move outside while enjoying Su-ru's hospitality. I have to say, this Su-ru was really powerful. Despite being a young woman in her 30s, she was by no means worse than a young girl in every way of wrapping up. After some tossing and turning, Zhang Bing instantly turned on sage mode. "Okay, that's enough for today." He was well aware of it, like the fact that Su-ru, as an account manager, was treated as a special gift customized for a large client. One is certainly not the first, not the last. This is the bus. It's even more exaggerated than the kind of bus that Joan of Arc has. Su-ru's face was flushed and she pouted. "Mr. Zhang, that you won't transfer the deposit away, right? The interest, we can get 2 points for the other lines." "Hey," Zhang Bing sighed, nodded, and said, "Let's put it in your bank for the time being, whichever one we put it in anyway." "Thank you, Mr. Zhang, you are so nice." Su-ru immediately put on her clothes and ruffled her hair before forcing her business card inside Zhang Bing's clothes pocket. "Mr. Zhang, I can do anything for you this year. Everything I have is yours." "Got it." Zhang Bing's attitude seemed a bit cold, and at that moment, in front of the bank, Qin Guanghua did come in person. As a leader of the financial system, Qin Guanghua's style is decent, and he abhors those who commit crimes. 5 billion is by no means a small amount, and a 19-year-old young man suddenly has an extra 5 billion in savings. he also felt that this was not a simple matter, so he came over to see for himself. Director Qin. Hello, Director Qin. Seeing Qin Guanghua arrive, Zhang Wei and Li Ben hurriedly went over to greet him in a submissive manner. Zhang Wei, can what you said be true? Qin Guanghua looked at Zhang Wei and asked. Director Qin, what I said is all true. Today I originally came to inspect the lower branch business in accordance with the head office's regulations, and I inadvertently discovered it. So the first time to inform you, the financial circle who does not know you nicknamed Qin Qing Tiana. Alright, cut the crap. Whether it's true or not, it needs to be investigated to know. Qin Guanhua's attitude is very tough. Simply do not eat slipping that set. Normally he should have sent a few of his men down, but he happened to be free today, and the Qin family was not far from here. So he came alone personally to take a look before saying anything. With that, Zhang Wei and Li Ben led Qin Guanghua into the bank. Li Ben's entire body was numb. He wanted to speak but didn't dare to, not to mention whether Zhang Bing's $5 billion could withstand the investigation or not. Just what Zhang Bing was doing with Su Ru inside the VIP room right now. Once Qin Guanghua caught him in the act, the first to be finished would be him, as well as the entire staff of this branch. But Zhang Wei didn't care about that much. He just wanted to retaliate against Zhang Bing and take out his anger for what had just happened. As the three of them walked, Zhang Wei added more fuel to the fire, avoiding the important points and telling what had just happened. Qin Guanghua heard that the mysterious teenage tycoon with $5 billion in deposits was in the VIP room of the bank. It was immediately decided that we should meet in person so that we could learn more about it, and Li Ben's entire body went numb, whispering to dissuade him, Director Qin, why don't you wait? Our account manager is inside talking to Mr. Zhang about financial products. It's not good to interrupt them at this time. Li Ben, what did you say? Zhang Wei of course knew what Li Ben meant and immediately interrupted. Director Qin, wealth management financial products can be discussed at any time, but since you're here in person, your time is more valuable than anything else. Qin Guanghua nodded, ignoring the obstruction, and directly let Li Ben lead the way. Li Ben's heart was already in a state of flux, and his forehead was sweating coldly with nervousness. He's a bank branch president. That's a ceiling for the average person. But to Zhang Wei, the head office leader, Qin Guanghua, the big name of the financial system Qin Qingtian, nothing. At this moment, Li Ben can only pray that Zhang Bing and Su Ru things done do not be caught in flagrante delicto a. Under extreme jitters, Li Ben led Qin Guanghua and Zhang Wei to the entrance of the VIP room. Li Ben, open the door, Zhang Wei ordered. Li Ben hastily nodded his head, but his hand movements were hesitant. Seeing this, Qin Guanghua didn't hesitate to push open the door with one hand. As soon as he opened the door, it just so happened that Zhang Bing and Su Ru had finished long ago and had already packed up. However, the duo behaved intimately as Su Ru was holding Zhang Bing's arm. Seeing this scene, the first one to breathe a sigh of relief was Li Ben, finally not in the act. Qin Guanghua and Zhang Bing also froze at the same time, neither expecting to run into each other here. Cough. Li Ben quickly reacted and shouted, Manager Su. This is Director Qin of the Financial Regulatory Commission. Su Ru's emotional intelligence was very high, immediately letting go of Zhang Bing's hand before politely shouting, Director Qin, what are you guys doing? At this time, Zhang Wei opened his mouth and loudly reprimanded, Director Qin, this is the kid who suddenly saved $5 billion. I suspect that this huge amount of money must be suspected of a crime of unknown origin and should be frozen immediately and then investigated. Zhang Bing looked at Zhang Wei's smug look, and then looked at Li Ben's frantic eyes hinting at himself. Nervous, he quickly guessed roughly what was going on, but what surprised him was that the person who came was actually Qin Guanghua. Humph, forget about trying to find trouble with Lao Zi. Actually calling Qin Guanghua to find trouble with Lao Zi. A cold smile flashed across the corner of his mouth at the thought. Zhang Wei, right? You said that my $5 billion are suspected to be a crime and of unknown origin. Do you have any evidence? Looks like you're determined to have your way with me today. Just gave you face, didn't you? Surname Zhang, don't be arrogant. Zhang De loudly reprimanded. You're a 19-year-old brat. Where did you get such a large and huge sum of money? We now suspect that this huge amount of your money is not clean, suspected of committing a crime, and must file a case for investigation. You're investigating when you say so? Zhang Bing said with nonchalant anger. Ha! Zhang Wei smiled smugly and said, Kid, of course my words don't count, but Director Qin, nicknamed Qin Qingtian of the financial system, came in person specifically to investigate your huge amount of money, so you're just waiting to step on the sewing machine. Ha ha ha. Zhang Bing also laughed out loud upon hearing this. He looked at Qin Guangming, who had an odd expression on his face, and then asked flirtatiously, Director Qin, what do you think? Qin Guanghua was speechless for a while in his heart. He had probably guessed what was going on the moment he pushed open the door and saw that it was Zhang Bing. After Zhang Bing left the Qin family to give his own master acupuncture, Qin Yuan returned with a lot more about him. The basic conclusion is that this is a well-hidden mysterious rich man, but never a criminal. And most of all, the Qin family was now owing Zhang Bing a favor. This Zhang Wei is talking nonsense, wasting his time, not to mention using himself as a gun. Thinking of this, Qin Guanghua's face sank, suddenly turning around to stare at Zhang Wei, who hadn't yet realized the seriousness of the problem. He angrily rebuked, "Zhang Wei, right? Do you think that just because you're a small leader at the Kyoto Bank headquarters that you can abuse your personal power, do whatever you want, make up things out of thin air, and wrongly accuse others, right?" At that moment, Zhang Wei, Li Ben, and Su Ru were all confused. "Director Qin, I didn't." Zhang Wei was confused and aggrieved as he defended himself. "Humph." Qin Guanghua turned unusually serious and reprimanded. "This Mr. Zhang Bingjiang sits in the Tianlong Grand Hotel, is proficient in medical skills, and even Feng Qianqiu Feng Lao worships him to the core. How is having $5 billion in savings not a good idea?" As soon as these words came out, Li Ben, Su Ru, and Zhang Wei were completely petrified in place, looking at Zhang Bing with incomparable shock and awe. "You honestly come with me to your head office. I, Qin, will now investigate your head office, especially your related issues," Qin Guanghua said angrily. Zhang Wei's entire body was bad, and he was suddenly pale, sweaty, and trembling. Zhang Bing laughed at the situation and looked at Zhang Wei, who was instantly absent, and said sarcastically, "Director Zhang, how was it?" After saying this, he cast a grateful look at Qin Guanghua before strutting out. Li Ben and Su Ru quickly reacted, and couldn't care less, not even greeting Qin Guanghua, and directly chased after him. Chapter 33 Angrily smacking Qin Ji. After resolving Zhang Wei, Zhang Bing was in a good mood and left. The bank president, Ben Li, and the account manager, Ru Su, came right behind him. "Mr. Zhang, wait," Li Ben shouted from behind. Zhang Bing stopped and looked at Su Ru, who was stepping on her high heels. That plump figure trembled and was indeed tempting. "Governor Li, Manager Su, what's up? Is there anything else?" Zhang Bing asked. Li Ben had a look of awe on his face as he said, "Mr. Zhang, you see, I am indeed sorry for what happened today. Zhang Wei is the leader of the head office. Our branch really can't afford to offend." "Yes, Mr. Zhang, don't blame us for this." Su Ru also kind of chimed in. "Don't worry." Zhang Bing didn't care. With his favor to the Qin family, Qin Guanghua was enough for Zhang Wei to drink a pot of water. "I'm not that petty. $5 billion will be put in your bank for the time being, and it will be up to Manager Su to take care of it for me." "Thank you, Mr. Zhang, thank you." Li Ben was on the verge of being moved to tears, thanking him repeatedly and making eyes at Su Ru. Su Ru daintily said, "Mr. Zhang, where are you going? Can I give you a ride?" Zhang Bing thought about it and refused. "No need to be so polite. Don't worry, I will contact you if something happens." Hearing Zhang Bing's words, a trace of loss flashed across Su Ru's face. If she had been given as a customized gift to those Tycoon big clients before, she was willing to do so, after all, to make money. But those tycoons are either bald or fat-headed like Zhang Wei. It was purely a business deal, but Zhang Bing was different. Zhang Bing was so young and highly qualified, and she felt kind-hearted. If he could be a constant companion, he might be able to get out of his current fate once and for all. "Mr. Zhang, make sure you don't forget me," Su Ru said. Zhang Bing smiled without saying anything else and stopped a car in his hand and went straight to Tianlong Hotel. By the time he arrived at the hotel, he was not interested in checking out the 8th floor for the time being since he had just been served by Su Ru. Besides, he just arrived on the front foot. Wang Roland then walked over and whispered, "Mr. Zhang, your girlfriend is here, waiting for you in my office." "Han Yue is here?" Zhang Bing instantly raised his spirits and muttered in his heart. Now he is surrounded by flowers and beautiful women, and they are all unusually active and eager to hang on to him. But Lin Hanyue was different. This was her official girlfriend who she had officially recognized and confirmed her relationship with. When he came to the office, Lin Hanyue was indeed there. "Han Yue, what brings you here?" Didn't even say anything in advance. Zhang Bing had a smile on his face and his eyes lit up. Lin Hanyue had changed her ladylike and innocent image, and the whole person was dressed up in a very sexy way, the same as the day the two of them had sex. "If I tell you in advance, how else can I check in?" Lin Hanyue said somewhat angrily. "You have to trust me. I won't do anything to wrong you." Zhang Bing smiled, walking over and couldn't help but look at Lin Hanyue's chest. "Humph." Lin Hanyue reached out and pinched Zhang Bing, then her expression turned very serious as she said, "What are you going to do about the school? I've also heard of that Ma Chao. He's the son of the richest man in Kyoto. His family's background is heavenly, and now the whole school is abuzz with rumors that he's coming to the school tomorrow to disadvantage you." "Han Yue, don't worry, I'm not a vegetarian either." Zhang Bing snorted coldly and clenched his fists. With the phone Qianxiu relationship, he now had a stronger bottom line. I know you're very capable, but the Ma family really isn't to be messed with, and my dad and mom have heard about this and specifically asked me to advise you. Let's see if you can just give in to the Ma Chao side and forget about it. Zhang Bing was a bit unimpressed in his heart. He knew that Lin Hanyue's family was also worried about him, but to ask him to soften with Ma Chao, to concede and admit his mistakes, it was impossible. Han Yue, do you want me to be a spineless man? Me? Zhang Bing suddenly asked this question, putting Lin Hanyue on the spot. She didn't know how to answer for a moment. No woman wants her boyfriend to be a softie, but no woman wants to see her boyfriend in a miserable state either. And the loss of face might still be a small thing. Maybe even the future will be ruined, and even the life may not be saved. Alright, Han Yue. Zhang Bing sighed, then embraced Lin Hanyue into his arms and said, you only need to trust me. I have my own measure. Hearing Zhang Bing being so insistent, Lin Hanyue didn't say anything else even though she was still very worried in her heart. Don't go back tonight. Let's get a room upstairs. Lin Hanyue nodded obediently, her face instantly turning red. The next day, early in the morning, Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue woke up early and washed up. Today was the day Ma Chao put out the word to officially come out. Although Wang Wolin was already a junior in college, she usually had basically no classes at school anymore. But Ma Chao's side does have a huge influence. A random phone call. It doesn't matter if you're the president of the school, or the vice president, or a freshman, or a veteran junior or senior. All are to meet today, mandatorily, in the playground. That's why she drove her BMW sports car and parked it in front of the hotel early in the morning, intending to drive Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue to school together. Seeing Lin Hanyue and Zhang Bing holding hands, especially seeing Lin Hanyue who was revealing seductive and sexy everywhere underneath her coldness and nobility, Wang Wolin's heart was bursting with inferiority and feelings. It was obvious that apart from being open and emotionally understanding of men, she was almost all around crushed by Lin Hanyue. Mr. Zhang, M.S. Lin, let me walk you to school together. Wang Wolin opened the car door and respectfully invited. Zhang Bing did not refuse and pulled Lin Pao Shui and sat up. And at this time, Kyoto University of Arts. I'm afraid it was one of the liveliest days ever. From school leaders to cafeteria ants, from freshmen to nearly graduated senior veterans, all of them all returned to school and headed en masse towards the large playground. Banners were hung in front of the school, on the campus path, in the school building, in the library, and in the cafeteria. In every place, the banners uniformly read, warmly welcome back national martial arts champion Ma Chao to school. As Ma Chao's #1 little brother, Xinji also arrived at the school early in the morning. Followed behind Xinji are all very prominent family-rich children, which even Wang Chang, such as the family of several billions of assets, are not into the mainstream. Young Qin, when will Boss Ma show up today? Someone began to ask without being able to resist. Xinji looked at the sky and then at the students who kept returning to school and said, I don't know. Boss Ma can come whenever he wants. So, young Qin, now that the ring over at the playground was set up overnight last night and the publicity is in place, is there anything else we need to do now? She thought for a moment and said, you don't have to do anything. My dad will come to school later to find me for something, so you guys know what you're doing, okay? Alright, young Qin, don't worry. A group of rich kids responded in unison. Right at this moment, Wang Wolin drove her car with Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue arriving as well. As soon as the three of them stepped out of the car, they immediately caused a stir. This one of them, Zhang Bing, can now be said to be famous, and many people are very curious about him. Secondly, Lin Hanyue was wearing a low-cut gown with high heels today. Her perfect body was amazing, and although Wang Wolin was not as good as Lin Hanyue, she was definitely outstanding enough. Also wearing a pair of super short jeans and a low-cut camisole, with a hot body. The two of them appeared at the entrance of the school with Zhang Bing on the left and right, causing many people to talk. Damn, this trash Zhang Bing is blessed with good luck. These two chicks are really good. Xinji's group saw Zhang Bing, Lin Hanyue, and Wang Wolin at a glance and said angrily. Wang Chang, who was following behind him, was as hard as eating, especially when he saw Lin Hanyue and Zhang Bing holding hands. Anyway, Ma Chao would personally show up today to clean up Zhang Bing, so he didn't pretend anymore and directly mixed inside Xinji's team. Young Qin, the one in the gown is the flower of the art department called Lin Hanyue. The one on the left is called Wang Wolin, a famous, used to sell houses. Now she follows Zhang Bing to take care of the Tianlong Hotel. Wang Ji said indignantly. Humph. Xinji clenched his fists and said, let's go. Go over and have some fun together. Chapter 34, Unwillingness to Die. Seeing Xinji walking over with a group of people with no good intentions, Zhang Bing immediately took a step forward and subconsciously protected Lin Hanyue and Wang Wolin. Yo, Zhang Bing, you've got some ing nerve. You really dare to show up today. Xinji came up spewing trash talk, his tone filled with provocation and contempt. Zhang Bing looked at Qin Ji's group and realized that Wang Chang was also inside, so he directly ignored Qin Ji, stared at Wang Chang, and said in a cold voice, "Wang Chang, you can do it. It seems like I have to properly talk to your old man." Wang Chang has long hated Zhang Bing in his heart, and before that, he did not dare to offend. Not anymore. Ma Chao himself intervened. With the Ma family's power and financial strength, pinning down Zhang Bing was definitely a piece of cake. Therefore, in his opinion, today was the end of Zhang Bing's last good days. "Zhang Bing, do as you damn well please. Do you think I, Wang Chang, still dare not offend you?" Zhang Bing snorted coldly and said, "Who gave you the courage? It seems that the little interest your Wang family retained in the Tianlong Hotel will have to be cleared out in advance." "Ha!" Wang Chang laughed disdainfully upon hearing this. "Zhang Bing, do you still think you can fool around for long? I'm telling you, today's your good day is over. When Boss Ma comes, you're dead. In addition, I'm not afraid to tell you now, it is my father and director Peng, Li Guoqing. They spent a huge price through the Ma family driver to persuade Ma Xiao to clean up your. How about it? You bite me, ah? Very well, Wang Chang, don't regret it." Zhang Bing squeezed his fists, now that he had sort of figured it out. How could this richest man's son send Qin Ji's group of people to find himself in trouble for no reason? It turns out, Wang Chang, I didn't realize that it was you guys who were the ones behind the scenes stirring up trouble. You're too shameless. Lin Hanyue was a bit angry and rebuked angrily. Asterisk 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 you way too. Wang Chang viciously screamed. You think that you and your Lin family can fight against our Wang family just because you've evening out this trash? Just you wait. I'll make sure your family kneels at my feet and begs me. As soon as Zhang Bing heard that Lin Hanyue was scolded, he was furious and roared in a cold voice. Grass, you damn dare to scold my girlfriend. I will definitely not let you go today. Yo yo yo. At this moment, Qin Shi grimaced. He looked at Zhang Bing with extreme disdain and said, Zhang Bing, today, you can't protect yourself, but you still dare to be so arrogant. If you kneel down now and drill our crotch, kowtow a few times, and give up the girl beside you, maybe this young man can even beg for mercy for you at Boss Ma's later. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhang Bing looked at Qin Ji and said sarcastically, it seems that your father, Qin Guangming, and the elders of your Qin family haven't told you anything yet, right? At these words, Qin Ji revealed a hint of doubt, but he didn't think much of it. Poof. Qin Ji was unimpressed and continued to shout, did you think that you'd be fine just because you know my cousin? This young man directly told you that my cousin can't help you either. Ha! Zhang Bing had a teasing face. He had just woken up early this morning and had already received a message from Qin Yuan's side that the Qin family had made a decision since that day when he had left. Master Qin personally ordered Qin Guangming to personally make a trip to the school today and pressed Qin Ji to apologize to himself in public. But now from this attitude of Qin Ji, it can be seen that Qin Ji should still be completely unaware of this. Qin Ji, how tough you are now. I want you to be a wimp later. What the did you say? Qin Ji arrogantly shouted. While Boss Ma is still not here yet, you most honestly kneel down and kowtow to us and drill your crotch to help us. Zhang Bing just laughed coldly and didn't say anything else. And just then, Qin Ji's cell phone rang. He pulled it out and immediately changed his attitude, realizing that it was his own father. Qin Guangming, calling. Qin Ji, where are you? I've arrived at the entrance of your school. Come over immediately. Dad, I'm right here at the school gate. Qin Ji hung up the phone, then looked around. Sure enough, I saw a business car drive up and park in front of the school. Then he glared at Zhang Bing and sneered. You wait. Saying that, Qin Shi waved as he led a large group of people towards Qin Guangming's car. Soon, Qin Guangming also saw his son and drove his car over. Seeing this, Wang Roland reminded in a whisper. Mr. Zhang, the old man of the Qin family used to be in a high position. Although he retired a long time ago, he has a lot of influence. Qin Shi's father, Qin Guangming, is also very energetic. Zhang Bing smiled disdainfully and said, I know all this, and I also know why Qin Guangming personally came to the school early in the morning. Lin Hanyue and Wang Roland froze at the same time and looked at Zhang Bing suspiciously. Zhang Bing didn't say it out loud, but pretended to be profound and said, you two will know later. At this moment, Qin Guangming instructed the driver to pull the car over to the side, and he stepped down from the car. Dad, did you come to our school today for something important, or are you here to see Uncle Ming? Qin Shi asked with a smile. Qin Guangming's face didn't look too good, then reprimanded. It has nothing to do with your Uncle Ming. I'm here to teach you a lesson. Hearing this, Qin Shi was dumbfounded. Dad, what do you mean? What do you mean? Qin Guangming was furious. This time, within the Qin family clan hierarchy, the face of his lineage had been disgraced. The one who started it all was this precious son of his. Qin Ji, I'll talk to you later. With that said, Qin Guangming pulled out his cell phone and looked for Zhang Bing's number. Hey, Divine Dr. Zhang, I'm at the entrance of your school, can you come out on your side now? Zhang Bing and Wang Ruolin, pro-floating snow at this time is Qin Guangming's left side of the front to watch Qin Guangming call. Only too many people returning to school today. Qin Guangming did not notice for a moment. Mr. Qin, I'm right in front of you on the left side, Zhang Bing said smilingly. Qin Guangming immediately looked towards the left front, and he saw Zhang Bing with two sexy and beautiful female students, looking at him with a smile on his face. As much as he was upset inwardly, after all, forcing his son to make a public apology was even more of a slap in his face. But the old man of the Qin family had given such a direct order, and he didn't dare to go against it. Qin Ji, come over here with me. Hanging up the phone, Qin Guangming shouted out before walking straight towards Zhang Bing, and Zhang Bing came up to him head-on. Qin Ji hadn't realized the problem at the moment, and he didn't know what his father was really doing here. Seeing Zhang Bing walk over with Lin Hanyu and Wang Ruolin, he directly confronted his own father. Qin Ji thought that Zhang Bing had disrespected his own father and deliberately blocked his own father's way. Zhang Bing, do you have a ing death wish? You dare to block my dad's way. Asshole, shut the hell up, Qin Guangming yelled, feeling for the first time from the bottom of his heart that this son of his might actually be a bit stupid. Dad, what are you scolding me for? Qin Ji hadn't reacted yet. Staring viciously at Zhang Bing, he said, Dad, this kid repeatedly went against me on the basis of having a few dimes in his pocket, and even hit me with his hands. Now he even dares to block your way. Boss Ma's side personally came to school today just to clean up this trash. Chapter 35, I appreciate your toughness. Asshole, don't shut up. Qin Guangming's forehead had darkened into a line, and he directly slapped down in front of the crowd. Qin Ji was dumbfounded, including the group of rich kids following him. Apologize to Divine Dr. Zhang Bing Zhang immediately, or else I won't spare you today. At these words, Qin Ji's group of people were completely petrified, their eyes wide open and their mouths open enough to stuff several eggs. What? Dad? What did you say? You're saying he's a miracle healer? You want me to apologize to him? Not to mention Qin Ji's group of people were dumbfounded. Lin Hanyu and Wang Ruolin were similarly jaw-dropped as they looked at Zhang Bing incredulously. Do I have to say it a second time? Immediately apologize and admit your mistake publicly with Divine Dr. Zhang. This is a dead order from the old master. Qin Guangming roared. This time Qin Ji and the others were completely taut, looking at the red-eyed and angry Qin Guangming. This was by no means a joke. They all looked at Zhang Bing in disbelief, shock and doubt written inside their eyes. Why? Qin Ji covered his rapidly reddening and swelling face. This was the first time he had been beaten since he was a child, and the old man of the Qin family had always still favored him. Wasn't the cousin behind the incitement? Qin Guangming was simply speechless, and in his heart, he really regretted how he gave birth to such a stupid son. Enraged, he kicked down again and angrily rebuked. Apologize to Divine Dr. Zhang immediately. After receiving a slap and a kick in succession, Qin Ji's stubborn temper came up. He subconsciously looked down on Zhang Bing, even though he had known for a long time that Zhang Bing had some strength and had taken down the Tianlong Hotel. But he just looked down on it, thinking that Zhang Bing was not of the same class as them. If he apologized and admitted his mistake to Zhang Bing in public today, he would definitely not be able to raise his head inside the art school circle in the future. And surely Ma Chao would look down on him and would kick him out. Dad, I'm not going to apologize to him. I'm never going to protect. Who am I to apologize to him? Qin Yuan, I remember. I'm not done with her. Qin Ji's heart crossed, and he also let out harsh words, thinking that it must be Qin Yuan who was stirring up trouble in front of Elder Qin. Asshole, stupid pig, even you dare to disobey your old man's words, right? Qin Guangming was furious and stormy. He couldn't care less about the repercussions and didn't give Qin Ji any face at all. Directly a hand will Qin Ji grabbed over. Backhand continuous several big ear melon whipped down. Stupid pig, it was Zhang Bing who saved the old master. And it was the old master himself who ordered you to publicly apologize to him and admit your mistake. Qin Ji's eyes widened, shock flickering inside his eyes, but he still refused to concede. Asshole, apologize immediately. Qin Guangming was also completely ruthless. He dared not disobey the dead order given by Master Qin, who had retired. Now the boss, Qin Guanghua, holds a key position in the financial system, while he has his mind set on business. But his business couldn't have gotten off the ground without Master Qin's escort and brush with sophistication. Therefore, what Elder Qin had seriously explained, he had to accomplish even if he was unwilling. Secondly, anyone who wasn't blind at the time saw it. How much Feng Qianqiu looked up to and respected Zhang Bing. Feng Qianqiu's connections might not even be comparable to the Qin family's old man. Dad, even if you beat me to death today, even if he really cured Grandpa, I won't apologize to him. You are angry with the old man. Qin Guangming under the annoyance of the hand is really ruthless. Fierce hands and feet. Directly, Qin Ji's face was swollen, and the corners of his mouth were bloodied, kicking him to the ground. Wang Chang and a bunch of other rich kids who usually followed Qin Ji were shivering, and no one dared to come forward to dissuade them. Now, it was the kind-hearted Lin Hanyue who was a little bit unable to bear it, because Qin Ji was really beaten a little bit miserably, and the school entrance was crowded again today, with more and more students gathered around. Zhang Bing also gradually frowned, although he looked at Qin Ji with displeasure, thinking that it was just an uneducated and unambitious dude who rode roughshod over his family on the basis of his family's strength. However, he did not expect Qin Ji to be so hard, and he was beaten by his own father in public, and he was not willing to admit defeat even after he spat out blood. This in turn made him somewhat impressed, and in his heart, he thought that Qin Ji was not that kind of incorrigible second-generation ancestor. At least it's a lot tougher than something like Wang Chang, and at that moment, Qin Guangming had vented a lot of his anger after a flurry of punches and kicks, but he was also riding a tiger now, because his stupid son wanted to be hard to the end, and had always refused to apologize to Zhang Bing. He wouldn't have been able to stop, but it was his own son anyhow, and he hit him very hard indeed. Zhang Bing, why don't we forget about it? Lin Hanyue was somewhat unable to bear it and pulled Zhang Bing's hand, shouting in a low voice from the side. Zhang Bing nodded inside, then shouted, Mr. Qin, forget it. Hearing Zhang Bing's words, Qin Guangming was also relieved in his heart. After all, no one would want to beat their own son so severely in public. Since your son is unwilling to apologize to me in public, you've been educating yourself for so long anyway, so let's just forget about this. Qin Guangming nodded, then looked at Qin Ji, whose nose was bruised and swollen and whose face was covered with blood, and reprimanded. Little if it wasn't for divine Dr. Zhang pleading for you and not tricking you. Today I have to beat you to death, and pretend that I have never had you as a son. Why don't you thank divine Dr. Zhang immediately? Qin Ji spat out a mouthful of blood and stood up from the ground in a sorry state, looking at Zhang Bing with hatred in his eyes, still heroic. Forget it. Zhang Bing didn't want to take things too far, even though he didn't have a good impression of both the father and son. Just don't mess with me from now on. After saying this, Zhang Bing swept his eyes at Wang Chang, whose face was white. Then holding Lin Hanyue's hand, he led Wang Roland and then strutted towards the inside of the school. Seeing that Zhang Bing had left, Qin Guangming looked at Qin Ji's wretched appearance and said in a cold voice, Is everything alright? I couldn't do it without a heavy hand from Lousy just now. Dad, I'm fine, Qin Ji responded. It's good that it's okay. Qin Guangming sighed and warned, You heard what Zhang Bing said just now. Don't mess with him in the future, or else I can't save you next time. Qin Ji didn't make a sound, but he was obviously still quite unconvinced. Do you hear me? Qin Guangming was angry again. He knew this son of his too well. However, Zhang Bing not only saved the life of the Qin family's old man, but most importantly, he now had an unusual relationship with Feng Qianqiu. Old me is doing this for your own good. We can't afford to offend this Zhang Bing at the moment. Just let the Ma family's son side toss it around. You'd better stay out of it. After saying this, Qin Guangming sighed, twisted his head, and walked away. After Qin Guangming got into his car and left, Qin Ji swept his eyes at the onlookers and angrily rebuked. What the hell are you looking at? Get lost. Young Qin, what do we do now? Qin Ji squeezed his fist, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said angrily, Damn, I didn't expect Zhang Bing to know how to heal my grandfather, but this bad breath, old man must come out. Chapter 36, Ma Chao arrives. Along the way, there were banners welcoming Ma Chao, the national martial arts champion, and Ma Chao's picture was posted everywhere. Now the entire faculty and students of the entire art school knew that a freshman dirtbag named Zhang Bing had offended Ma Chao. The usually godlike Ma Chao returned to school today in such a high profile, and engaged in a school-wide mobilization meeting to clean up this freshman Zhang Bing. The word Zhang Bing had already made a name for the entire art school. The vast majority of people did not know Zhang Bing, nor had they ever seen him, but a rumor spreads, 10 spreads, and soon Zhang Bing just came to report the first day, driving a Maybach S680 high-profile appearance. Also with the art department's Wang Chang, and also the art department flower Lin Hanyue chased to hand, and finally very atmospheric Maybach donated to the school foundation, and so on and so forth were quickly dug up. Art schools are mostly girls, and girls' mouths are all as open as light, spreading rumors pretty fast. At the entrance of the school, this scene that just happened was also quickly spread out. Zhang Bing, when did you become a miracle doctor again? And you're even related to such a big shot like the old man of the Qin family? Lin Hanyue was also doubly incredulous as she realized that this boyfriend of hers might be even more complicated than she had imagined. Wang Roland was also inwardly shocked beyond belief, knowing that it was like Qin Ji, a family like the Qin family. She had never dared to imagine it in her life, but she had never expected Zhang Bing to have such strength. To be able to make Qin Guangming personally come to the school and teach Qin Ji a lesson in public was to force Qin Ji to apologize and make amends to him. I know a little bit about medicine, and a few days ago, I had nothing to do but to help the Qin family's old man with acupuncture, and the results were good, so the Qin family's side gave me this face, Zhang Bing explained. Wang Roland was still worried at this time and said, Mr. Zhang, don't blame me for talking too much, the Ma family really isn't simple. And Ma Chao himself is brutal in his methods and is the national martial arts champion. I heard that he can fight 10 on his own, so you have to be careful. Ha! Zhang Bing laughed disdainfully. Now that he had his own ancient martial arts rewarded by the system, it would be a matter of minutes to take down a national martial arts champion. As for one beating 10, he didn't believe it in his heart. Nowadays, the so-called martial arts champions are all performance-based routines, and their actual combat ability is estimated to be no match for the hooligans and jerks on the street. Besides, Ma Chao is the son of the richest man in the world. Even if he's a piece of, there will be countless people saying that he's a flavorful bun. You guys don't say. This Ma Chao is making quite a big scene. To be honest, I'm looking forward to meeting this person. However, just at this time, suddenly the students of the art school stirred and all ran towards the school gate. Here it comes. Ma Chao is here. Let's go. Let's take a quick look. Ma Chao is a national martial arts champion and the son of the richest man in Kyoto. A number of teenage students were talking about it while running towards the school gates. Zhang Bing, Lin Hanyue, and Wang Roland also froze for a moment upon hearing this. At that moment, a rumbling sound came from the sky. Looking up, it was a helicopter flying low towards the entrance of the art school. That's none other than the private jet of the richest man's son, Ma Chao. The students had long ago taken the initiative to make way for a huge passageway in front of the large school entrance. Many people, in order to curry favor with Ma Chao, even prepared the red carpet long ago. The school principal, vice principal and all the relevant leaders also came. The helicopter's huge propeller was seen circling and roaring before it steadily came to rest in the open space in front of the school. Zhang Bing was a bit contemptuous and said sarcastically, making such a big scene, really treating the school as his home. Helicopters are affordable for many rich people, such as Zhang Bing at any time, and not only helicopters, but also the latest customized Gulfstream private jets are also stress-free. But the hard part is that in areas like Kyoto all of them are no-fly, and Ma Chao ignores the rules, sitting directly in a helicopter and making such a high-profile appearance. This also verified the strength of the Ma family from the side. The helicopter hatch opened and Ma Chao, dressed in a suit with a big back hair, walked down with 4 beautiful women with different styles and fashion. Seeing this, Vice Principal Qin Ming immediately ordered the staff to run over with the red carpet. The red carpet was rolled out along the helicopter all the way to the front entrance of the school. Young Ma is so handsome, worthy of being the son of the richest man in the world, the national martial arts champion. Really good aura. Many of the girls from the art school squealed with adoring nymphomaniac faces. Ma Chao is not only the son of the richest man in the world, but he is also a national martial arts champion, a public figure, and indeed rather handsome in person. Boss Ma. Boss Ma. Qin Ji with a large group of rich kids from well-to-do families in the art school also immediately greeted them and respectfully shouted. Ma Chao paid no attention to anyone, always with his eyes on the sky, seemingly breathing through his nostrils. That kind of lofty superiority was never feigned, but rather a nobility engraved in the bones, the belief that they are inherently superior and the rest are inferior, especially after the crowd got a good look at the 4 flowery, stylishly dressed beauties following him. The crowd went even more crazy. Oh my god. Aren't those the 4 popular actresses from the movie and television industry following Ma Chao? Whoa, it's really them. It's so beautiful, so exciting. I didn't think I'd be able to see the 4 of them in person as popular actresses. The atmosphere of the scene was completely ignited for a while, and many female students could no longer hold back, screaming and even fainting. To the sun, Ma Chao was as cold as ever, scrutinizing everyone from above. The popular actresses that ordinary people adore and love, the goddesses in the hearts of countless fans, are just pets kept at home in the eyes of a rich second generation of Ma Chao's level. He came to the school today in a high-profile helicopter, purposely bringing 4 popular female celebrities with him, just to show off his strength. Qin Ji, where is that person called what's his name Zhang Bing? Why don't I see this person come when this young man is here in person? Ma Chao spoke up as he stepped onto the red carpet with his head held high. 4 actresses accompanied the left rear. Hot body, beautiful face and outstanding temperament. It wasn't so much a student returning to school as it was an apparent launch party, and the scene was thrown into a complete frenzy. Qin Shi stammered, and for a moment, he didn't know how to answer properly. He had just been brutally beaten by his own father and ordered a warning to stay out of it. Boss Ma, that scumbag Zhang Bing just came to school as well, with a very arrogant attitude. Seeing the opportunity, Wang Chang instigated from the sidelines. Ma Chao snorted coldly. his eyes gleaming as he looked at the frantic crowd. Very well, this young man hasn't played for a long time, so let's have some fun today. Tell that Zhang Bing to get his ass over here and meet me immediately. As Ma Chao's words fell, Zhang Bing brought Lin Hanyue and Wang Ruolin over through the frantic crowd. Zhang Bing, Boss Ma, it's this trash, he's Zhang Bing. Upon seeing Zhang Bing, Wang Chang's reaction was more agitated than anyone else's. On the contrary, although Qin Ji's eyes were still glittering with anger, he did not jump out to swear at the first opportunity. Chapter 37, Fighting the Rich. Zhang Bing directly ignored the group of Wang Chang who were jumping up and down, and his gaze went to Ma Chao. This was the first time that he, as well as Lin Hanyue, Wang Ruolin, and the vast majority of other people present, had seen this top-tier rich second generation with their own eyes. In the past, I've seen it on TV and media, not in person. Ma Chao's eyes were so high that he didn't even look squarely at Zhang Bing. Instead, his gaze rested on Lin Hanyue. Lin Hanyue's figure, temperament, and looks were in no way below or even exceeded the 4 popular female stars he had brought with him. As a top-ranking rich second generation, Ma Chao, this person is usually very rowdy and good at saving face. In my heart of hearts, I don't think there's anyone at this school who can compete with him. In any way, he would never allow anyone to surpass him, including the women around him as well. Are you that Zhang Bing? Ma Chao spoke up, his voice filled with disdain. Zhang Bing did not show any weakness either and said in a cold voice, "Not bad, any questions?" Ma Chao hooked his hand, then commanded in a commanding tone, "Come here and clean my shoes." Ha! Zhang Bing couldn't help but sneer and said, "Why don't you take a look in the mirror first and see if you're worthy?" When these words came out, Qin Ji, Wang Chang, and many others opened their mouths and shouted. There were also quite a few people who were stunned by Zhang Bing's attitude. No one had ever dared to contradict Ma Chao so publicly. Even the leaders of the school were quite respectful and polite to Ma Chao. "Zhang Bing, how dare you be so arrogant in front of Boss Ma? Do you believe that one word from Boss Ma will not only make you get lost, but also make you disappear from the face of the earth?" Wang Chang screamed the most ferocious, suppressed in the heart of the hatred. In this moment completely burst, completely do not pretend. Zhang Bing once again ignored Wang Chang and just gave a threatening look. With a wave of his hand, Ma Chao shut up and quieted the scene. "Very well, I admire your brashness." With that, Ma Chao gestured. In the next second, a henchman walked forward and pulled out a check and threw it to Zhang Bing. "Here's $50 million. Get down on your knees and wipe my shoes clean." Zhang Bing was really pissed off. He didn't expect Ma Chao to humiliate himself with money in the first place. Although the other party was the son of the richest man and his overall assets were certainly far greater than his own, but that is also Ma Chao's family's, not Ma Chao's. Besides, this usually refers to some fixed assets, not cash reserves. "You want to humiliate me with money, compare me to money?" Ma Chao was extremely disdainful and said coldly, "I heard that you have a few dimes in your pocket, and the Tianlong Hotel is yours, right? Today, this young man came to school to make you feel what it means to be desperate, what it means to be crushed. In front of a class like this, young man, you are just a lowly inferior." Zhang Bing snorted coldly and said sarcastically in a very calm manner, "Oh, then if you can't even compare to a lowly inferior like me, aren't you even worse than a pig or a dog? Kid, what did you say?" Ma Chao's facial muscles twitched, clearly enraged by Zhang Bing's words. "Okay," Zhang Bing said very directly and forcefully. "Cut the crap. Didn't you put the word out a few days in advance that you were very pretentious and also asked the whole school to gather in the playground and set up a ring to teach me a lesson? Don't waste time. Now, kid, are you so impatient for everyone to watch the scene where you fall to your knees and beg for forgiveness?" Ma Chao wasn't in a hurry. In his opinion, he himself was a genuine national martial arts champion, and in terms of the rumors Wang Ruolin had heard, one could beat 10. Since he had come to school today on such a high note, he definitely wanted to have a good time as a way to show off his status. "What do you want to play? Today, I, Zhang Bing, will accompany you to the end." A cold smile also appeared at the corner of Zhang Bing's mouth. The best way to deal with such a super-rich second generation from a distinguished family is to completely crush the other party in the aspects they are proud of. In this way, the other party's self-esteem, which has been built up since childhood, will be shattered. "Isn't your father Ma Yunting the richest man in Kyoto? Very well, today I'll compete with you for more money. How's that?" Hearing these off-the-cuff words from Zhang Bing, Lin Hanyue's hand holding Zhang Bing's hand tightened for no reason. Wang Ruolin's face also trembled slightly, like she was looking at a little cutie, like looking at Zhang Bing. Even if Zhang Bing was now sitting on the cash cream that was the Tianlong Hotel and was worth a lot of money, comparing more money with the richest man's son was not being a cutie. It's just crazy. Qin Ji, Wang Chang and everyone else listened dumbfounded and looked at Zhang Bing with some shock. Ma Chao himself froze, then laughed out loud. "Not bad, a bit of fun, very good." You are the first one who has the courage to compare the amount of money with this young man. Interesting, ha ha ha. With that, Ma Chao looked at the entourage around him, only to see that attendant similarly holding his head high and looking superior. He directly pulled out his cell phone and operated it down. Then, aiming at those present, he shouted condescendingly, "This is our young master's daily pocket money, not much more than 3 small goals." When these words came out, the entire crowd was envious. 3 small goals, that's already an unimaginable number for the average person. But for others, Ma Chao, it's daily pocket money. Many billionaires who are worth billions of dollars at every turn, that is basically real estate. Account cash usually tens of millions of dollars cannot get. It's only $300 million. It seems that you, the son of the richest man in Kyoto, can't do it either. Zhang Bing snorted, not putting it in his eyes at all. Ha, Zhang Chang, are you stupid? Who wouldn't brag? Don't think that you're great because you have the Tianlong Hotel. As far as I know, there's at most $100 or $200 million in the account of the Tianlong Hotel. And that's not your personal one either. Wang Chang and the others immediately jeered loudly, and many female students followed with sarcasm. Wang Roland was also very embarrassed at this time, because after she took over the position of general manager of Tianlong Hotel, the actual situation was indeed as Wang Chang said. Kid, very good. This young man appreciates your ignorance and courage. Ma Chao had a cold smile on his face. This feeling of pretending to be in the limelight made him feel happy. Then his entourage opened their cell phones separately and proudly proclaimed, "Here's another small target that our young master endorsed to hit. On top of that, this helicopter was customized from abroad and is worth 1 small target. As for the luxury cars that you lowlifes can't even dream of buying, my young master can't even park them in his 200 square foot garage. Got it? Not bad." Zhang Bing smiled faintly and said, "In this case, I'll count all 800 million for you. Is that enough?" Zhang Bing's tone was very confident and at the same time, he wanted to be disdainful, but in other people's ears, it is bragging then. Even Lin Hanyue and Wang Wolin also feel that Zhang Bing seems to have no concept of finance, purely on the head. With the hundreds of millions of cash lying in Ma Chao's bank, it had actually surpassed the vast majority of the big-name tycoons in the Dragon Kingdom. These tycoons can't actually shell out that much cash reserves anytime soon. Kid, do you know what our young master's pocket money means? If you compare your money with our young master's, you can go eat. A mere Sky Dragon Hotel dares to show off in front of our young master. Ha! Zhang Bing frowned and angrily rebuked. You're nothing but a dog. What qualifications do you have to clamor in front of me? Get lost. Then he let out a cold snort and looked at the group of people waiting to see his joke. Without hesitation, he took out his cell phone and dialed Su Ru's number. Manager Su, come to the entrance of the Jingdu Art University immediately. Immediately. Chapter 38, More Than a Woman. Yo, kid, how dare you talk tough? Zhang Bing, do you want to laugh us to death? Who do you want to call to borrow money? Hearing Zhang Bing pull out his cell phone to make a call, Wang Chang and the others let out a loud laugh filled with all kinds of mockery and sarcasm. Qinji also laughed coldly and opened his mouth sarcastically at this time. Zhang Bing, why don't you open your mouth and borrow some from my cousin to make up for it? Zhang Bing didn't pay any attention to it and had an idle, accomplished look on his face. If he really compared the value of his family's assets, he was definitely no match for the son of the richest man in Kyoto. But if you compare it to cash, if you compare it to savings, Ma Chao doesn't even deserve to mention his shoes to himself. The $5 billion rewarded by the system is still lying inside the bank. Now we just need to wait for Su Ru to come over. This is the kind of thing that has to be announced on the spot by the bank staff. And it certainly works better than pulling out your own cell phone and showing it off. Lin Hanyue was very nervous in her heart, and her palms were sweating as she held Zhang Bing. She asked in a whisper, do you really have that much money? Or, I'll ask my dad to transfer money immediately to make up for it. Wang Wolin obviously that this aspect to be more experienced than Lin Hanyue. She whispered to persuade, Miss Lin, there is no point. This kind of thing we cannot help. Zhang Bing nodded and said, don't worry, I just called to notify the bank's account manager to come over for a while. You'll know by then. The crowd of onlookers grew, many of them classmates, most of them female in order to get Ma Chao's idea, started to launch a vocal attack on Zhang Bing. What a beggar, pretender, not self-importance, etc. All kinds of unpleasant words came out in an endless stream. Ma Chao held his head high, embracing left and right, and the 4 stunningly beautiful stars didn't even say a word without his permission from beginning to end. This feeling of being on top, of being superior is just too good. After about 10 minutes had passed, Su Ru drove over first in her car. Su Ru is still wearing a professional dress, waves, front and back, looks very plump, full of the flavor of a mature woman. Obviously, Ma Chao and a bunch of other followers' minions brightened up, although the beauty of the art school is like a cloud. But Su Ru on looks is not very prominent. but that overall feeling is very seductive and sexy. Mr. Zhang. Seeing Chief Shang there, Suru greeted him as she wiggled her butt and walked over. Mr. Zhang, if there's anything, please order. Zhang Bing laughed and looked at Ma Chao's group disdainfully, saying, Manager Su, please tell these people how many demand deposits I have in your bank. Okay. Suju smiled slightly, professionalism and temptation pulling full circle. Then she pulled her work badge from inside the bag she carried and put it around her neck, and then solemnly announced loudly, Zhang Bing Zhang is the first super VIP customer of our branch with a deposit of over $5 billion, and can enjoy all the powers of our branch. Saying that, Suru's ability to do things is really dry. She didn't give Ma Chao's group a chance to speak up and question her, directly pulling out the bank's special tablet and typing in a series of numbers. Immediately the tablet showed Zhang Bing's personal information and deposit display. The series of zeros behind that number was dizzying to watch. This is the record of Mr. Zhang's deposits in our bank. As of now, the principal plus interest totals 5 billion and 5 million. 5 billion and 1. Suru's mature and intellectual voice echoed in everyone's ears. $5 billion in demand deposits. What a concept. Even Ma Chao's old son Ma Yunting is extremely likely to not have it. But of course Ma Yunting, as the richest man in Kyoto, it is still very easy to mobilize $5 billion in a short period of time. Looking at the dumbfounded everyone, Suru very knowingly put away the tablet, then politely asked for instructions. Mr. Zhang, are there any more orders? Zhang Bing laughed and said, there's nothing for you to do for now, just stand here. Now, Ma Chao, Qin Ji, Wang Chang, the school leaders, and all the students were all dumbstruck and petrified in place. Even Lin Hanyue, Wang Roland, the two beauties who were related to Zhang Bing, were completely dumbfounded. Ma Chao, I heard that you are the son of the richest man in Kyoto, how is it now? Zhang Bing looked at Ma Chao, whose face was very ugly, and teasingly asked back. Ma Chao's face turned pig liver color. This is the first time he pretended to be miserable face, but also in of so many people. More damning still is the money aspect. You know, he's the son of the richest man. Remember, don't provoke my pocket money with those few dimes inside your account, unless calling your own father, Ma Yunting, is more like it. Ha! Zhang Bing was in a very soothing mood, especially when he saw the collective shocked gazes of so many people. This feeling of pretending was indeed soothing. He suddenly understood a little bit why Ma Chao should like to do this and make such a big row. Call to transfer the money. Right away. Ma Chao lost his face and couldn't hold it together any longer, yelling at his entourage of men. The attendant's entire face also turned a pig's liver color as he stood in place not knowing what to do. How can he have that ability to immediately mobilize billions of dollars to give Ma Chao to pretend to be unless it is Ma Yunting personally appear almost. He. Zhang Bing saw this and said sarcastically, alright, don't pretend in front of me. Even if I give you 3 hours, give you a day, just with you can't mobilize $5 billion. Dream on. Ma Chao clenched his fists tightly in anger, but there was nothing he could do about it. What's the big deal about being rich? Mr. Ma's father is the richest man in Kyoto. It's not like he doesn't have a few billion in the area. Tens of billions, hundreds of billions is not a matter of concern. That's right. What are you pretending in front of Ma Xiao? As long as Xiao Ma says so, there's as much as you want. That's when the 4 popular actresses following Ma Chao stood up to help. These 4 were now very famous in the entertainment circle of the Dragon Kingdom, and they were indeed all first-class beauties with very good temperaments, but they were basically Ma Chao's playthings, so to speak, and were entertainers signed by Ma's entertainment company. Seeing that Ma Chao had lost face and was disliked for a while, these 4 actresses stepped forward. The 4 actresses have a large number of fans, with brainwashed fans making up the vast majority of them. After the 4 of them helped each other with their words, soon many people began to talk and expressed their support for Ma Chao. Seeing this, Ma Chao also immediately took advantage of the situation, opened his hand and swept the 4 popular female stars over in front of everyone. Instead of being offended, the 4 actresses were all smiles. Anyway, the Ma family is the richest man in Kyoto. Even if today's incident who photographed it spread out, it does not matter. The Ma family just a word to block all the media. Kid, this young man admits that you have some strength, but so what? Money is just a string of numbers. This young man's woman you can only imagine inside your dreams for the rest of your life. Trolling 1. Zhang Bing snorted coldly and looked at the 4 actresses who were really good, but with most of the makeup, it was not really easy to say when the makeup was removed. Ma Chao, you want to compare the beautiful women around you, yes? Hearing Zhang Bing say this, Lin Hanyue changed her usual snow-containing and low-key style. She directly let go of Zhang Bing's hand, then intentionally pulled her already low halter down, her plump and white body showing off most of it, then stood out towards the front. Wang Roland wasn't stupid and stood out confidently as well. Seeing this, Suru also smiled faintly with affection and stood side by side with Lin Hanyue and Wang Wolin. Ha! Seeing this, Wang Chang and the others led the mockery. Zhang Bing, you're hilarious. Besides Lin Hanyue, isn't what's her name Wang Wolin a bus? Ha ha ha, and this bank lady is called beautiful? Don't you know that the four beauties beside Ma Xiao are first-tier stars of what status class? Chapter 39, Crushing Again. Wang Chang, Zhang Bing was enraged and warned in a cold voice. Remember, I'll be the first to clean you up when I turn around. In the face of Wang Chang leading the verbal abuse against Wang Wolin, Wang Wolin and Su Ru didn't feel good in their hearts either. But how could they dare to offend Wang Chang's group of rich kids? Lin Hanyue, Wang Wolin, and Su Ru's bodies were no less sexy than the four female stars, but purely in terms of looks. Apart from Lin Hanyue, Wang Wolin and Su Ru were indeed a bit worse. This was obvious to the eyes of everyone present, so that lofty feeling of Ma Chao's was back. He very exaggeratedly ordered the four actresses directly in front of so many people, commanding, "The four of you will clean this young man's shoes." The four actresses hesitated for a moment, but crouched down. This scene completely broke the hearts of many students. In the eyes of these students, popular first-tier actresses are cold and noble. But now, everyone did see it with their own eyes. That goddess who was exceptionally active in the television and media, sought after and worshipped by thousands of fans, was really a servant, a slave, in front of Ma Chao. The four actresses didn't care. No one was going to stab anyone in the back today anyway. The media resources controlled by the Ma family. Just block them. But if they upset Ma Chao, then not only will their blackmail fly all over the world, their future will be ruined, and they might even be sent in to step on the sewing machine. Kid, see? Ma Chao proudly bragged. You're at best a thug in the eyes of my class. A thug will always be a thug. And the blood that flows from our ancestors is not comparable to that of your inferiors? Zhang Bing couldn't bear it any longer and said sarcastically, "It's just four opera singers. If others don't know about it, don't I know about it? Noble and cool in front of people, but secretly nothing more than a real plaything. Meh, damn. Zhang Bing, you just can't eat grapes and say grapes are sour. Who doesn't know what kind of goods you have around you? This big bank mom, the queen of property sales, Wakabayashi?" Wang Chang and the others continued to taunt. Zhang Bing's face sank as he pulled out his cell phone and said, "Since you want to compare, I'll let you see it today." With that, he first dialed Qin Yuan's number and asked her to come over. She then dialed Zhang Tingting's number directly. Though it's true that Wang Rolin and Su Ru don't compare to the four actresses and a lot of dark information, but once Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting arrived, together with Lin Hanyue, the three stunning beauties could completely compare these four actresses. Kyoto Hospital is close to Kyoto University of Arts, less than a kilometer, and a few minutes at most by car. Sure enough, a silver Mercedes sports car drove up a few minutes later. Zhang Bing and Qin Shi both recognized at once that it was Qin Yuan's car. Qin Shi looked odd and had a bad feeling in his heart. The car stopped and Qin Yuan stretched out her long, "Since you want to compare, I'll let you see it today." With that, he first dialed Qin Yuan's number and asked her to come over. She then dialed Zhang Tingting's number directly. The Uru don't compare to the four actresses and a lot of dark information, but once Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting arrived, together with Lin Hanyue, the three stunning beauties could completely compare these four actresses. Kyoto Hospital is close to Kyoto University of Arts, less than a kilometer, and a few minutes at most by car. Sure enough, a silver Mercedes sports car drove up a few minutes later. Zhang Bing and Qin Shi both recognized at once that it was Qin Yuan's car. Qin Shi looked odd and had a bad feeling in his heart. The car stopped and Qin Yuan stretched out her long, "Since you want to compare, I'll let you see it today." With that, he first dialed Qin Yuan's number and asked her to come over. She then dialed Zhang Tingting's number directly. The Uru don't compare to the four actresses and a lot of dark information, but once Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting arrived, together with Lin Hanyue, the three stunning beauties could completely compare these four actresses. Kyoto Hospital is close to Kyoto University of Arts, less than a kilometer, and a few minutes at most by car. Sure enough, a silver Mercedes sports car drove up a few minutes later. Zhang Bing and Qin Shi both recognized at once that it was Qin Yuan's car. Qin Shi looked odd and had a bad feeling in his heart. The car stopped and Qin Yuan stretched out her long, "Since you want to compare, I'll let you see it today." With that, he first dialed Qin Yuan's number and asked her to come over. She then dialed Zhang Tingting's number directly. The Uru don't compare to the four actresses and a lot of dark information, but once Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting arrived, together with Lin Hanyue, the three stunning